shine, wind, or snow, we did what we were hired to do, and River started getting better contracts. The more successful he was, the better he treated us. Our camp was set in a rugged area between Orla and Mentone, where we could see Guadalupe Peak and the mountains in the distance. Unlike many others, we had water, sewage, and electricity. We slept in RVs that River bought from FEMA or at auction. We cleaned them up and fixed them, and they were comfortable. We had a food allowance, but we mostly bought groceries or used what River provided to cook meals with a touch of international flavor. I learned a lot about cooking outdoors, whether over a fire or on a stove, using whatever ingredients we had to make tasty meals. On their time off, many Americans went back home or enjoyed their freedom, while the rest of us stayed and worked as many hours as we could. At times, we went 3,648 hours without sleep. River would sometimes bring us a truckload of food and drinks from Sam's, so we rarely went out, and my savings grew from 3 figures to 5 and then 6. My bank had an investment advisor. River suggested I talk to her about my savings. I did, and though I tried to charm her, she was happily married. Still, she enjoyed my compliments and said she would reach out if things changed. Since my Spanish was better than the English of my Central and South American teammates, we mostly spoke Spanish and Tex-Mex while working for safety. Away from work, they asked me to speak English to help them learn the language of what they hoped would be their new home. Sometimes, after finishing a project, River would bring us some drinks and food for the grill. We would cook outside, listen to music, play guitars and an accordion, sing songs, tell stories, and share our hopes. Their hopes usually included becoming citizens, bringing their families here and living the American dream, even if it was just a small version of it. Others, especially locals, would come and go because this life isn't what many Texans dreamed of growing up. They would work until they had enough money or found the work too tough. And then they left. We migrants kept living our good life, saving money and reading books when we had some free time. I was happy with this life and could easily see myself doing it for the next 5 years. Then came the day when I was relaxing and reading a book when River arrived, asking me to go with him to Carlsbad. On the way there, he told me we were meeting with 3 ranch owners who needed help cleaning up oil spills, and the companies involved would pay for it. He was really excited about this chance, even more than usual. "Hey, Bossman, you sure you want me to talk to these rich folks looking like this with a few days of stubble, long hair, and old boots? They've heard my stories before. Just let them know we'll do the job right. You'll see when you meet them." That was all I needed to know. For the rest of the trip, we talked about football and his son's good year in junior high. When the meeting started, I was polite and apologized for how I looked. I stayed quiet, listening, and only spoke when someone talked to me. My father wasn't the best role model, but he taught me to respect those in charge, and these 3 seemed to appreciate that. Finally, it was time to make a decision, and they weren't convinced we could do the job. River looked at me, and I spoke up. "Sirs, we may seem like a small, unpolished team, but if you talk to anyone we've worked for, they will tell you we get the job done. We work hard, we respect your land, and we always leave things as we found them. We also ask for your feedback so we can improve. Mister, River here is the best boss around. He gets us what we need to succeed. We may not be cleanup experts yet, but we know all parts of the process, and will be your best option in New Mexico soon. We learn quickly. If you'd like, I can give you references from anyone we've worked with, and I promise they will say the same thing, even from the times we were just starting out. Who knows? Maybe they were already ready to move on. Or perhaps I helped them make the decision, but we got the jobs, and my guesses turned out right. We became the best in New Mexico." After that, River asked me to join him more often, and made me responsible for finding, hiring, and training new workers as we took on new projects. I learned a lot over the next few years, about people, about working efficiently, and about making money grow. Some of my investments in oil were based on information I shouldn't have had, and yes, I relied on River and some wealthy friends for advice, and I did take some risks. But in just 4 years after high school, my investments added up to $2. $6 million. So I bought a shiny red pickup truck and even got engaged. But hold on. I thought you knew me better than that by now. I did buy a share of River's company and paid for part of our equipment for a new government program focused on cleaning and reusing water. But mostly, I just kept working hard, like my mentor. It was his beautiful wife who encouraged me during my second year to stop taking online courses just for fun and get a degree. Katrina seemed too young and attractive to be like a mom to me, but she treated me like one. And after their son Abraham graduated from college, she had a serious talk with me. He was only a year older than me, and the main message was something like, "You're too smart to be working for others and letting them earn the big bucks." No, I'm not talking about River. I'm talking about all those wealthy ranchers and businessmen you work for. Ask any of them. They'll all say you need a degree and should do something with your life. I didn't mention that I was doing well enough to make more money than many college graduates because I knew I wouldn't win an argument with her. The truth is, the courses I was taking were meant to broaden my knowledge. I wasn't following the typical path needed for a degree. I took classes in psychology, philosophy, history, government, programming, technical writing, creative writing, and geology, along with specialized courses related to my work in the oil field. It seemed that studying online gave me the freedom to choose my classes as long as I could pay for them and kept my grades up. I even tried a few pre-law classes, learning about laws as many lawyers do to prepare for their careers. Law wasn't as captivating as philosophy, but studying it taught me to listen closely and pay attention to details. The law can be tricky and confusing, often based on unclear meanings instead of what it really says. Legal agreements, like the ones we must agree to before using an app we just downloaded, often have complicated language. Now let's talk about Katrina. It seemed to bother her that I was living alone and enjoying life without any romantic commitments, yet I was still getting some affection. I didn't mention that before, did I? Everyone needs a break, and there wasn't enough work to keep us busy all the time. The people from North America would usually hurry home whenever they could or go to Odessa. My friends liked to hang out in a few local bars and dance halls, far from places where the authorities usually checked. That life wasn't for me. Going home didn't appeal to me, and Odessa had too many rowdy people. I found myself in more than a few rough situations before I realized that winning a fight could lead to making peace over a drink, or getting into trouble with their friends too. People can be tough, trying to push you around. After a bad encounter with a group of guys, I decided to turn an unused back room in the office into a workout area. I signed up for an online self-defense program, and it turned out to be a wise choice. It helped me learn self-control and how to handle tough situations. Feeling lonely, I began exploring smaller towns like Carlsbad, Hobbs, and Kermit, where I met Glenda. She was a wealthy woman who had been through a lot. A tragic accident had left her with injuries and changes in her life. With a good insurance settlement, she found herself financially secure and opened a cafe to keep busy, which is where we met. She was 10 years older than me, but still had the charm of her high school days, being petite and lively. Glenda hadn't been interested in the local guys for many reasons, mainly because her family was all around, and the local boys tended to be boastful when drinking. As an outsider, I won her over with my humor and lighthearted flirting, which she found appealing. While I had some past experiences, nothing compared to what Glenda taught me about building a connection. She welcomed me into her world, and I was eager to learn. I have never met anyone who enjoyed romance as much as she did. Through her guidance and a lot of practice, I changed from being a self-centered person to someone who genuinely wanted to make others happy. She was so proud of my progress that she encouraged me to help others, much like bees pollinating flowers across different farms. The first time was with her sister, who was dealing with a lazy and angry partner. She had married him because he seemed like the best choice at the time. Cindy and I spent a weekend at Glenda's cabin high in the mountains. Afterward, she hired a lawyer, and by the next week, her partner was no longer on her property, thanks to some help from the law. Another time, she suggested I help a recently divorced woman named Tilly, who needed some support after her husband left her for a younger woman, leaving her with 3 teenagers. I listened to her, comforted her, and she cried for hours. The next day, we shared some special moments together, and by the time I dropped her off, she felt much more confident. Everything was fine until Tilly mentioned our time together to a friend who happened to be married to Tom Bean. Tom and his brother Jerry owned a lot of land in the area where we worked, and I was surprised when I got a voicemail inviting me to dinner at Jerry's place. I called my friend River, who laughed and said, "Who knows? Those guys are a little unpredictable, but my guess is the invitation came from one of the wives. Just show up well-dressed and polite. It might lead to more opportunities for us. I did my best to dress appropriately for the occasion, and was pleasantly surprised when both wives, Doris and Diane, noticed me. They were beautiful and charming, but I didn't want to jeopardize my professional relationships for a brief distraction, especially with other interests already in my life. I joked and flirted without crossing any lines until their husbands arrived and invited me to join them for some whiskey in the living room. I didn't know much about whiskey, but I was eager to learn. As they chatted about different types of Scotch and Irish whiskey, I listened closely, trying to soak in all the insights. I felt like I was surrounded by people who were a bit too fancy for my taste, but I tried to keep up by nodding and agreeing with what they said. The wives called us to dinner, and I found my seat in the middle of the long table, across from a young woman. She seemed distant, but I smiled and said hello. She looked back at me with some dislike. I introduced myself, and she reluctantly shared her name, Shay Lynn. When I asked about her studies, she told me she was a junior at the University of New Mexico and a proud member of Chi Omega. I wasn't sure if we were actually having a conversation or if she was playing with me a bit, but I decided to go along with it. Her auburn hair, pale skin, and green eyes made it interesting enough to stay engaged, even if I wondered how she kept her complexion so fair in the sunny New Mexico. So, tell me about your sorority. How many are in your chapter, and what's your chapter name? I had never been to college, but I had met a few sorority girls in my time. I won't go into detail about our talk or how she mentioned her major she was trying to figure it out, and was now focusing on interior design. I will say her family found her chatter amusing, and they seemed supportive of my pretend interest in their daughter. I ate my meal, asked questions to keep her talking, and tried to read the room to understand why we were all here. It seemed like her family hoped I might bring her down a notch, but I wasn't sure I could handle that. Still, she was certainly interesting, and I enjoyed our conversation. Instead of having a drink after dinner, I chose coffee while Shay Lynn finished a large glass of cognac. After her first glass, she became more lively, laughing and teasing as she had another. It was clear by the end of that second glass that she was warming up to me, although her family seemed to hold me in higher regard than she did. Once Shay Lynn started leaning on me, giggling, it seemed the older family members thought it was time to call it a night. I wasn't sure if the others agreed, but Shay did. She took me to the next room, picked some music, and connected her phone to play. The music for slow dancing started playing, and she walked into my arms, putting her hands around my neck and leaning against me. I felt my hands resting comfortably on her lower back, and she didn't seem to mind when I held her closer. It felt too easy, and I started to worry, but then she looked up at me and kissed me deeply. I felt a rush of excitement. She responded by getting closer. I followed her down a hallway and into a bright, cheerful bedroom. She was very attractive, but she looked particularly stunning when she leaned in close and smiled at me with shining eyes. She was young, but her enthusiasm was undeniable. I enjoyed the moment, but I soon decided to stop and kiss her again. She seemed disappointed when I did this. I lifted her up to kiss her more, wanting to take things further. My pants were still around my ankles, so I was a bit awkward, but as soon as I reached to open her dress, she twisted away. She frowned at me, and I frowned back. "I didn't agree to let you take my dress off," she said firmly. "I didn't agree to this either," I replied. She looked taken aback. "But men love this kind of attention. And women who give that kind of attention don't mind being treated with respect," I replied. "I'm not that type of person. I don't rush into things," she protested. "This isn't really a date, but you were very forward," I said. She was about to argue, but I turned away, starting to pull my pants up and head for the door. "Where are you going?" she asked, surprised. "I have other options that seem more appealing," I replied. She looked frustrated, like a character from a cartoon, and exclaimed, "You can't just leave like that." I turned around, gave a slight bow, and said with a grin, "May I take my leave, my lady?" "No," she replied. "We're not done. You need to—" I interrupted playfully. "Well then, let's see where this goes. I'm definitely interested in spending time together tonight." Seeing her flustered was amusing. It seemed like she usually got her way with everyone, so this was a change for her. My boldness caught her off guard, and I could tell she wasn't pleased. "No? All right then, I'm heading out. Catch you around." In no time, I was in my truck, the house disappearing in the rearview mirror. Just before the dust clouded the view, I saw her standing in the doorway. Though I couldn't make out her expression, I had a good feeling it wasn't a smile. I laughed and sped up, knowing I'd reach Kermit in about 45 minutes if I took the route through Jowl. As the road stretched on, I wondered if I might have just lost a valuable business partner. But, deep down, I doubted it. This whole situation had been strange from the start. They had to know I wasn't one to put up with that kind of behavior. Besides, getting her to drink while I was sipping coffee was odd. It wasn't my style to take advantage of anyone, much less a young woman connected to one of our best clients. Life has its little mysteries, I guess. 20 miles to Glenda. 2 days later, River and I finally heard from the Bean brothers. Jerry called me up, greeting me with a laugh. "Boy, you sure got Queen Bee riled up the other night. What on earth did you do to that girl?" "Nothing much, Uncle Jerry. Maybe a kiss or two, but that's it. No one's exactly sure why she's so worked up, but we figure it had something to do with you coming off as a bit of a rough character." What can I say? She saw right through me. I've been called worse things plenty of times. "Well, she's back at school now, so why don't you come by next Tuesday night around 7 for a steak? Come early if you want to talk business." I agreed, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something odd was going on. Her family seemed eager to match her up with someone like me, a straightforward oil field worker, which didn't quite add up. But then again, it could be anything. Later, I headed over to Tilly's place. Her kids were out at a basketball game, so we had the evening to ourselves. We shared some laughs and caught up before calling it a night. That moment surprised her completely, and she fell onto me. "I'm sorry, I was just feeling really eager," she said once she relaxed a bit. "I'll take care of you in a few minutes." "Don't worry, I liked it too. But I've never had such an intense experience before. What did you so excited?" "Mostly it was just thinking about being with you again, but there's also this guy I met who caught my interest. I haven't been too involved with him yet because he seems to see me as someone serious, and I don't want him to think I'm too easy. Between teasing him and waiting for you, it made me quite restless." "So, a new guy, huh? What's his story?" "His name is Troy Edwards. He's a lawyer in Midland. The place was so busy that I had to wait for a seat. He asked me to join him, and we got along really well. He's 40, which is a bit younger than me, and he has 3 daughters. His wife left 2 years ago, so now he's raising 3 of the sweetest girls, ages 16, 14, and 12. When I met them, they wanted me to go shopping, and the oldest asked for tips on how to look pretty like me." "Well, that sounds promising. How do you feel about him? Not about his kids, about him." "Oh, he's great. My sons were a bit cautious at first, but after he took us fishing at his ranch and they met his girls, they seemed to really warm up to him. Then stop thinking about me and focus on him. Have a serious talk with him and then enjoy being with him. If he likes you in your clothes, I bet he'll be even more impressed when it's just the 2 of you." I decided not to stay much longer. Her mind was elsewhere and her kids would be home soon, so I gave her a quick kiss and left for the camp. I felt a bit restless since I hadn't had a chance to relax, so I worked on my online courses for a while. The Spanish class was going well, even if it didn't match the everyday Spanish I heard. The English class was tougher because it used a different style than I was used to, but both were needed for graduation, so I kept at it and was doing well in both. Luckily, the Petro Skills course on removing acid gas was short, and I was able to handle it easily. I needed 18 more hours to graduate if I chose the easiest path, and maybe that was the best option. Get a degree in something and continue learning to broaden my horizons. Or was I giving up? Katrina would be upset if I didn't finish my degree, even if it didn't matter much in real life, so I'd probably go for it and get that piece of paper. River showed up at 8 and told me to get ready because we had a new opportunity to check out. I was glad I did, as it went so well that we landed a contract right away. And it was big enough that I would need to find more people to help. Help was hard to find, but we paid better and provided nicer living and working situations than other places. So most of my recruiting involved taking skilled workers from companies that didn't treat them well. I wrapped up my day at 5 and arrived at Uncle Jerry's at 6:03. Doris greeted me with a warm hug, which I wasn't sure I needed after my talk with Tilly. I might have let my hands rest on her back a little too long, but she seemed fine with it. Yeah, I can be a bit forward, but she also likes to tease. She put her arm around me and complimented my shape before leading me to the back door. Jerry was at the grill and waved me over. Before we parted, Doris gave me a friendly squeeze and winked when I looked back at her. "A lady like you should know better than to tease someone like me," I said softly. "Who's teasing?" she replied with a playful wink and smile, then headed back to the kitchen. She had a great figure, and her confident attitude made her all the more appealing. While Jerry cooked, we chatted about business and enjoyed some beers. There were 5 steaks on the grill, which meant he had a big appetite or was expecting friends. The arrival of Tom and Diane through the back gate answered that question. I shook Tom's hand and received a warm hug from Diane. As Tom walked toward the grill, I couldn't help but talk with Diane a little, reminding her not to tease someone who might take it the wrong way. She was more direct. "I'm not teasing, and neither is Doris. Anytime you're ready, just say the word." I almost invited them both inside right then and there, but managed to just give a nod and a wink as she playfully walked away. When I turned back to the guys, they were watching me and smiling. I grabbed a new beer and joined them. "You two have some wonderful ladies," I said, and they laughed. "That we do, but they are always flirting," Tom replied. I started to say I didn't think they were really flirting, but decided to stay quiet. We wrapped up our discussion before the steaks were finished. Good news was we secured the contract to clean up more oil spills on their Artesia ranch. That was exciting, but it meant I'd need to find and train more workers. Good people willing to learn how to handle tough jobs like spill cleanup were hard to come by. We were known for paying well and taking care of our good employees, but we also had strict rules that everyone needed to follow. This included rules from the landowner, the government, and our company, along with high expectations for hard work and a willingness to learn. There were many lazy people in the oil field, but there were also many hard-working and ambitious individuals. Those hard-working people were the ones we wanted, and so did everyone else. I happened to be skilled at finding such workers, and they often approached me in convenience stores and cafes, asking if I had any jobs available. The issue was that we didn't just need people who could do one job, we needed people who could do or learn to do any job. The oil field is always changing, so we needed workers who could drive trucks, operate machinery, or take on various tasks. I realized I would need better ways to find new workers. Taking a bit of a risk, I asked Jerry and Tom if they knew anyone good looking for work. They exchanged glances and laughed a little. Then Tom said, "Actually, old man Flannery is retiring and he has several good workers. He has done a lot for us at the Artesia Ranch, from building roads and fences to putting up a barn. He doesn't want to stop working, but he and his wife are not well and he's getting older, so it's time." He mentioned this to me yesterday and said he wanted to help his workers who all have families in Artesia. "Do you want me to call him and introduce you?" Tom made the call, and it went well. Flannery had 13 workers he recommended highly, 3 he would suggest with caution, and 2 he didn't think were a good fit. Even so, having 16 workers would greatly help with the cleanup at the Artesia Ranch, as long as they could meet the job requirements. The dinner was excellent. The steaks, southwestern salad, guacamole, and asparagus were all well prepared. Our conversation was relaxed and enjoyable. Tom and Jerry both had degrees in agriculture and business from New Mexico State, while Doris and Diane graduated from Texas Tech. They were also sorority members, and they met the Bean brothers at a football game during their senior year. The brothers were in a luxury box with another oil heir, while the girls were guests of a wealthy couple they referred to as their aunt and uncle, thanks to their parents' friendship. The brothers noticed the sisters in the buffet line, felt drawn to them, and introduced themselves at the dessert table. It took a few outings to find the right matches, but there was plenty of attraction among everyone. Once they decided, the real courting started, then declarations of love, and finally, engagements. The joint weddings in Albuquerque, a month after graduation, were wonderful. The older Beans gave them some of their wealth as wedding gifts. Tom and Diane received the family home, which had been empty for over 10 years, while Jerry was able to create what he and Doris wanted, funded by their parents. The Edwards, the girls' parents, gave them a month-long vacation to Europe and the Mediterranean, luxury vehicles, and generous trust funds for future grandchildren. They weren't wealthy from oil and gas, but from solar and wind energy, yet both families were rich by any measure. Even though they came from money, all four were down to earth. I learned that Shay Lynn was the proud, controlling one. There was little mention of Julie, Doris, and Jerry's daughter, who attended a prestigious college in the Northeast and rarely visited. She was studying medicine, and the Beans hoped she would return to practice, but they worried that the bright lights and opportunities of New York City would be too tempting. I chuckled at this, and someone asked why. Well, if she's as attractive as her mother and smart enough to thrive in an Ivy League school, recruiters will be all over her. I'm here by choice, loving the chances this land offers. You all grew up here and have a strong connection. But let's be honest, shopping in Midland doesn't compare to the shops in New York City, and we shouldn't even talk about the nightlife in Carlsbad versus Manhattan. And how do you know this? Your idea of nightlife seems to be Kermit, and you've never been east of Sterling City, much less to New York, Doris chimed in, noting the comment but not responding further. I watch a lot of shows and videos online. I've seen New York, London, Berlin, Rome, the Greek islands, and even Paris without leaving my comfortable chair at my trailer near Orla. The NYC shopping experience is one of my favorites, and I love the show NYC at Night. There are many interesting people enjoying their nights there. From what we hear from River, you could be joining them instead of spending weekends in Kermit, Diane suggested. Not for long. Those folks live large. Besides, there are great people right here like you two, and at Glenda's place. No need for me to spend money in the city when I can have a good time with wonderful people close to home. I'm just an ordinary guy with simple likes. So, what are your plans, young man? We hear you have around 150 college credits but no degree. Katrina is worried you will keep studying without ever getting a bachelor's degree, Doris asked, showing some of the frustration Katrina had when she brought this up. To satisfy Miss Katrina, I'm working on the last 18 hours I need to graduate. Getting the degree won't really prepare me more for my job than just taking courses to learn about the world, but it will stop her from asking me about it, so I'm going to go for it. I should finish by summer, even though 9 of the hours require me to attend online classes with a teacher and other students. That slows me down a lot, but I've taken other classes that needed attendance before. Right now, I'm getting A's in all of them, but I might get my first B because my young teacher doesn't like being questioned, and I believe I should be able to ask questions for help. So, what degree are you pursuing and what online school is giving it to you? Doris asked with a hint of sarcasm. My courses are from several online schools, so I have options. Texas Tech is a bit more flexible, and they're giving me a degree in criminal justice with a focus on legal studies. It's a sort of preparation for law without actually going to law school. And let me explain useless. I don't mean the content is unhelpful. I mean the degree doesn't show I've learned more than if I had just taken these courses on their own. But since things have become so legal-driven in my field, understanding the law better will help me after I graduate, so I'll keep taking useful classes. I'm still young, healthy, single, I have plenty of friends, and I enjoy my job. I don't spend much money, so I've managed to save and invest what I earn. I may have come from a poor background, but I don't plan on staying that way. As I often tell River, Miss Katrina isn't my mom, but I let her guide me into getting this degree. It doesn't really matter to River, Tom, Jerry, or anyone else I work with, and I won't feel overly proud about it. It's just a piece of paper showing that I did what they expected me to. It was clear from the looks around the table that I might be mistaken. Doris and Diane looked shocked, and Tom and Jerry seemed to think differently of me now. Doris spoke up first. So, you're getting a criminal justice degree from Texas Tech with a focus on law, and you have a perfect GPA? Does your favorite person know about this? Not really. She keeps telling me to get a degree, so that's what I'm working on to make her happy. She said it didn't matter what kind of degree, so we haven't talked more about it, and I'd appreciate you not telling her. River and I plan to take her shopping in Lubbock and then surprise her at my graduation ceremony. All right, we'll keep it a secret, but only if you get us tickets. We may not be your top people, but we want to be there too, Diane said excitedly. I'd be happy to, I replied, then winked at Tom and Jerry. You two are definitely high on my list, but I don't know your husbands as well as I know River. He knows his wife is charming and would rather she flirt with me than someone else, so he's okay with it. I know your husbands see you both as beautiful, but I'm not sure how they'd react to me flirting with you, much less sharing how I feel. Boy, do you think we don't see that you appreciate a lovely woman, or that our wives don't enjoy a little fun? Sometimes Doris looks at you like you're a tasty treat, and I've noticed you glance her way too. We're not the jealous types, or we wouldn't have married these ladies. Just keep it friendly like you have. Keep them happy, and we'll pretend we don't know, right, Tom? Diane pretended to pout. So we can't take this handsome guy upstairs and show him a thing or two? Tom smiled. I think you're a bit late for that, considering his closeness with Miss Glenda and her friends. Yeah, and don't think your ideas would help our relationships because you just use what you learned from him to spice up our lives like Linda did with Les, Jerry stated. Hey, don't look at me. I don't know Linda and Les, I assured them, feigning shock. They all laughed, and then Diane said, That story is from Las Vegas. Linda, a beautiful blonde, spent some time in a bar with a charming guy while Les was busy winning at gambling. When he found her, she jokingly said she'd spend the night with this guy, who was going to teach her things about life that she didn't know, but she promised to come back to their room the next day. The guy was sitting beside her, smirking, thinking he was tough enough to keep Les from acting on his plans. Big mistake, Diane explained. Yeah, he underestimated Les, who has a tough side and has been in many fights. Plus, he stays strong through hard work, not just at the gym, Tom added with a laugh. He stepped forward, knocked the man off the stool with one hit, and kicked him in the side a few times with his sharp, formal boots. Then, he pulled Linda to the nearest elevator, promising to show her some new things. It turned out Les knew a lot, but he held back because Linda was shy and unsure when they married. He didn't want to treat her poorly, Doris said. Linda mentioned that he was very strict with her and that it made her uncomfortable. She said he pushed her limits and made her feel overwhelmed. After a while, she was pleading for him to stop, but he wasn't willing to listen. She claims he continued long after she asked him to stop, and that she felt sore for days. They are honest about what happened, and Linda often admits her wild side, so we share their story as a warning, Jerry added. I looked confused and asked, So, how is this a warning story? It seems like every wife would want to tell their husband they want to try someone new just to find out what their partners have been holding back. The two couples laughed, agreeing that was true, and said they had tried it more than once. Turns out we all have a wild side waiting to be set free, Diane said with a playful smile, and both of them enjoy letting it out and then calming it down. Well, I don't see how I fit into all this, but if you ever need someone to help check if there's something missing in your knowledge, just ask, and I'll gladly help. Neither of them took me up on my offer, and the rest of the spring passed quickly as we hired and trained new crews. All 16 of Flannery's men were skilled workers, and one of the men he had doubts about turned out to be a young Apache with a sharp mind and leadership qualities. By April, he was leading a crew and was skilled with the drone and the data it collected. River and I had big plans for him, and we made that clear. I introduced him to online learning, and his hesitations vanished when he found out he didn't have to wait for anyone else, as he did in school back home. He had gaps in his education, but he was very smart, didn't waste time on distractions, and was thrilled to learn about a world he had never known. Like me, he wanted to explore everything and was excited by the new ideas and topics he encountered. We became good friends, and Miss Katrina welcomed him like another son. I'm not sure how it became May 12th so quickly, but it did, and we took Katrina on her shopping trip to Lubbock. She was excited to find out that Diane, Doris, Glenda, Cindy, and Tilly, with Troy, were all on a shopping trip together. In her happiness, she spent quite a lot of money on River's credit card. But it turned out to be worth it when we went out to have fun in the Depot District. I can't say who looked the best since that's just personal opinion. I can say that they attracted a lot of attention from the men around us, and there were always dance partners available. I danced with each one a few times, and wow, those Edwards girls really impressed me. And later that night, I danced so much that I tired out Cindy and Glenda. We were all staying at the same hotel, which had a free breakfast buffet. I made my excuses before 11 and went back to my room to get ready for the United Supermarkets arena. They got us organized and shared what to expect, then took us to the waiting area. When it was time, they called us in and got us seated. I noticed a big group near the stage that was cheering my name. They were all standing there, including River and Katrina's son, Abe, and his fiancée. When I waved and smiled at them, Katrina shook her fist at me, but I could see she had tears in her eyes. I made the "I love you" sign, and she held her heart. I think she was more proud than upset. The big guy next to me who played football was also watching them. He asked, "Hey, I hope I don't offend you, but that's the best group of ladies I've ever seen together. How are you all connected?" I laughed and replied, "No offense taken, and I know they wouldn't be mad. I'm just friends with them and their partners. I didn't have much family, but I love them like family. Is your family here?" He pointed to a different section of the gym, where I saw his group was bigger than mine, filled with some lovely ladies. I mentioned how great they looked, and he pointed out his fiancée and mother, saying the others were his sisters, but he said it with a friendly smile. I told him they were all beautiful, and joked that I'd take his sisters off his hands for the night if he wanted. He declined, but promised to introduce me after the ceremony. We chatted a bit during the long wait until they called us up, and it felt really good to be in my outfit, recognized as graduating with high honors, and to hear cheers from my friends. I can't prove it, but I doubt anyone back in my hometown would believe I earned a degree with such honors from Texas Tech University or any other school. Chad's family was louder than mine, but he explained that his sisters were all cheerleaders as we walked outside the arena. I was meeting my friends outside a specific gate. His group gathered near the same spot, and he was eager to introduce everyone. I wasn't sure how we became such good friends in just an hour, but he seemed like a really nice person. I thought I knew what hugs were, but Katrina showed me that they could feel even better. My red shirt and dress got wet while she told me how proud and upset she was that I hadn't shared my news with her, how happy she was for me, and how much she cared about me, all while she cried a little. When Katrina let me go, Cindy hugged me tightly. Glenda's hug was even stronger, and then I turned to face Diane and Doris. They seemed to enjoy getting close, which made me feel a bit awkward when I had to shake hands with the men and greet Abe's fiancée, Allison. Thankfully, I was more relaxed by then, but her warm presence made me feel all sorts of things again, and she smiled at me in a way that caught my attention. Katrina told everyone how she had encouraged me to get my degree, how I often brushed her off, and then I graduated with honors. Others mentioned that they had only recently learned I was studying, and Glenda said she thought I was just typical oil field work at first, so it surprised her to find out more about me. I thought we were all here to celebrate my graduation, but the mood felt more like a roast. Luckily, Chad brought his friends over just in time to shift the focus to introductions. He put his arm around me and said, "Everyone, meet my new friend Theo. Let's all introduce ourselves while I say hi to his family." Theo's dad was quite large and had played football, his mom was beautiful, and his fiancée was stunning. Then I faced three lively sisters. I reached out to the first one and was about to say my name when she jumped in. "Oh, we know who you are, Mr. Theodore Monroe Carr, magna cum laude graduate. It was on the big board before Chad. I'm Angela." Instead of shaking hands, she stepped in close, and I felt the surprise of her warm greeting. She laughed, saying, "You're easy to surprise," and then introduced me to her sister, Kelly. This energetic sister had a way of making even the situation feel more exciting before passing me on to the last sister, who was equally lively and fun. By the time Shannon let go of me, I was pretty flustered, but I kept my cool. Next up, I met Chad's easygoing grandparents, who jokingly teased their granddaughters before congratulating me on graduating at the top of the class. They asked where I was from, and when I told them Orla and that this was my first time on campus, they were eager to know more about my background. River and Chad's dad were laughing, saying it must have been fate that we'd all booked reservations at the same steakhouse. It was time to head out, so everyone made their way to their cars, mostly SUVs or fancy pickups. I had recently splurged on my own, a GMC HD 2500 Denali with 4-wheel drive, a pickup I never thought I'd own. The truck had a bit of a story. The previous owner had a slow-speed mishap by the lake with his kid. Since it had lost some of its value, he fought with insurance until he eventually took a settlement and bought a brand new one. Meanwhile, the shop fixed up the truck, and since no one wanted a vehicle with a repair history, they planned to auction it off. I snagged it just above the minimum bid, and it felt like a great deal, especially after my mechanic gave it a thumbs up. Today was its big debut. Everyone else had driven to the ceremony, so it looked like I'd be riding solo until the three young women in our group offered to join me. By then, I was starting to question Chad's light-hearted warnings about them, as they seemed more friendly and curious than anything else. They did ask a lot of questions and teased a bit, but overall they were charming and genuinely interested. Angela was a 22-year-old senior, Kelly a 20-year-old junior, and Shannon an 18-year-old freshman. They were all Texas Tech cheerleaders, and, I have to admit, they were strikingly beautiful, each with her own unique personality. On the drive to the steakhouse, their cheerful energy filled the truck, and we shared plenty of laughs. Each of them wore party dresses, fitting for the occasion, and they brought a sense of light-hearted excitement to the evening. My attention was mostly on Angela, who I called Angie or Ang. She was sitting in the front passenger seat of my nice pickup truck. In the rearview mirror, I could see the upper bodies of her two younger sisters. After taking a closer look, I thought they looked great. However, Angie didn't like me admiring her sisters, so she turned to talk to them. Her left knee touched the edge of the console while her right foot stayed on the floor. I could see a lot of her right leg, but I quickly focused back on driving when something caught my attention. Suddenly, a warning beep went off because I was drifting out of my lane. I quickly steered back and ignored the laughter coming from the back seat. I had almost messed up my fancy truck again, but it was tough not to notice the nice shapes around me, even if I could only take quick glances to stay focused. The GPS told me to turn right and then said, "You have arrived at your destination." Like any polite person, I rushed to open the door for Shannon, then went around to hold the door for Kelly, and finally for Angie. I won't go into detail, but let's just say what I saw was quite a sight. It gave me plenty to think about for a long time afterwards. Glenda and Cindy, who were a bit older, quickly drew me into their circle and sat me between them before anyone else could react. They seemed to enjoy getting a rise out of the Barnes sisters by playfully chatting and touching me in a friendly way, which made the situation feel a bit different than what I was used to with women my age. Then, Katrina surprised everyone by pulling my chair back and sitting on my lap. She affectionately scolded me for not telling her I was working toward graduation, especially since she had often worried about it. I explained that my plan was in criminal justice, focusing on legal studies, not necessarily pre-law as she thought. She asked if I had chosen a law school yet, and I had to clarify that I was still considering my options. I mentioned that in Texas, you can take the bar exam without a traditional law degree, and I might look into that path someday. Katrina offered to pay for law school, but I assured her I had enough funds. I explained that during the 3 years of school, I could earn as much money as I already had from our existing contracts and potential new ones. She took turns teasing me and giving me kisses for a little while, and then River came to get her. The waiter asked for our drink orders. Most people chose beer, wine, or mixed drinks, but I went with sweet tea. I had been drunk once before, and I did not want to feel that way again. I knew our next stop on the graduation party tour was a dance hall. I planned to have a bit to drink there and dance with as many lovely women as I could. Doris and Diane sat in my lap, playfully acting out parts of Katrina's story, including the teasing and gentle kisses. They were a bit more playful than Katrina had been. I glanced at their husbands, but they just shook their heads and smiled. With the married women occupied, the single ones slipped their hands onto my lap and took turns being playful. Angela gave me a disapproving look, Kelly smiled, and Shannon seemed eager to impress me. It looked like she wanted to show me that she could fit in with the older women or wanted me to share what I knew. Shannon was full of energy and excitement. Kelly was more of a classic beauty, taller and thinner than Shannon. By some standards, she was the most beautiful of the three, but somehow she didn't seem as appealing as either of the others. Big Sis appeared to be the most serious and ambitious, more grown-up than the others, and less likely to be interested in someone like me. Right now, she seemed curious about me, but I knew it wouldn't lead anywhere, and that was probably for the best. I was from a less fortunate background, while she came from a wealthy family. It seemed like an unlikely pairing, especially since I meant to hang my diploma in my simple home and go back to the job that had helped me escape poverty and gave me hope for a better future. I knew she would not see my modest trailer in Orla as the home of her dreams, even though it had features that my childhood home did not. It had working toilets, a stove where all the burners worked, and better beds. I kept it fairly clean. I swept daily, mopped every other day, vacuumed my room weekly, and did the dishes regularly, unlike my family's home, where cleaning happened only every so often. I did not know much about her family, but since Chad attended a fancy school and his dad was a senior partner in a law firm, I could guess a bit about their background. It didn't really matter. I was looking for something fun, not a serious relationship. Between eating, drinking, and sharing stories that went from funny to embarrassing about the new graduates, we passed the afternoon. Our plans for the dance hall were at 7, so we went back to our rooms to rest, freshen up, and change into nice clothes. My 3-hour break turned into quite a lively time with Glenda and Cindy, who had to leave for Kermit at 6. That left me an hour to recover, clean up, and change. By the time I joined the others downstairs, I wasn't exactly thinking about anything else. Since everyone planned to drink a lot, River had arranged for a van to take us to the wild, wild west and bring us back. I was feeling a little worn out after all the excitement, yet seeing the 3 women and Abe's fiancé in their stylish outfits got my energy back up. When Chad's group arrived, I noticed that I was feeling revitalized. Chad's mom and grandmother were attractive, and his fiancée, like Abe's, was beautiful. Plus, his 3 sisters were striking. You might think that moms and grandmothers dancing with a recent college grad would be reserved, but that wasn't the case. Katrina playfully danced close to me, whispering joking words in my ear while moving in a flirty way. The Edwards sisters were just as fun. I was surprised when Chad's elegant mother led me across the dance floor, and even more so when his grandmother, looking much younger than her age, did the same. The biggest shock came from the 2 fiancés, who suggested a fun memory if I came to visit them, hinting at what that might be like. I couldn't tell if they were serious or just having fun, but it was surprising to someone like me who believes love should be genuine. Still, it was strange to see these wealthy women flirting with someone like me. In high school, I worked hard for every connection I made, and no one ever told me I looked like a movie star. I thought of myself as pretty ordinary, with sandy blonde hair, a straight nose, a cleft chin, blue-green eyes, and a fit body from years of hard work. My dad had me working from the age of 5, organizing parts and supplies for the mechanics. By 8, I was driving forklifts. At 10, I was in bobcats, and I was operating heavy machinery by 13. I played football, basketball, and ran track in junior high and high school, because otherwise I would have been working until late every day. My father let me have some space because I grew big and strong, and he had younger brothers to help him. I was good at sports, which earned him some respect in our town. It didn't make him like me more or give me a break on weekends, but being strong meant he wouldn't take his anger out on me or anyone else when I was nearby. My skills in sports did create some jealousy from my brothers and other boys at school. I had some attention from girls, but nothing too remarkable. If anyone gave me a trophy, it would probably be for something negative, like most likely to get in trouble. Yeah, I had my flaws, and I did act out sometimes. I wasn't voted for any school honors, but I didn't really care. All I wanted was to finish school and get out of there. My mother, who struggled with alcohol, didn't show love to any of us. She had children out of fear and seemed unhappy, hoping for a better end. Once I got older, I was able to stop my father from hurting her and yelling at her. You'd think that would help her improve, but she just continued to cook for us and drank every night. I have no idea what is happening back home, or if she is still alive. For all I know, my father and brothers could be gone too. I haven't heard from anyone in my hometown since I moved north 7 years ago, and I don't want to. I'm focused on building my life here, and that's what matters to me. It's strange that all those difficult memories came up tonight, on what should be a joyful occasion, according to Katrina and the other women around. The problem is, when I see wealthy people like the Barnes family, it reminds me of my past, and I can feel down. An hour later, I felt better after dancing with Kelly, Shannon, and Angie. I started to enjoy myself when things got chaotic on the dance floor. Shannon slapped a man who didn't treat her well, and he slapped her back. Chad and Abe were nearby, which helped because he was with a group of friends. I moved quickly and ended up knocking one of them down. I kicked another one, but as I ducked to avoid a punch, one of them hit the floor hard. It was tough at first, but then Daddy Barnes, River, and the Bean brothers showed up to help out. Chad knew some martial arts and Abe was skilled in kickboxing, so they were holding their own in the fight. I had gotten hit in the eye and mouth, but I was lucky to avoid more serious injuries. Still, there were many others eager to get involved. Daddy Barnes was a big guy from his time in the NFL. He quickly handled those around him, putting some in holds and tossing others aside. River, Tom, and Jerry were tough fighters who didn't follow any rules. It was chaotic, with some men in pain and others trying to recover from the scuffle. At first, a crowd kept joining the fight, but once the older men showed up, more people watched instead of getting involved. Eventually, it was just us and the police who came in strong. Since we were the ones still standing, we ended up getting arrested, despite our friends protesting. We were lucky that a night judge was available to hear our case and set bail, which our women helped pay. Otherwise, we would have had to stay in jail until the weekend ended. We started the night as friends and ended it as a solid team. I appreciated Daddy Barnes giving me a big hug and telling me I was brave for defending his daughter. That was happening while Katrina and Mama Barnes were tending to my lip and eyebrow, fussing over me for starting the fight and praising me for standing up for Shannon. I worried about getting a criminal record because many places we worked wouldn't hire anyone with one. Thankfully, by noon on Monday, the Barnes law firm had taken care of everything, leading to the dismissal of all charges against us. Witnesses and security footage would have helped us, but I felt reassured that things were handled well. Angela thought it was unwise for me to jump into that situation, while Kelly found the whole event entertaining, especially seeing her dad involved in a bar fight. Mama Barnes was very protective of her daughter, giving sharp looks that seemed to say things would be settled soon. Both fiancés expressed surprise at how fierce their partners had been and held on to them tightly. Despite my friend's warnings, the three mothers seemed more excited than upset, and their partners showed no regret. And Shannon, who started all this trouble? Between moments of crying from the pain and shame of being hit, she held ice to her cheek and looked at me with a fiery intensity. I found those looks very distracting, so I stopped checking on her, worried that her parents might see and send me back to trouble. By Sunday morning, when we returned to the hotel, we agreed to meet for brunch around 11. I was one of the few guys there who looked rested, which backed up what I had noticed at the police station. Angela seemed to think maybe I wasn't as careless as she thought, especially seeing the swollen cheek and black eye that Shannon had. Mom even asked if Shannon would have preferred I step in if it were her in trouble. Kelly found it funny, but she was flirting a lot more than before. Shannon hid her head and cheek under a hoodie so we wouldn't see her injury. She really reacted when I told her how brave she was for standing up to someone so much bigger and how beautiful she was, suggesting that she and her sisters should take self-defense classes. After brunch, we all started saying goodbye, sharing hugs and promises, and then going our separate ways. Angela slipped her phone number into my pocket, Kelly asked me to message her on Instagram or Facebook, and Shannon discreetly put her number in my pocket with a piece of clothing, then sweetly gave me her Instagram handle, mentioning that she was staying in Lubbock to get to know her new roommate. Everything seemed innocent, except for the clothing, which I later discovered in my pickup had a strong scent. A small voice reminded me that she was too young, but a much louder one said she was 18 and was being flirty, so it was fine. I drove straight to Kermit with the item hanging from my rearview mirror as an air freshener. I decided to take the longer route through Hobbs and western New Mexico, instead of sitting at the four-way stop where 181 meets 116 for hours. I got a call from Tom, who offered to treat me to dinner in Hobbs, but I asked to postpone it so I could rest my bruised lip and eye. He agreed, but only if I promised to come over for dinner at their house on Friday. I eagerly accepted when he mentioned his special prime rib recipe being the best in New Mexico and Diane's famous scalloped potatoes. You'd think I would have figured everything out by now, but I didn't suspect anything at all. Once home, with ice packs covering much of my face, I called the number to thank her for the air freshener. She laughed, asked how my face was feeling, and didn't want to hear that it would take days or weeks for both of us to heal. She told me there was no way she could meet her new roommate and her parents looking like this tomorrow, so she was anxious to fix it or cover it up quickly. Sweetheart, you're so beautiful that a little mark around your eye and some puffiness on your cheek only brings you down from a 12 to a 10. So don't worry. Just use some matching eyeshadow on the other side and cover the discoloration with makeup. You can say something funny about how you stood up for yourself and ended up getting pushed at your brother's graduation party, and how your brother, father, and some friends came to help you out. They will either be shocked that someone treated you badly and be proud of you and your family for standing up for you, or you may need to find a new roommate. You don't want to spend a year with someone who looks down on you for defending yourself. She liked that I called her a 12, even though she probably knew most guys would think her even better, thanked me for my ideas on hiding her bruises, and mentioned she might go to a spa tomorrow morning to let a professional do her makeup. Once that was settled, I asked about cheerleading practice, how she made the team, if she was joining the same sorority as her sisters, and asked other simple questions to get a sense of her personality. Being the youngest in a wealthy family often meant someone could be a bit self-centered, but I wondered if she had any redeeming qualities or if she was just someone who thought too highly of herself. When we talked about her high school activities, I was surprised. Yes, she had been a cheerleader for 4 years and was the head cheerleader in her senior year. She was prom queen, most beautiful, and class favorite all 4 years. None of that shocked me. But she was also class president for 3 years, the student body president in her senior year, had excelled in debate competitions, and had been part of the successful Scotty tennis program, even though she couldn't play in the fall due to cheerleading. Honestly, I felt bad for underestimating her and regretted judging her based on her looks and her background. She paused to set up the spa appointment, then came back to ask me about my childhood, my family, what I was doing now, and my future plans. I gave my usual vague answers to keep my family life private, told her I had been good in basketball, made some achievements in football, and participated in track events. Then she asked the question everyone asks, why I didn't go to college. I told her the simple truth. We didn't have enough money. The scholarship offers I got were from small schools far away or not very good schools in Texas. So I decided to work in the oil fields to earn some cash and think about my next steps. She realized I wasn't being completely honest about my family and my feelings about college. She asked some smart questions to dig a little deeper without showing that she doubted me. She was really curious about my friendships with Katrina and River, and how my closest friends were immigrants from Venezuela, Central America, and Mexico. She also saw through my story about the Beans being clients celebrating my graduation. She joked about my attempts to describe Glenda and Cindy as friends I made while eating at Glenda's cafe in Kermit. I said, even if there was more between us, I wouldn't say it. I try to be a gentleman, even if I come from tough beginnings. They are special women I care about, so let's leave it at that and talk about something else. She quickly changed the topic and started asking about my online classes. She couldn't believe I could earn credits for so many tough courses without a teacher or assistants to help. Shannon, everyone learns in their own way. I do best when I'm alone, solving problems on my own. I look at schoolwork as a way to grow, not just to get grades. Many people like classrooms, but most of mine at home felt like a waste of time. I prefer to work at my own pace on challenging subjects that have real-world uses, except for topics like philosophy, history, or social sciences that make you question your beliefs. She really engaged with that, and we spent the next hour discussing things back and forth, with each of us considering the other's views before disagreeing. She was young and hadn't done this much, but I could tell she was intelligent and had a sharp mind. Before I knew it, it was midnight, and I had an important job to start in just 6 hours. We said our goodbyes with a promise to chat again, and I went to bed wondering about the unexpected situation I had gotten into. The job started off well, mostly because I had a great team, not just because of my leadership. I left when the 5 o'clock whistle blew, feeling good. I was surprised to see a black Jeep Wrangler parked by my trailer with a couple of friends sitting on my back deck, having a good time with a woman who seemed like a goddess. My grill was on and there were covered dishes on the table suggesting a feast waiting for me. I parked in front, checked out the Jeep, and walked around to the back. Welcome, my friend. Your guest arrived early enough for us to clean your grill and make some sirloin burgers for the party you're hosting to introduce your friends to this lovely young lady. I'm sorry to say she got here right when we finished at 2, so we had time to clear up most of the misunderstandings she had about you. Not all, but most. Now greet her and start on the burgers. I'm really hungry. I walked right into the first question. How did you find this place, Miss Barnes? Well, there's a map program that showed me Orla and how to get here through Kermit. Everyone at Glenda's Cafe seemed to know you. Some even knew things about you that I wasn't aware of and were willing to share. I would have been here by one, but they kept telling me your life story. The owner gave me step-by-step directions too. And here I am. Welcome. But I don't think you want a welcome hug before I shower and change clothes. Meanwhile, you all can put the burgers on since you organized this party. Lazy as always. I went through the house, shaved, showered, and dressed nicely for the occasion. When I came back outside, my backyard was filled with tables and chairs, and a mix of people, including Katrina, River, Abe, and Isabel, his fiancée, were chatting and enjoying drinks. Shannon was on the deck, helping to host. I even noticed a sign in Spanish congratulating me on graduating from college. What is going on? Then I saw the smile on Katrina's face and River's big grin. I walked over and hugged both of them, then greeted my unexpected guest. I looked at her with a raised eyebrow and she explained, I wanted to make sure we could talk in person tonight, since last night we spent too much time on my phone plan. Meeting all your friends is just a bonus. Okay, but since you are here and I'm cooking, you're going to help me feed everyone. So wash your hands, put on an apron, and let's get to work. No, we were just teasing you. I'm the cook and everything is ready. Alexandro jumped in. Sit back with the lovely lady, enjoy a drink, and relax. This is about us and El Jefe, who made a stop at Sam's on the way home yesterday. I guided the lovely girl to a couple of tables where Katrina, River, Abe, Isabel, and several men were sitting. I reminded her that she got herself into this situation and then sat her down. The story of the bruise and black eye on her beautiful face got everyone talking. Abe and his dad shared how I had suddenly left the table, rushed to where a large cowboy was bothering Shannon, and how I took him down with one hit. From there, a crowd began to surround me, and I found myself fighting back as more and more people joined in. River then shared how Abe and Chad ran ahead to help, joined the fray, and began to take on the group, with Chad, a former football player, throwing people across the room. Abe told how a few of the older men, including River and the Beans, were handling their younger opponents until only our group and a bunch of officers with drawn weapons were left standing. Katrina and Shannon talked about the police handcuffing us and how the women stepped in to rescue us by convincing the officers that we were the good guys. Shannon, with tears in her eyes, shared her story of being harassed on the dance floor, breaking free, slapping the man, and then getting hit back. Her story made the police reconsider blaming us. Her recounting brought a lot of support from others who wanted to stand up for her. By 10 p.m., I had shared everything with Shannon, even if some stories were stretched a bit, like the tale of the big fight at the Wild Wild West Corral. If she wanted to keep talking after all that, it showed something special about her. Sam ended the party by reminding us of our work tomorrow, and Katrina joked that perhaps Shannon should stay with them since it was late and she had been drinking. In truth, I believed she had only had 2 beers the whole night, but she politely declined the offer, saying that Glenda had offered her place if it got late, and that was on the way back to Lubbock. That black Wrangler didn't leave until after breakfast 3 days later, and she was reluctant to go. She was young and still learning about relationships, but she was eager to learn. More importantly, there was a natural charm about her. Her face was lovely, framed by strong shoulders and a graceful neck. She had a healthy figure with curves that could rival any model, and her legs were long and strong, fitting her height perfectly. She looked beautiful in her short dresses and shorts, but she was truly stunning in her natural state. Picture her lovely figure, with a small waist and soft curves that drew attention. She enjoyed when I gently touched her, and it made her smile and react playfully. Her waist was very slim, and her hips curved out dramatically. I loved to run my hand over those pleasing curves, which always made her laugh and shift in delight. I could describe her legs, but the way all her features came together was captivating. It felt wonderful to explore those perfect lines, and she often giggled when I did. She had a lovely scent, and it was hard not to be drawn in by it. All of these pleasant sensations made me feel good, but I also had a thought that held me back. She came from a wealthy family and had a bright future ahead of her. I knew that someone like me didn't often end up with someone like her, even if I enjoyed the moment. Still, I focused on enjoying the time we had, rather than feeling sad about what might never be. As for the area in eastern New Mexico, it was vast and full of life. The land was known for its oil production and mineral wealth, especially potash. I shared this information with my work partner, who was dressed for the hot weather. On her first day as my intern, her outfit definitely caught everyone's attention. People at each place we visited paused to admire her, especially since they'd already met her at my party. On the second day, I received an invitation to visit Jerry's house to go over some final contracts and enjoy some cold drinks and burgers. I told Tom I would be happy to help, but my intern was with me and we were both dressed too casually for a party, even a laid-back one. He said that wouldn't be a problem. I was sure he and Jerry wouldn't mind, but I wasn't as confident about the two women. They were beautiful, but I worried that their bright clothes and shoes might be a bit much. I really didn't know. The young woman wanted to go back to the trailer to change, but we were at a work site far from there, so I had to say no. Then she insisted that I take her somewhere to buy clothes, so I told her to find the nearest store on the map. She did, pouted, and warned me I would need to stop somewhere so she could freshen up or else. I took a detour to a small truck stop /store/eatery, let her go inside, and filled up the tank. She rushed through the store, turning heads as she went, and headed to the restroom. When she came back 10 minutes later, everyone was watching her. She smiled at them, walked up to me, and asked, "Well?" I looked at her shoes and matching socks, then her shorts and shirt, finally meeting her gaze. "You looked different before, but now you look great. Ready to grab some dinner?" She playfully hit my arm, called me silly, and waited for me to open the door. "So now I'm supposed to get special treatment just because of a little makeup?" I teased while opening her door. She couldn't hold back her laughter, climbed in, adjusted the visor to check her reflection, took a quick selfie, then slid into the middle seat. With a smirk, she asked, "What's this weird scoring system you have for women? I've always been told I was perfect until you showed up." "I look at looks, brains, and personality, each up to 4 points plus a bonus for being exceptional. You can figure that out." She thought about it as I drove quickly to our destination, then lightly pinched my leg. "So, where am I not good enough? Looks, brains, or personality?" "Oh, you're great in all areas, but I have to take off points for being 18 and a new college student. Before you asked to ride with me, I was unsure about you because of your age and your background as a homecoming queen from a wealthy area in Dallas. But after spending 2 days riding through western Texas and eastern New Mexico with you, I've changed my mind a bit. You ask thoughtful questions, seem interested in what we're doing, and can talk to the rough oil field workers and a wealthy landowner with confidence. That's pretty impressive for someone your age. You really like to judge, don't you? So, how did I go into a store restroom and come out a different person? I hate to say it, but I had to break my own rules and give you bonus points for your looks." She punched me lightly on the arm, called me rude, laughed, and rested her head on my shoulder. I didn't say it out loud, but I decided she also deserved points for her nice personality. When we arrived, everyone was in the backyard. That included River and his truck, so I knew Katrina was here too. As we approached, we were noticed before we could get close. The women wore light sundresses, and the men were in shorts and shirts, so we fit in well enough. Still, when we showed up, conversations stopped and heads turned. Since they had seen my casual outfit before, I figured the stares were more about the girl beside me. She carried herself confidently and took the attention in stride. Once we reached the group, she greeted everyone warmly, complimenting the women and expressing happiness to see the men again. It was easy to see why people liked her. River broke the ice, asking, "So, Theo, when did I start paying you to bring a lovely young lady around instead of working?" "Meet my intern, boss. She's a freshman in a special program at Texas Tech University focusing on petroleum engineering. She wanted to ride along to see the Permian Basin and learn about the important jobs that support the oil field. So far, I'd give her a B. She's smart, asks great questions, and draws good conclusions. The only issue is she tends to slow things down at each site, but I think the workers feel better and more inspired after talking with her, so I might reconsider that. Overall, I'm getting positive feedback on her work." "I can imagine," Tom said with a grin, "but I hope she hasn't caused any more trouble. I'm still feeling tired and achy from the last one." She hugged him again, called them all her brave knights, and thanked them once more. The other women smiled and exchanged glances, appreciating a young girl like her doing her best. Married men often try hard, but they can't help but watch someone like Shannon. And so they did. I tried to ignore their curiosity, as their wives seemed to do too, but there would be a cost. It could be gifts, a nice outing, or a period of extra chores at home, but there would be a price. Still, they watched, thinking it was worth it. Shannon understood this. Her life had always been like this. People had been stopping her family for as long as she could remember to tell them how beautiful she was. She had a unique mix of qualities that made her stand out. She was used to the attention, winning competitions, and being the chosen one. She wanted to live up to those expectations, but as Theo was finding out, Shannon was a deeper person. She was smart, thoughtful, and curious about the world around her. She had a mature understanding of life and cared about people. Theo had unfairly judged her. She saw everyone fairly. That evening, while they sat around the table on the patio enjoying the breeze, the men talked about one thing and the women chatted about another. Doris quietly asked, "So, you and Theo?" "Oh, he's everything I want in a partner, and my family really likes him. But I'm starting a 6-year program for my studies. I'm part of a sorority and will be joining my sisters in cheerleading. Theo has a bright future ahead of him with his work, which he loves. I know I could love him deeply, but I have a lot of growing to do. I can't ask him to wait while I figure things out. Many other girls will likely be interested in him by then, and from what I've seen, he's already quite popular. So, as hard as it is, we will go our separate ways tomorrow. Maybe in 6 years, if he is still single, I will go after him like no one else has. But I know that may just be a hopeful dream. I'll part ways with a heavy heart, spend a week feeling sad, and then move on, hoping he is happy wherever he is." All three mothers got a bit emotional, realizing this young woman had more maturity than many adults, and they could see that she and Theo would make a wonderful couple. If only. That made the mood at their end of the table turn serious. The men were running out of things to talk about, so they decided to call it a night. On the way home, I asked her what happened down there, and she opened up. Doris asked me, and I told her. That was a chat I had been dreading, but she took care of it for me on the ride home. I almost argued, but her points were solid, so I just held her close against me until we reached the trailer. We only had that night together, but we made the most of it. The next morning, she left feeling sad because I had shared with her a special way of connecting that she hadn't experienced before. It was the best way of being together for her, and she wished to have that feeling every night forever. So did I. I don't know if she cried for a week since we had agreed to keep our distance, only checking in briefly. She let me know she had arrived safely with a bunch of heart emojis. I replied with hugs and kisses, and that was it. I became a dedicated fan of Red Raider football just to catch a glimpse of her during games. Somehow, she often ended up on TV. I even went to some home games, sitting far away so she couldn't see me, but I watched her through binoculars. I knew it was a bit sad, but she was someone I found hard to forget. 2 years went by. I stopped my quiet watching after 6 months and dated a few people, but my heart remained free. Then Julie came back to the ranch, and everyone celebrated her return. Jewel Bean, Maryland, was just as beautiful as her mother and aunt, with a kind heart. She joined a local health organization to help the people in her hometown. She had shiny black hair, warm brown eyes, a charming smile, and she took great care of her health, which showed. She was 5'7" tall, with long legs and an athletic build. She had a lovely figure, and while she didn't match Shannon's unique shape, she was definitely attractive. We got along well from the start, and her parents were thrilled with us. After attending a prestigious East Coast medical school, Julie was excited to be with someone who made her feel alive. She told me many times that she had never felt this way before, and just being near me made her heart race. It wasn't the same intense connection I had experienced with Shannon, but I never expected to find that again, and I hadn't even with my previous relationships. But this was the best I had, aside from 2 women who were older than me and a girl who was younger. I enjoyed being with someone so smart and ambitious, as well as thoughtful and caring to those around her. She was attractive, clever, a good person, and she loved me. What more could I want? We went on small trips to nearby places because working in health clinics and emergency rooms in Hobbs, Artesia, and Carlsbad didn't give her much free time. We loved hiking around Guadalupe Peak, had a fun weekend in El Paso, and enjoyed a 4-day break in Big Bend National Park, where our campsite in Chisos Basin became our home base. When I finally proposed a year after we met, she said yes with excitement. Doris and Jerry, along with Diane and Tom, had been planning that special day all year, so the busy doctor didn't have to do much for her dream wedding. I was happy to let others handle it since I didn't know much about weddings. The trailer in Orla wasn't a good place to live and wasn't very central, so I spent some money on a nice 4-bedroom, 4-bath house on 2 acres in Carlsbad, and we settled in together. The wedding was too big for any local Episcopal church, so her parents improved their yard with new walkways, a gazebo, and a dance area. Katrina and River were like family to me since mine wasn't invited. They organized the band, set up the rehearsal dinner, and rented tuxedos for me and my groomsmen. I would have been fine with only my best man, River, standing beside me, but Julie wanted to include Shay Lynn, 2 old high school friends, and some of her sorority sisters, so I had to think a bit more deeply about my groomsmen. Aside from River and the Bean brothers, I was closest to Abe, who gladly accepted my invitation. My friends from work, with whom I still spent time, politely declined, knowing it would cause quite a stir. I decided to reach out to Chad, who I had kept in touch with from time to time. He was my investment advisor, realtor, landman, and lawyer. Although we weren't best buddies, they were all young, single, or divorced, and they appreciated the invite for various reasons. Mostly, they were hoping to meet interesting people who could become future clients, so they thought it would be worth their while. Chad described the bachelor party at the man camp, where my coworkers could celebrate my marriage, as unbelievably lame. For my friends at the man camp, having kegs of beer, barbecued goat, beans, rice, and tasty brownies made with Mexican chocolate was a feast, and the start of a great celebration. Chad and other more sophisticated guests held their bachelor party in Las Vegas, which included more elaborate entertainment, or anywhere with entertainment and excitement. But Las Vegas, where Julie's bachelorette party took place, was the best choice. The next morning, they all woke up with bad headaches from the drinks the night before. They remembered that many stories were shared about the groom, even if they couldn't recall any details. Julie's friends returned full of energy, but Julie was quieter and more reserved than usual in the week before the wedding. Her friends came back to the ranch on Thursday, and everything was prepared for the rehearsal on Friday and the wedding on Saturday. I moved forward toward my destiny, but Julie felt some strange doubts and nerves that her mom, aunt, and maid of honor helped her with. On Friday, she pushed those feelings aside and moved on, looking beautiful and often reminding me of her love for me. The rehearsal and dinner went perfectly, although some of the speeches by the Bean brothers and their wives were a bit much for those visiting from out of town. The toasts from Julie's friends hinted at things that happened in Las Vegas that probably should not have been mentioned. This made me feel uneasy. By the end of the night, it was clear that the people from West Texas and New Mexico and those from New England were very different. The Easterners looked down on the Westerners, who found their attitudes amusing. Julie was caught in the middle of it all and wasn't enjoying her own wedding as much as she had hoped. I tried my best to support her, but she seemed almost shy about my help. I hoped the dismissive attitude would go away when the snobbish guests left. Here, a man stands by his partner, and she stands by him too. The wedding day went smoothly, and after the previous awkwardness, only a few select people were allowed to speak at the reception: the parents, the maid of honor, and the best man. No wild rants or secrets were shared this time. River spoke last, and there were hardly any dry eyes left when he told his story of a determined young man who had started with nothing and became a successful businessman, making both him and Katrina proud. The few guests who didn't tear up often rolled their eyes. Those who grew up with privilege and only mingled with each other didn't appreciate tales of hard work and success like the Texans and New Mexicans did. Their own stories, or those of their families, were probably more similar to mine. Those who had been with me for the last 10 years, like Glenda and Cindy, felt proud of the man I had become. We spent our honeymoon along the beautiful west coast of Mexico and Baja. During this time, Julie discovered that letting go of her hesitations could lead to more enjoyment and surprises in our relationship. Any worries she had seemed to vanish in the warm sun of the beach or in our cozy moments together. Dr. Carr returned to Carlsbad feeling happy and refreshed. She was ready to help people in need, whether they were struggling or well off, in the community health clinics of New Mexico. Julie and Theo received plenty of invitations to social events across 3 cities. She felt happy with our life together, even though her job kept her busy and traveling. I felt content too, but there was a part of me that felt a little empty. We had hoped to start a family with a couple of kids soon. Now that we were nearing 30, I wanted to move forward, but Julie wasn't ready yet. She couldn't really explain why, which left me uncertain. One day, I noticed an envelope on her desk. I picked it up and noticed an engraved invitation inside. It was for Julie's 10th high school reunion in 2 weeks. She hadn't mentioned it, so I asked her about it. "I don't think I'll go, Theo," she said. "I don't really know many of those people now, and I'm not sure about going back to high school. I was more of a bookworm and didn't have much of a social life. I'd rather not remember those times." "Forget about the popular kids. How many of them are doctors now?" I replied. "We can choose whether to go or not, but since 2 of your classmates were at our wedding, wouldn't you want to catch up and maybe show how far you've come? You look amazing, and I bet none of them look as good as you." She seemed to cheer up at that and said she'd consider going with her friends. I felt pleased. I don't often change her mind. But then, 2 days later, I received a reunion invitation myself. I had no idea how they got my address. Julie, knowing that I rarely talked about my hometown or school, was thrilled. "So, if we're going to my reunion, we're going to your reunion too." I tried to stay calm and explained that the 2 reunions didn't relate to each other. I reminded her that no one from my high school or family was in our wedding party, but she was set on it. Julie can be convincing. In fact, Dr. Carr is just as skilled at using her charm to get what she wants as her mother, her aunt, or any other clever woman. And she knows how to do it well. Even though I recognized her tactics, I enjoyed our time together. I found great pleasure in being close to her, waking up beside her, feeling connected. There were things that I wanted to try, but some were still off limits for me. One surprise she tempted me with was opting not to renew her birth control pills after this cycle. That was a big decision for both of us, one I never expected to agree to. So, we prepared for 2 reunions, scheduled 5 months apart. After a wonderful honeymoon, our intimacy remained strong for several weeks, but her long hours spent caring for the sick and injured took a toll on her. We settled into a routine of a couple of times a week, when she would unwind and escape through our close moments together. Saturday was our dedicated day for relaxing and enjoying each other. However, that pattern required her to be home most nights, and there were times when emergencies at work kept her away. Those nights were tough for us, and sometimes we didn't connect as needed. With our upcoming reunion approaching, our time together intensified, which felt both rewarding and a little worrying. I wondered why she could push her responsibilities aside when she wanted something, yet struggled to do so at other times. Things calmed down a bit after I agreed to the big decision, but I still enjoyed those special moments we shared. She and her friends organized everything for her reunion, including picking out the outfits for our meet and greet that would happen at noon on reunion day, as well as the evening event and a special luncheon the following day. I needed some new suits anyway, so I was happy to fly us from Midland Spaceport to Dallas for a shopping weekend. I stayed patient and put on a cheerful expression as I assisted her through hours of decision-making on Saturday. Even with her extensive education, she found it challenging to choose. As we arrived at her favorite store, I encouraged her to describe exactly what she needed for each event, detailing her vision for the meet and greet outfit, the perfect dress for the reunion, and the morning look for the Sunday luncheon. In the back of my mind, I thought about how different she was from the girl who had initially hesitated about attending. Now she wanted to stand out at every opportunity, even debating on the ideal swimsuit in case we had time to visit the hotel pool. I promise I'm telling you the truth here. I explained to the salesgirl exactly what the woman is looking to buy and where. The salesgirl brings out a jumpsuit, and it looks fantastic on her. The color, size, and fit are just right. But the woman wants to try on more options. We spend hours doing this, but nothing looks as good as the first one, which matches her description perfectly. After some time, I quietly ask the salesgirl to bring back the first jumpsuit. We both compliment the woman a lot, and even a lady walking by praises how great it looks on her, while her husband seems very impressed too. So the woman decides to keep that one aside and look for a nice dress. Suddenly, Mandy, our sales girl, appears with a lovely little black dress that looks like it was made just for her. It shines a little, matching her beautiful black hair. The dress has delicate straps and falls perfectly to show off her legs. Her neck and shoulders look elegant, and the dress fits her nicely. She looks amazing. In fact, she has never looked better in clothes. I feel a bit envious as a few men notice her as well. Mandy hands her some stylish black heels that accentuate her legs, and I can't help but admire her beauty. The woman makes several turns in front of the full-length mirror, posing confidently. When she asks for our thoughts before we can respond, her admirers begin to cheer and compliment her with phrases like, "You look fantastic." She smiles and says, "Put that one aside and let me check out a few more to compare." I'm feeling nervous, but Mandy simply replies, "Of course. I have many more pieces I think will look great on you." Look great on her? She's 5'7" and wears a size 4. Everything here is likely to look good on her. I wonder if we really need to try them all on. We get close to that, but I mention we should find something nice for an upcoming luncheon, and the store is closing soon. I also say I will buy the navy blue jumpsuit, the little black dress, and the purple mini, regardless of her choice. She smiles and agrees, saying those are her favorites too. Then she adds that she wants to find something lighter for the next morning. I think Mandy's shift might be changing, but she is just as dedicated as I, and I plan to give her a big tip if we can finish shopping before the store closes. Luckily, the pretty white floral sundress she brings out next is exactly what we wanted, and we managed to leave an hour before closing time. I gave Mandy 3 $100 bills as a thank you, and in return, she handed me her card with her phone number written on the back. "Call me if I can help again," she said. I put it in my pocket. I'm not trying to cheat, but I do like redheads, and who knows what might happen later. Besides, I might need someone to help Julie with her shopping again, and Mandy knows her stuff. I had about an hour to shop, but it didn't take that long. To my surprise, Mandy agreed with all my choices, even the 2 suits I could pick up tomorrow after they were altered. She was so happy that we went to a bar and grill near the hotel. We had a good meal, enjoyed some drinks, danced, and shared some intimate moments. Mandy is really getting the hang of things, and she's becoming more playful. For some reason, a position she used to avoid seems to be her new favorite, which I don't mind at all. I enjoy holding her close while she moves with confidence. The next day, we had a late breakfast and then went shopping for a bikini that was quite daring. I picked up my suits, and soon we were at the airport for our flight home. That bikini my lovely wife is changing in unexpected ways. It's exciting, but also a little surprising. The reunion for the Preparatory Academy of Albuquerque class of 2012 inches started at noon on Saturday in Ballroom A at the Marriott Hotel. We had registered in advance, so we received badges with our pictures. Julie picked a recent photo, not an old school one, but senior pictures were displayed around the room. After I saw hers, I understood her hesitation. She was very anxious, so I gave her some encouragement and held her hand as we walked around until her 2 friends arrived with their husbands. They greeted each other with hugs and left me holding her purse and yearbook. That left me with them. But they were busy making drinks and chatting with others. This allowed me some time to look through Julie's yearbook. It wasn't impressive, honestly. Our yearbook back in Cowtown High was better, but I found some interesting details. Julie, who was quite the achiever, seemed to have had a brief romance with the captain of the football team, which appeared to end awkwardly just before prom. She didn't appear in any prom photos, so that made me think she didn't attend. I also noticed there were several erased messages, and it seemed that some boys who wrote in her yearbook referred to her with an unusual nickname. Given what I already knew about cousin Shay Lynn, I felt uneasy. I noticed the big man as soon as he entered. Captain Tom Rawlings was still the same height he looked like in the yearbook photos, but he seemed bulkier now. His companion was hard to recognize. She looked less like a cheerleader and more like a football player. I figured it out when others rushed over, calling them by name. I searched for my much cuter wife and found her hiding behind a display board, looking a bit nervous. I walked over, took her arm, and asked her about the pair who just arrived. She giggled, squeezed my arm, and led me in another direction. We looked at a few displays and then found a small group of CPAs, nurses, teachers, engineers, and scientists nearby. They were genuinely happy to see Julie, now Dr. Julie Bean Carr, and they welcomed me warmly. Conversation started up, credentials were shared, and they admired Julie's impressive medical training and her commitment to helping those in need. My work as a businessman wasn't as interesting to them, but they were curious about our efforts to restore the old oil fields, so I earned some respect for that. We enjoyed our time away from the crowd, who were busy chatting and sharing familiar stories from their weekends at local bars. They seemed fit and confident, while we had more serious discussions, and everyone was content. But they couldn't just let us be. I caught the annoyed expression on the leading CPA's face, and the worried look on his wife's face just before I heard a loud voice and noticed his strong presence. Well, what are you all doing down here? Don't you want to catch up with your old friends? His voice echoed, and it made Julie tense up as I turned to face them. Actually, we're enjoying our time with our old friends, the CPA, Arnold, replied strongly. We're having a good time, and we prefer to keep it that way. Athletes and cheerleaders over there, nerds and geeks down here. Captain Tom seemed annoyed, but chuckled as he responded. Come on now, some of you used to hang with the popular crowd, you know, like old JB there. Julie blushed at the mention and laughter. I stepped closer to the heavyset guy, frowned, and asked, Did they not have a program for students with learning difficulties when you were in school here? He straightened up, stammered, and replied, Who are you, and what does that mean, boy? I'm Theo, Dr. Julie Bean Carr's husband. My question was simple. Did PAA have support for students like that when you attended? It seems you have trouble with initials, which could be a sign of it. What? He blurted, then laughed. Oh, you mean BJJB? Nah, that was just our nickname for her in high school. More laughter followed from his friends. I stepped even closer despite his size and quietly warned, Well, you're not in high school anymore, and if you mix that up again, it won't end well for you. I'm pretty sure this wasn't the first time he was challenged, but it was the first time in front of his friends, and he straightened up again. When he did, two of his larger friends stood next to him, as if size mattered. I looked at them and chuckled. You three will get one chance each, so don't mess it up. After that, it's going to get rough here, and I won't let Dr. Carr or Nurse Cantu help you. They hesitated, looking shocked at being called out like this, so I offered them another choice. You have two options, and 10 seconds to decide. Go back to your side and enjoy your drinks, or take your shot and deal with the consequences. What's it going to be? Time is ticking. Jelly Roll's partner pulled on his arm. Come on, let's leave these folks behind and have some fun. A nervous laugh rippled through their group, and they walked away, still laughing at the nerds and science fair winners. With my heart racing, I turned back to my lovely wife and the other winners from PAA. So where were we? Julie stared at me with wide eyes, and the others looked from admiration to shock. Arnold and a strong-looking man introduced as Sergeant Bill Adams from the New Mexico State Police, who was married to Amy Alderman, class salutatorian after Julie, assured me they were with me but thought I wouldn't need help. I chuckled. Only if I needed help getting my boot back out from his stomach. That group didn't look like they could handle much, certainly not any kind of real confrontation. They'd probably be exhausted after a minute. Now let's talk about something more enjoyable. Karen, you were telling us about how you get seniors interested in government and economics. We spent the next half hour enjoying the rest of the meet and greet. Julie seemed especially lively, staying close as we talked to others, even as we chatted with people across the room. I wondered what the evening would hold after the reunion. As Julie said her goodbyes, Sergeant Adams pulled me aside. Just so you know, tonight there might be some folks who get a little rowdy after a few drinks, so I'm bringing in extra security, 2 off-duty troopers in addition to the 2 locals who are already here. They'll keep things calm. Could you help cover the costs for the troopers? Of course, just let me know what I owe. And just so I'm clear, I assume if someone gets physical or is disrespectful to one of the women, especially my wife, I'm within my rights to respond? Exactly. I'll also check with my wife about why some folks seem to have it out for your wife. Let's exchange contact info, he said, handing me his phone to save my number. Dr. Carr, usually reserved and professional, seemed particularly happy to see me as we headed up to the room. It reminded me of how people sometimes react when someone stands up for them. They feel supported and grateful, even deeply connected. She was my partner, and I knew her professional reputation mattered greatly. Some people we'd run into tonight might not know how much she'd grown since her school days, but she was now a respected physician, serving 3 communities. Meanwhile, many of those who looked down on her had chosen other paths and weren't doing quite as well. It felt important to me to show respect for her hard work and accomplishments. No one, least of all people with grudges from the past, would get to insult her or question her success. Julie broke into my thoughts as she took a moment to unwind, getting comfortable as we settled in, both of us ready to relax before the reunion continued. Neighborhood cats gathered outside, drawn by the sounds of a stray cat. It was the first time since we met that she had truly worn me out. I decided to take a nap while she enjoyed a relaxing bath and got ready. When she woke me, I shaved, showered, put on aftershave and deodorant, and dressed in my new black pinstripe suit and dress boots which had pointed toes. She took a little longer to prepare, but when she finally appeared in that lovely black dress, my heart skipped a beat. With her shiny black hair in curls and wearing elegant stockings and heels, she looked stunning. She noticed my amazement, turned around to show off the full look, and playfully asked, "What do you think?" "I think that gorgeous outfit is going to turn heads when we arrive. Are we fashionably late, or do we have time for a quick moment?" She smiled and promised that tonight would be even better than this afternoon. Just as she reached for my arm, I jokingly asked, "Are you wearing something special?" She laughed and replied, "No, but they are very small and almost invisible, so it might look like I am. Now stop teasing and let's go. We're already late." With her poise and flair, she was the star of the evening. I felt like a regular guy with a princess by my side, and I loved it. I really appreciated my thoughtful partner, but sometimes it's nice to be with someone so glamorous. Petunia, the head cheerleader, looked unhappy, and her friends seemed surprised. Captain Tom, who used to date my friend, was not pleased to see her looking so good while he was with someone who had changed a lot since high school. However, I could see admiration and envy in the eyes of his friends. 2 women from her wedding party were mingling with some familiar faces, but when they spotted Julie, they quickly switched their attention to her. They hadn't gained too much weight and looked better with someone so charming instead of hanging out with past heroes. The crowd was much bigger than earlier in the day, and I was pleased to see a variety of people there. I looked forward to meeting some of them. As it turned out, I already knew a few. I recognized some fellow researchers and several familiar faces from 2012 who had grown and succeeded in their lives, including 2 I had known before they got married. Julie and I found ourselves at the center of a lively group, enjoying great conversations, sharing stories, and getting to know one another better. When the awards started, it was clear who would win Most Changed. She enjoyed her moment in the spotlight, drawing attention and inspiring mixed feelings among those around her. I wasn't sure she really earned it, unless the cheer team from 2011 had been quite different from what I expected. Instead of calling her out, Julie took home the prize. I had spent enough time in tough oil field bars before giving that up for Lent to feel ready for this kind of event, yet I almost missed Julie's discomfort as she looked down and turned away. I caught a glimpse of a man in the mirror who was mostly unremarkable. He was of average height with brown hair and eyes, and despite this, people moved aside for him as he made his way to the bar. He got a drink and wandered our direction, stopping to chat with others on the way. The band played, but only a few danced. Most people seemed more focused on catching up and meeting new friends. The man approached my wife, tapped her on the shoulder, and said, "Let's dance." She closed her eyes briefly, but then found her strength and turned to take his hand. I stepped in front of them. "Hold on a second, I'm Theo Carr, and that's my wife. Where I'm from, a gentleman asks the husband first before inviting the wife to dance. Did you miss that part, or were you raised differently?" He seemed more annoyed than angry. "Do you know who I am, Mr. Theo Carr? My grandfather was a governor, my father a senator, and I don't need your permission. Now step aside or you'll regret it." I laughed at his reaction, which turned red. "I must have missed your name and all those achievements, son of a senator. Go on, give it your best shot." He turned his head slightly toward a large man nearby. This man shook his head and came over quietly. "Mr. Higgins, that is Theodore Monroe Carr T.M. Carr, The owner of Secure LLC, and that is his wife. Maybe you should ask someone else to dance." The look he gave this man was one of clear disagreement, and then he turned to me with the same look. "I don't care who he is. I'm going to dance with Julie, and you can either move aside or find a new job." "No problem. You can call your security firm and replace me if the owner agrees. I wish I could say it's been nice, but it hasn't. Good luck with what you plan to do next." "You ungrateful fool. I made sure he would never work in security again." I laughed, and Eddie joined in. Higgins turned a deeper shade of red. A group of onlookers moved closer, probably hoping to see me get into trouble. That was when Julie slipped by me and said, "Please, Theo, there's no reason to be rude to Mr. Higgins. He is a very important person in New Mexico. I can dance with him, and that will settle everything without harming your reputation." "You know, Julie, I might have agreed to one dance if he had simply asked. Now there's no chance of that happening?" Higgins scoffed and shouted, "You poor excuse for a person. Julie is from a good family, and we will be married as soon as she divorces you. We've been together for months, and we are in love. Why do you think she stays overnight in Artesia so often? She's with me." That hit hard, but somehow it didn't shock me. There had been signs along the way, and my mind had quietly pieced it all together. I looked at Julie and realized he was telling the truth. Tom and the group of onlookers started making noise, but I ignored them. I talked to Eddie. "Why does he think he's so tough?" "He's been training in karate since he was a kid. He has a colored belt." "Okay. Let's keep this group out of it, and we'll see if karate beats a good old fight." I turned back to Higgins and said, "You can have her, but first, let's see who comes out on top, here or outside." Julie started to protest, but Higgins took off his jacket and tossed it aside. As I expected, he tried a surprise kick, thinking he could end it quickly. I blocked it and sent him spinning. He had good form, but he was not very strong. I laughed at him as he pretended to kick and aimed a punch at my face. I dodged, grabbed his arm, and bent it back. He yelled in pain, and I pushed him back, letting go of his arm. I laughed again, and soon others joined in. It seemed Higgins wasn't very well liked. Now he was really angry. He jumped around, shouting and throwing punches, trying to intimidate me. I danced just out of reach, teasing him until he tried to trip me. Not happening. I moved in while he was off balance, hitting him in the stomach, then in the side as he bent over. When he stood up straight, I pushed my thumb against his throat. He grabbed his neck, choking and gasping, clearly scared. I pretended to go for another hit, then let him catch his breath. As he turned to leave, I raised him off the ground with my big boots. My toe may have accidentally hit him, and he let out a sharp scream and lost his lunch right then. The fight ended with him curled up on the floor, looking miserable. Without wasting time, I spun around, shouted a Texas rebel yell, and charged at the others, who quickly scattered as if they'd heard a loud noise. I chuckled at their reaction and then faced my unfaithful wife, who was staring at her new partner with shock. "I can leave your things at your parents' house or in this room. You can choose to stay with him, go to your parents, or do whatever you want, but stay out of my life. Text me when you've decided, but don't call. I don't want to hear any excuses. Please, Theo. Let me explain." "Explain? No way. You did what you did, and I don't care why. You're out of my life starting now, and you'll get the divorce papers on Tuesday. Now what do you want me to do with your belongings? Leave them here or take them to Jerry's?" Reality was sinking in for her. She tried again. "Please, just let me talk to you. I made a mistake, but we can fix this." "No talking," I replied. "That time has passed. Since you can't choose, I'll leave your things in the room. You can call your parents and tell them why you're stuck in Santa Fe. They'll probably be happy to come get you." I took a couple of steps and made a call. "Chad, sorry to bother you on your Saturday night, but I need you to do a couple of things on Monday, okay?" "You sound upset. What's going on?" he asked. "Not much, but I just found out my wife has been unfaithful, so please call the liens on this man's property and stop all donations to his father's campaign. Redirect them to his opponent. Anyone who raises someone like him doesn't deserve my support." "Let me repeat what I think I just heard," Chad said. "Your wife is having an affair. You want me to call the liens on his property and stop his father's donations? Is that it?" "That's it for now. Let me know when it's all done, please, and send my regards to your family. Talk to you Monday." The group was back in their corner, drinking quickly and saying how they could have handled me but felt sorry for the situation with my wife. The others who had gathered around my confrontation with her and him had backed away, perhaps afraid I might take my anger out on them. Except Arnold and Sergeant Adams, who stood firm with smiles on their faces. Bill Adams reached out and said, "I checked up on you this afternoon, and they weren't joking. That was really something. That guy can't do anything right. He must practice with little kids if he thinks he's tough." We shook hands, and then I also shook hands with Arnold, who smiled and said, "Just in case he tries to take action, I recorded everything on my phone except the last few seconds. I missed that part. I'll send you a copy." Eddie joined me as I left the ballroom. "I tried to tell him, boss, but he thinks he knows it all." "I know, Eddie. I'll make sure your next job is with someone who is worth it." Eddie helped me pack and carry my bags to my truck. As soon as I got on the highway heading east, I called Jerry to share my story. He was shocked by his daughter's actions and had me tell Doris, too. She didn't seem as surprised as he was, but she did apologize. I decided to look into that later. If she knew about her daughter's trouble, our relationship could be tough moving forward. The anger and energy kept me going all the way to Carlsbad and kept me awake for a while until I decided to just let things be. This was an issue I didn't cause and couldn't control, so why stress myself out? I slept until 10 and thought about going to Glenda's for lunch, but decided it was best not to get in the way of her and the man she liked. He seems like a good guy, and I wish them well. Still, I could use a friend, and I didn't want to involve River. So, I ordered a lot of pizzas, buckets of chicken, 3 cases of soda, and headed to my trailer at the man camp. I had friends there, and they would appreciate a big Sunday meal. They really did. I shared my story, and we all had a great time until it got dark. They helped me back to the trailer and laid me down on the bed, but they took my boots off. Monday was rough, and my headache was just one problem. Tom and Diane called to get my side of things. It turns out their niece had a different story. I sent them Arnold's tape and suggested we could talk later, but I needed to call my divorce lawyer. They didn't call back, and neither did Jerry and Doris. My divorce lawyer, who was recommended by my best man, was glad to have the tape. He mentioned it would be helpful to have more evidence since cheating can be a reason for divorce in New Mexico if there's enough proof. I told him I had a team ready to look into this right away, and he explained the basics of community property in New Mexico. I wasn't sure how everything would turn out, but she had wanted to keep her bank accounts, investment funds, and retirement plans separate. She thought some of my business moves were too risky. I had never finished studying for the law exam, let alone taken it, but I understood enough about the law. I took some time to read up and felt good about my knowledge. She had really hurt her case by keeping things apart and being unfaithful for 6 months. Tuesday was tough because Dr. Bean got the divorce papers, and both she and my mom reacted strongly. Jerry felt awkward and did not say much, but he asked me to think about changing the reason for the divorce to irreconcilable differences if Julie agreed to everything. I said I would think about it, but I laughed as soon as I hung up. By the end of week 2, the investigation was done. I asked them to send the findings to my lawyer since I didn't want to know more about it. Senator Higgins called me and said he had cut ties with his son. He wanted me to think again about not calling in the liens and stopping my donations to his re-election campaign. I said I would think it over, which lasted about 5 seconds. Forget both of them. After some beer and a long talk with my friends, I agreed to meet with Katrina, who I knew would ask me to reconsider. She did, but only a little. When I offered to send her a copy of the tape and the investigation report, she gave in. She only asked me to consider using irreconcilable differences so her reputation wouldn't suffer too much. I reminded her that she was responsible for her situation, but I would think about it, and I did. I didn't dislike her, just what she had done. Changing a few words didn't seem like a big deal if I could get her agreement. I called my lawyer to discuss it. 2 days later, a courier brought me the signed divorce and settlement papers. I just had to wait 30 days for the judge to sign the decree. I got drunk that night too and listed the house in Carlsbad for sale. The trailer was all I needed, with offices in 2 states and River's credit card. Ironically, when I checked the mail at the house before I left, I found a receipt and tickets for 2 people for an event related to my old high school. I chuckled and tossed it in with the other mail to look through later. No way. 3 days after my divorce was finalized and 4 days after I started my work at the state capitol, I came home to find a brand new black Jeep Wrangler parked in my spot. It looked a lot like a truck that had been parked there a few years ago, and my heart raced as I got out of my pickup and noticed a party happening in my fenced backyard. The grill was hot, chairs were scattered everywhere, and a group had gathered around a woman with shiny blonde hair sitting on a table. I dusted off my clothes and casually walked around back. "Hey there! I thought I was going to do all the cooking. We prepared a big feast, so grab a drink and help with the food. The lost daughter has returned." And sure enough, she had. I couldn't believe how good she looked. Grown-up Shannon was so stunning that I hesitated to approach her. She didn't greet me at all. Her expression was neutral, and her body language said I didn't matter to her. Finally, I said, "So you've grown up. How do you feel about older men, particularly a recently divorced older guy?" "That depends. I know quite a few divorced older men, and I don't judge them. Anyone can make mistakes. But I do hold a grudge against old friends who completely disappear for 5 years, whether divorced, married, or single." "I thought that's what you wanted when you left." "Really? Then why did you keep an eye on me and come to football games with binoculars without saying hi? Remember what you said before? No contact? I was 18 and you were 24. Why were you letting me decide?" A stream of Spanish words came out from Juan, mostly scolding me to stop being foolish and admit I was wrong. Shannon echoed his sentiment. "When did she start speaking Spanish?" She still had a serious look, but I noticed the hint of a smile on her face. That was all it took. In 2 quick steps, I was next to her, wrapping her in my arms and admitting I had been a fool. She giggled and said I should remember that, then pulled me closer, resting her head on my chest. Standing there in the dry, dusty plains of West Texas, holding the girl I've always dreamed of, surrounded by friends who were happy to see her back, my heart overflowed with joy and gratitude. I could only see a few familiar faces, but those I could were either tearing up or smiling widely. I think I experienced both. We had a little too much beer, ate a bit too many ribs, and shared way too many stories about the time after Shannon left. They talked about my dating adventures the winter after she was gone, my confusion before marrying Julie, and my hurt and frustration when I discovered Julie's betrayal. For a group of hard-working migrant laborers, they had a keen understanding of my thoughts, almost as sharp as their dedication to the job. Shannon shared some updates, too. After a semester, she decided to switch from petroleum engineering to a 5-year certification program in environmental sciences. She only needed to complete her internship to graduate by August. As a legacy, she had pledged Chi Omega, attended all the required events, and made plenty of new friends at Texas Tech. Along the way, she had also learned how to steer clear of some of the rowdier fraternity members. During her time at university, she'd been a cheerleader all 4 years and had been named All-Campus Beauty 3 times when her sorority nominated her. College had been everything she'd hoped for, teaching her a lot about people and what to look for in friends. She was set to graduate with honors, so long as her internship supervisor, a guy named River, gave her a good review. 2 weeks in, she felt optimistic. One of the best parts of our barbecue and time spent together was that I gained a new roommate, Shannon, who was a senior intern with Pattaya Ventures, LLC. When we finally went inside to clean up and rest, I noticed that she had taken over part of the closet in the spare bedroom and a section of mine. It was interesting seeing all her colorful sneakers and shoes lined up on racks, along with the dresses and clothes that filled the space. "Pretty sure of yourself, huh?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Of course. I know you can't resist my charm," she replied playfully. With a laugh, she grabbed her things and headed to freshen up, while I took a moment to relax and prepare for the next day. She was truly the most beautiful person I'd ever seen, especially given the circumstances. I dried her off and she dried me. Then I playfully chased her to the bed. She jumped and twisted in midair, landing with her head at one end and her feet near the headboard. It was clear she was eager for us to get closer. She was delightful in every way. I enjoyed every moment together, feeling a connection like never before. I was fully lost in the experience and ignored everything else around us. After we shared some joyful moments, I rolled onto my side, picked her up gently, and set her down with a playful suggestion for her to turn around. The excitement in the air was palpable, and we found ourselves caught up in a joyful rhythm together. I can't explain how we ended up feeling so close that all we wanted was to cuddle and rest together after sharing such a happy time. When I woke up the next morning, I noticed she was no longer beside me. I felt a bit sad about that, but I loved hearing her cheerful voice singing "The Happiest Girl in the Whole USA." She welcomed the day with kindness, and even suggested we make lunches for each other. There was something so charming about her in her casual outfit, and I realized we needed to have a serious discussion soon. I felt myself falling back into deeper feelings, and I needed to know if this was more than just a short fling. I said, "Shannon, we need to talk." She responded happily, "Sure, you're in charge, so we can chat on the way to Santa Fe today. But first, let's get ready since we're running a bit late." She was right. We needed to start our journey to ensure we made it on time. She chose a tan suit instead of the black pinstripe and paired it with brown boots and a stylish hat. I got dressed as she asked and walked over to the area where she was waiting, hoping for her approval. "Get your things packed up and put my bag in the back seat. I'll be ready in 5 minutes," she said. Her beige dress fit nicely and ended at her knees, and she wore 2-inch heels. It was a smart, casual look, and I was dressed in a light suit. Together, we looked good. The compliments from the workers heading to the fields confirmed how great she looked. We were on our way to New Mexico when I remembered we needed to talk. I wasn't sure how to start the conversation. Finally, I said, "Shannon, this situation feels a lot like your last internship with me. You showed up without notice, we hung out, and then we shared some really special moments together. I need to know if this is just a quick fling like last time, or if there's something more. I don't want to watch you drive away again." She laughed and shook her head. "Well, let's see how this time is different from 5 years ago. I was 18 back then, starting college with all its temptations. Now I'm 23, and just a few hours away from finishing my internship. Do you see the difference? Last time, did I bring a big suitcase and take over half your space? Was that internship approved by my school like this one? Are you catching on yet? How about this? Did you think it was just a coincidence that I showed up right after your divorce was final? I mean, you've been hearing about me from my brother and, well, I've been keeping an eye on you too. Surprised? And here's the truth. I fell in love with you during those 3 days, and I hoped you would be free once I finished school. I felt sad when I found out about your engagement, and it hurt for weeks when you got married. But your friend Brad found some concerning information about your fiancé and began to worry. When he discovered the name Jack Higgins in one of the reports, he checked further. He was planning to share his findings with you when he had everything confirmed, but he suspected something was wrong. I know you, and I know you wouldn't tolerate any dishonesty, so I let myself feel hopeful. When things went south at the reunion, I felt bad for you, but I also felt good about my chances. I made plans and was ready when the divorce was finalized. I might have gotten some help from your friends who shared insights about you. River and Katrina may have shared more details, and River might have spoken to the dean to make sure my internship was with Patea Ventures. I can't say yes or no to that because I might have made some promises, and I keep my promises. But Theodore Monroe, I want you to know that I love you, and I plan to sleep and wake up next to you forever. Hopefully as Mrs. Theodore Monroe Carr. Any questions? Not really. I think you explained things well. I'll give you a bit more information another time, but we are an hour away and still need to discuss our responses to the questions from the Assistant Land Commissioner and the State Director of Oil, Gas, and Minerals. She turned, grabbed her shoulder bag, took out her laptop, and shared River's answers with me, along with suggestions to do it my way. His answers were just suggestions and not required. I laughed and told her she had earned the right to present the answers, and I would add my thoughts. She started to argue, but then sighed, agreed, and went back to reviewing River's responses and her notes. Since I was paying, they chose a fancy restaurant with a private room. I anticipated Greg's reaction to seeing my colleague. He was known for his charm around women. Amy surprised me, though. She's smart and talented, and she dislikes any hint that she used her looks to get ahead because she truly didn't. She is the most skilled and knowledgeable person I've encountered in OGM, but she does like to dress stylishly, showing off her legs to get what she wants. The dress she wore suggested she knew she was meeting me and wanted to keep me focused. I thought she might be jealous of Shannon, but instead she quickly recognized a friend in her and a useful partnership formed that would last. Greg seemed a bit lost for words. Maybe he was stunned by seeing Amy. It didn't really matter. Even though he ranked above her as director of OGM, she would have the final say unless this turned into a political meeting, where Greg could take charge. We enjoyed a drink and a nice meal, and then Amy opened her laptop. As you know, we received $47 billion to fix and clean up orphaned wells. Pitaya Ventures has been working on cleanup projects in New Mexico for years, and is the top choice for many landowners in eastern New Mexico. You are the last group we are consulting before we prepare the bid specifications, and we have several questions for you. First question, should we separate the bids into two parts, one for capping and plugging, and another for cleanup operations? What do you think? Shannon looked at me and I nodded. She began our response based on River's thoughts, and it was a strong reply. We at Pitaya Ventures, with our extensive background in cleanup tasks, alongside oil and drilling companies, believe the turnkey approach will best support the state, landowners, and the environment. No, we don't just plug and cap, but we work with various companies that do, and we have successfully completed projects with them before. When the work is shared among different businesses and issues pop up, the tendency is to blame the other team. If one company is in charge, the state knows who to hold responsible. We think that company will be more careful in planning and managing every site, so we highly suggest going with turnkey offers. Amy glanced at Shannon for a moment, then at me. Theo, do you have anything to add? No, ma'am. I think she said it all. What about the numbers? Are there enough companies like yours to handle a project this large? I answered. A project of this size needs to be split into smaller parts. Set priorities and offer the most important ones for bid first and see what you receive. If you can, consider the location because moving workers between far sites can be more expensive and take more time. We expect the state to know who will likely bid because all of us must pass an exam and be approved by you to work here. If you're asking whether we or any group can manage the entire project all at once, then no. We don't have enough dedicated and trainable workers for that, and neither does anyone else. We can take on parts of it, sure, but not the whole project at once. And don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Shannon, do you have anything to add? She simply replied no, and Amy moved on to technical details that River and I mostly understood, with Shannon pretending to follow along. Greg must have had the afternoon to himself because he kept socializing and enjoying the scenery, which I also admitted I did while they chatted. The difference was, he was leaning over the table, focused on them. From my angle, pushed away from the table and at a slight angle from Shannon, I had a good view of Amy's legs under the table, with Shannon's nearby. As the afternoon went on, their demeanor relaxed. Dresses hiked up a bit, and more skin became visible. It felt almost like they were in a playful mood. Then I caught their knowing glances and realized I'd been noticed. I apologize, but honestly, it's quite rare to see two lovely displays like these at once, and I momentarily lost my focus. Since neither of you has ended the show, I have to believe you aren't very upset. That broke Greg's focus. He quickly pushed his chair back to get a glimpse, but the performance ended just as he moved. He frowned, looking let down, but Amy winked at me and gave a little smile when he looked up. Then she exchanged winks with Shannon, and they giggled like young girls. It was after 4 when we got back to the truck, so I suggested we get a room for the night and enjoy Santa Fe. Shannon said she felt bad, but these were the only clothes she had with her. What? No emergency bag? Come on, girl. That's the first thing you learn in this business. Always take your emergency bag when you head out. She looked young and a bit shy, so I suggested we stop at a store I knew and put one together. She thought that was a great idea, and an hour later I agreed. Unlike Julie, she walked into an area, looked around, picked a few items to try on, chose the ones that looked best, and moved on. Of course, it helped that she looked great in everything she tried on, whether it was pants, shorts, dresses, or even sleepwear. She and the sales lady quickly packed everything into her new bag after her card was approved. I booked a room in my favorite historic hotel in Old Town while she was in the changing room, and that's where we went after she bought some toiletries at a nearby store. I learned never to take her to a swimming pool full of baseball teams in town for a tournament. She almost caused a stir and then joked that it was to balance things out for my admiration of Amy's style. I insisted she wear jeans for our walk to a New Mexican food cafe that has been around for over 100 years. It was probably better than a dress, and definitely better than shorts. But she still got attention, and people chatted and flirted with her right in front of me. It bothered me at first, until I began to accept it. We were waiting for a table, surrounded by fit young men from the baseball teams, when our names were called. She apologized and were led to our table. I was following Shannon and the waitress down an aisle when they turned right, and I found myself face to face with Jack Higgins and my ex. Julie looked surprised. Higgins looked shocked. Seizing the moment, I called Shannon back, brought her to their table, and introduced her. "Shannon Barnes, this is my ex-wife, Julie Bean, and this is her partner, Jack Higgins. Or are you two engaged now that I'm no longer in the picture?" "Not that it's your concern, but we're engaged," Higgins replied. Shannon looked at Higgins and then reached out to Julie. She shook her hand with enthusiasm and said, "I want to thank both of you from the bottom of my heart. I thought I had lost him forever, but you freed him again, and now he is mine for good. Thank you both." She shook Higgins's hand with excitement and then suggested we head to our table. Once we sat down, she asked, "Is she really a doctor from Johns Hopkins? Anyone who would trade you for that guy must not be very smart." Then she gently pulled my face close to hers and shared a kiss that made everyone around us notice. The waitress stood nearby, waiting patiently, until Shannon finally leaned back in her chair. The waitress, who looked to be in her late teens or early 20s, smiled at Shannon and said, "I'm sorry for watching, but I couldn't help it. You are the most beautiful person I've ever seen, and I mean that respectfully." "Thanks, but you are very pretty too. Do you live here, go to school, or what?" "I grew up here and I'm taking classes at SFCC to save money. If I earn enough from my two jobs, I hope to go to Texas Tech next year. I want to study environmental sciences, and they have some great programs. My dad has a tough job with a small company that works on old wells, but it's far away, so he's gone a lot. The pay is really low for the amount he works." "Sorry for sharing that. Let me take your drink orders," she said. She returned with our drinks and took our food orders before hurrying off to the kitchen, feeling a bit shy after chatting with us. I noticed how determined she seemed, and I felt for her situation. "You would chat with her if I wasn't here, right? She's cute." "Not really. If you weren't in my life, then maybe. I'd help her find a better job, too. She's had a tough life and has been looked down on by some people, but she makes up for what she lacks in confidence with her strong will. She'd be a great worker until she goes to Lubbock." Shannon gave me a charming smile and playfully touched my leg under the table. I smiled back until she looked at me with a playful warning, saying, "You need to stop that right now, or I might get embarrassed." "Go ahead and let them see," I replied as I playfully continued. She gently pulled my hand away, sat up straight, and looked at the couple next to us, who were smiling knowingly. I took my hand from under the table and gently wiped my mouth and chin, taking a moment to enjoy the smell of the food. The young woman watching us turned red and crossed her legs. The man next to her chuckled but shook his head, keeping his hand on his drink. It seemed like everyone was in for a good night. The friendly waitress came back with our food. After she served us, Shannon asked the waitress, "When do you finish work tonight?" "Not until 9, the waitress replied. "I don't have to close up, but I'll be here during the busy hours. We're just across the street at the old Santa Fe Inn. Why don't you stop by? We might have an idea to share with you." She looked from Shannon to me, her cheeks turning a brighter shade of red. Leaning in closer, she whispered, "I don't have a lot of experience. I'm worried you might not be happy." Shannon smiled broadly, trying not to laugh. "I really don't think that's the case," I said. "But I don't think that's why we want to talk. We represent a company working in the oil fields nearby, and we're hiring more people because we expect new contracts soon. Also," I added, "Shannon graduates in August with a degree in environmental sciences. If you join us, she can help you understand the regulations and requirements." Shannon joined in the conversation, looking lively again. "I know a lot about scholarships and grants for students, especially for those from low-income families. We can chat if you're interested." I handed her my business card, pointing out that I was the Theo noted at the bottom. She gave me a shy smile, thanked me, and hurried away. "It's your charm, Shannon," I teased. "You could make any topic sound appealing. Just tone it down a little when chatting with younger folks." I felt a sharp pinch on my leg, reminding me that Shannon had been quite excited just moments before. I realized the poor girl might have misunderstood the situation. After that, we enjoyed our meal. The green chili enchiladas and stew were incredible. We paid our bill, generously tipping the waitress, and then strolled through Old Town as Shannon planned our itinerary for tomorrow. Just as we entered our hotel, I received a message from Amy asking if we were still in town. I confirmed that we were and suggested the restaurant we had just left for lunch. She responded with an enthusiastic wink and said she would be there at noon and to reserve a table. Shannon laughed and asked if women often showed interest in me. I replied that I thought both Amy and Norma, our waitress, were talking about her. She playfully pinched me and said, "Did I forget to tell you about my experiences at school? You know how sorority girls are, always curious to explore. You did forget, but I'd be happy to listen to all the details when you're ready." She pinched me again and laughed, saying, "Typical guy." Then she suggested, "We should change into comfy pajamas to make our guest feel at home. It might take a little while, but I bet she would be comfortable pretty quickly if you encouraged her. Still, that might not be the best way to start a professional relationship." "Why not?" she teased back. "It worked for us." Just then, we heard a light knock on the door around 9:10. I let Shannon open the door and welcome her in with a hug. Shannon had a way of making anyone feel at ease with her warm voice and friendly embrace. When she stepped inside, she looked around and was happy to see the table, desk, love seat, and chair. She was about to take the chair, but I got there first, leaving her on the love seat with Shannon. Shannon noticed that Norma seemed a bit nervous. We shifted to more serious topics, discussing her high school and community college grades, her test scores, and her interests. She mentioned her extracurricular activities, which had stopped when she turned 16 and began working to help her family of 6. We also talked about her plans for the future. As Norma relaxed, her true personality shone through, and I found her engaging and charming. She and Shannon even started teasing each other, with Shannon joking about the challenges innocent girls face in sorority and fraternity life. Norma playfully replied, "How do you know how innocent I am?" with a wink. Shannon picked up on it and said, "Maybe we should return to that other topic we left at the restaurant," while casually resting her arm on the back of the love seat. This caught the 18-year-old a bit off guard. She blushed and quickly said, "I need to call my mom at 10 to let her know when I'm getting home." I was about to offer to take her home, but Shannon wasn't done. "Just tell her tomorrow in time for class," she suggested. Norma thought it over, and I could see her uncertainty. It was time to wrap this up. "Call your mom, read my name and business information from my card, and let her know my girlfriend and I are bringing you home after discussing a business opportunity." She pulled out her old iPhone and made the call. Mom answered quickly, and Norma followed my instructions. Mom said she would be waiting. We all climbed into the front seat of my truck, with Shannon sitting in the middle. Norma gave me her address, and I entered it into the GPS as we headed to her home. Before Shannon could say anything more to upset her, I told Norma, "If your dad is a good worker and doesn't use drugs or alcohol at work, he should call River Peyton. That's the other name on the card." We have crews working throughout New Mexico, though none are near Santa Fe for commuting. We have RV trailer camps near the work sites where he can stay and eat for free. The same applies to you. We could provide a laptop and some training online, but eventually you would need to move to our new office in Orla, Texas. You can take college courses online for less than a community college, and if you're a good worker, River might help pay for it like he did for me. "What do you think?" I asked. "I think tonight could be the luckiest night of my life. You've given me hope when I had very little. I can't wait to talk to my dad and call Mr. Peyton." "I believe we'll feel the same way a few years from now. We were lucky to meet Shannon, too, and she's been doing well so far. She's only been working for a few days, but she impressed everyone today at the meeting. We are living at the man camp in Orla, so we can help you if you decide to move down there." Her home was an old trailer in a rough part of town. Despite that, there was a small lawn and a couple of flower beds, along with an old but well-kept pickup in the driveway. It reminded me of where I grew up, minus my dad's old trucks and tools scattered around. When we pulled up, Norma's mom opened the door. Norma started to get out but paused. She looked at Shannon and then me and said, "I know you were just joking about the other thing, but for someone like me, being close to both of you would be a dream. Shannon is so beautiful, and you are so kind. I don't think I could have said no." "We were joking. But I want you to know, Norma, that I would be happy to spend time with you if things were different. You're smart and beautiful, and I hope you always remember that. Now go inside, talk to your dad, think about your options, and call River when you've made up your mind. We hope to see you again, but if we don't, it has been wonderful meeting you." Shannon added, "I'm sorry for teasing you so much. I'm used to college life where teasing is common. I agree with everything Theo said, and I hope to see you again." I wasn't sure how she managed it, considering how lively she was on the way back to the hotel and how little sleep we got. But perhaps it was the thought of shopping that got her moving early. She insisted that I take a shower and get dressed so we could eat at the buffet and check out the stores that opened at 8. I dragged myself along with her, but the painting of the Guadalupe Mountains didn't inspire me like it did her. I took out my credit card, but she said she was paying for her painting. I was okay with that. I was still feeling tired when we got to the Southwestern clothing store, but watching Shannon model clothes was nice, even though I was exhausted. She was excited about buying some Western and Native American-style skirts or dresses and boots to go with them. She found a colorful knee-length dress that she loved, but I thought it wasted her beautiful legs. I agreed to buy it if her next choice showed a little more skin. She smiled, ran off, and then came back with chocolate suede boots and a skirt with leather fringe. The blouse she picked had a Western style with matching colors and a neckline. The skirt looked modest until you noticed the fringe at the bottom. I told her to sit down, and while I thought it could wait until September, I knew it would be worth the space in her closet until it cooled down. Her next choice was an indigo jean skirt with a flashy gold zipper and stitching that caught the eye. She paired it with a tight see-through tee and a white boyfriend shirt with gold trim. She looked really good in it, and I worried about going out to a bar while she was wearing it. Her last pick was a navy jumpsuit with a long zipper that drew attention to her figure in a subtle way. She could have kept shopping, and I would have likely bought it all for her, but we had a lunch date at noon and it was already 11. She casually told me to put on jeans and a company logo shirt, then took over the bathroom. A great thing about having natural beauty is that it doesn't take long to get ready. I was surprised when she came out in the jean skirt, tee, boyfriend shirt, and colorful cowboy boots that she had tried on earlier, but I didn't know she bought. "You do know we're meeting the director of OGM, right? The one we want to impress for the bid sheets?" "I do, and you need to trust me. Greg won't be there, and she's interested in both of us for reasons beyond the bid sheets. Now grab your hat and let's cross the street. If she asks, we'll say we only brought one set of business clothes, so this is what we have. She'll be pleased." Amy hurried in right after we were seated in a cozy corner with our favorite waitress, who was working the lunch shift today. Norma's uniform was meant to be cute and bright, but she made it even better, and Amy noticed when Norma sat her down. Amy also saw my fitted jeans and logo shirt when I stood to greet her. I almost stumbled over my chair when Shannon stood. In a heartbeat, I realized Shannon knew what she was doing. Amy was a stunning, blue-eyed brunette, married with 2 lovely kids, but she surprised me. I wondered how many others in the capital knew about that. The table Shannon picked was square, placing Amy between us, and she seemed unsure about which side she preferred. Shannon apologized for our casual outfits and gave Amy a light excuse. Amy reassured us, saying it was fine since we did not know she wanted another meeting. The talk flowed from one subject to another until after we finished eating. When Norma came to clear the table, I asked, "What did your dad think, Norma?" She perked up, saying, "Thank you so much, Mr. Carr. After he spoke with Mr. River this morning, he felt like a new man, so happy and full of hope. He starts work in Orla on Monday, so we're driving down on Sunday. Mr. River is letting our whole family stay in a nice RV with plenty of room." Shannon asked, "So you'll be going too?" "Yes, ma'am," Norma replied happily. "My professor said I could join through video call, just like the way students did back in 2020. I'm so excited I can barely keep track of everything." "And what did River say about your office manager training?" Shannon asked. "Oh, right. I start training on Monday with Miss Katrina, and I will get paid. He also offered to pay my mom to help keep the office and any empty trailers clean and make the grounds look nicer." "Isn't that wonderful? You changed our lives in just one night. I can't thank you enough." Shannon winked and joked. "Oh, we'll think of something," which made Norma blush red, and she quickly got back to cleaning. I added, "That's fantastic to hear, Norma. Tell your dad to spread the word to other hardworking, responsible people to apply. We always need good help, especially in a few months. Mr. River said the same thing, and my dad started a list right after the call. You have my number. Call me when you know what size U-Haul you need, and I'll help arrange it. We'll cover your moving costs, okay? She paused her cleaning, her eyes filled with emotion, and began to cry. Shannon got up to comfort her, giving her a hug and words of support. Soon Norma calmed down, took a determined breath, and came to my side of the table. She leaned in, wrapped her arms around me, and gave me a quick kiss on the cheek. Shannon smiled brightly at this, and then Norma said, "You are like a kind savior. I shared my struggles, and you made everything better for me and my family. I'm feeling so excited that I can't focus, but I can hardly wait for Sunday. Thank you again, you amazing guy." She went back to her work, cleaned up the table, and left. Amy had been quiet during the show, but now she spoke up. "That's a summary of what I found out about you and River Peyton when I checked with landowners and officials. You take good care of your employees with fair pay, housing, food, and insurance, and look after their families too, which is why you have such great workers. It's a smart way to do business. I won't say much about the bidding materials you'll get soon, but you should start getting more people and tools ready. I have a feeling you'll need them." I paid while she talked with Shannon, and we walked her out to her car. She paused at her car door. "I doubt my little disguise fooled you, especially Shannon. I need to be careful for obvious reasons, but if either of you ever wants to have some fun, just give me a call." She climbed in. I closed her door, and she drove away. "Well, I guess I did great," Shannon exclaimed happily. "You did, and it annoys me," I replied sharply. "Since I met you, I've worried about keeping you safe from men, but now I'm worried about women too. It seems like everyone is attracted to you." She laughed. "I can only speak from high school and college, but yes, that's mostly true. I do catch the attention of a lot of different people, and some are not the best, so I really need your protection." I stopped at the desk to pay for a late checkout, then endured another round of playful teasing from Shannon before we packed up and drove away from the sunset. We got back around 11, so we dropped our things in the other bedroom and went to bed. That simple act would lead to an important change in our lives the next day. I woke up first and enjoyed watching her sleep. Her soft golden hair framed her beautiful face, and the sheet covered most of her body. I could have watched her for hours. To me, she is as stunning as famous beauties like Elizabeth Taylor and Grace Kelly. I know my opinion is shaped by love, but it means the most to me. I also know I'm right, based on how others react to her. When her bright green eyes opened, she stretched and then pulled me in for a kiss. She moved closer to me, making those little happy sounds I love, and deepened the kiss. Understanding that we needed to leave soon, I gently pulled away from the kiss and reminded her, "We have a breakfast meeting with Katrina and River in Pecos at 9. We should clean up, get dressed, and head out soon." She sighed and got out of bed, rushing to the bathroom for a shower. I needed to step outside too, so I went to the gravel parking area to take care of things. Living in a small community lets you do that without worry. She emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, and called for me to hurry. I laughed, took my shower, and moved some things around in the cluttered bedroom to find my boots from the night before. I accidentally uncovered some papers, although I didn't notice at first. "What is this?" she asked, holding up the tickets to a reunion. "Something I foolishly let Julie talk me into. I forgot I even had them. You can throw them away." "No way! You never tell me about your hometown, family, or high school. Unless you're ashamed to come with me instead of Julie, we're going..." "Oh, sweetheart, it's a long drive from here, and I left for a reason. Julie convinced me to buy the tickets, but I never planned to go. There's a song called 'You're Always 17 in Your Hometown' by Cross Canadian Ragweed. I can play it for you on the way to Pecos." Anyway, when I was 17, I caused a lot of trouble, and my family was just as eager to see me go. I was surprised to even get the invitation. I didn't think anyone still cared where I was. "Let's get going to Pecos," she insisted. "But I don't care who you were at 17. You're 28 now, a successful businessman with a wonderful girlfriend, and you look great. I want to show everyone how far you've come." Her encouragement made it sound appealing, so I played the song for her. She wasn't swayed. "That's not you anymore, and we're going. It's the third weekend of September, so we have time. By then, I'll have graduated, and I'm hoping to find a nice guy to settle down with, too. I need to find someone who loves me for who I am, and I believe I can do it. With that, it seemed like we should spend some time online looking at rings to understand her taste. I knew I wouldn't let her change her mind this time. Katrina made an amazing breakfast. There were pancakes with honey or 3 kinds of syrup, thick bacon, sausage patties, and scrambled eggs. Casual talk over breakfast turned serious when we moved to the office with our coffee. I let Shannon share what happened in our meeting with the assistant commissioner and director. Then I informed everyone about a meeting we planned with Amy the next day. River chuckled and said, "You two make a great pair. You have a way with the ladies and Shannon impresses the guys. Katrina and I have done that a few times, right, honey?" She smiled and laughed, and I was curious about what she meant, but instead I corrected River. "You're right about Shannon impressing the guys, but it's not just the guys. A certain director made a move on her just yesterday." I said it to tease Shannon, but her quick reply made us all laugh. She simply shrugged and said, "As we say in Chio, why not include everyone?" Once the laughter settled and Shannon confirmed she was teasing, admitting she had been approached many times by women, we shifted to discussing the Alanis family. Mom Karen, a striking blonde with blue eyes, had been estranged from her family after her second year in college for marrying someone they disapproved of. She and David raised 4 kids in 8 years, with the oldest being Norma, and she had never gone back to work. However, checking with her past employers showed she was a good worker, so River was looking into other opportunities for her, beyond just cleaning and landscaping. Since she had studied botany in college, that might be her calling. David had done every job in the oil field except cleanup, and River was impressed by his intelligence and eagerness to learn. With the right training, he'll be a great help in a few weeks. I've already received 6 inquiries about jobs from his co-workers. We didn't talk to Norma for very long, so we're relying on your assessment of her skills. Katrina will introduce her to our systems and software next week, and we can go from there. Any thoughts? Theo and Shannon looked at each other, and then Theo spoke up. "First of all, she's quite attractive, so keep that in mind. Secondly, we found her to be smart and quick thinking, and we believe she has the work ethic needed for the job as well as for her studies. She is easily embarrassed, but she's a young woman ready to grow, so this job and support for her college should help her. We suspect she has faced some difficult moments with those in positions of power, but she showed great strength for her family's sake. We think her confidence will grow with her success, but she can get nervous and may shy away from intimidation. Shannon saw that when she jokingly teased her the night we met. That could be a problem when dealing with angry suppliers, competitors, and stubborn government offices, so keep that in mind, too. She'll be a project, but it's likely she'll become a very good and loyal employee that we can rely on for years." Katrina replied, "Wow, I'm impressed, Miho. You focused on her feelings and emotions instead of just her skills or looks. That's a big change from the Theo of a few years ago." "Well, having you, Glenda, my wife, and the one I still think about, reminds me to be more aware of the ups and downs of how women think. I may never truly understand it, but I try. Shannon, do you want to add anything?" "I just want to know who the one you still think about is." "Go look in the mirror," I joked. She jumped up, walked around, and sat in my lap. She gave me a playful kiss, and this one lasted until River said, "Okay, that's enough. If you keep this up, we won't get anything done today. And as your internship supervisor, I can assign you to someone else so my partner can work?" She quickly stood up, saluted, and said, "Yes, sir. I'll behave better in the future, sir." River started laughing, and Katrina shook her head. "She knows you well, honey. You have no chance, so don't even try." Shannon smiled at Katrina, but then looked serious. "Can you tell me why he is so hesitant to go to his high school reunion? With his success, I would think he'd want to show off a bit to his classmates. Brad certainly did a few months ago." "That's not my story to share, sweetheart. But I can say his connection with Norma and her family is very personal. You two should discuss that. But he is reluctant to talk about his family, school, or hometown." "I'm right here, you know," I said, playfully scolding them. "Are you? Or is some of you here and some of you hiding?" Shannon challenged. I looked at Katrina and then at River, asking, "So what does our day look like?" All I had planned was this breakfast meeting. Sure, we could sit here, drink coffee, and chat until 5, but the real purpose of this breakfast was to hear about your meeting with Amy Wentworth. All I've heard is that she made a suggestion to our intern. Did anything else important happen? Actually, she predicted we would be very pleased when the bids came out, and we should recruit like crazy so we'll be ready when the bids are awarded. That's my take on her message, right, intern? Maybe a bit stronger than she put it, but she was being careful with her words, Shannon agreed. Great! That's exactly what I wanted to know. Shannon, are you ready to make the biggest sacrifice if that's what she asks for? River asked without changing his expression. Oh, for sure. I'll have that tough lady asking for help and giving all the work to us if that's what it takes. Everyone listened closely to see if she was joking or serious. She kept a straight face for a while, but then a small smile crept onto her lips. Okay. I thought you were joking, but you really had me guessing. I don't think I'll be inviting you to our poker nights, River said with a laugh. Then he looked at me, sighed, and asked, Now, partner, what are you thinking? I took a deep breath and slowly let it out before speaking. Shannon, that rundown trailer of the Alani's family we saw yesterday? Imagine that as a small, falling-apart shack with old and broken vehicles around it. The mom who stood in the doorway was like my dad, always drinking, and my family was the same. My mom drank, too. I guess it was the only way for her to handle the beatings from my dad, which he sometimes gave to me and my younger brothers as well. I went to school many times with black eyes and aching ribs. Yes, he would aim for the ribs because they didn't show bruises, but the pain lasted for days. I visited the clinic and saw the school nurse too often for injuries like that. But no one who was supposed to protect kids like me ever stepped in. The sheriff? You've got to be kidding. He's part of the family that runs everything in Cow County and doesn't care about kids like me. When I finally found the courage to tell someone about my dad when I was 12, he just said to stop being a kid and do what I was told so that my dad wouldn't have to teach me a lesson. The beatings did stop when I turned 14. I bought a gun from a gang member, waited until my dad was drunk, and then I really stood up for myself. When I was done, I put the gun in his mouth and told him he'd never hurt me, my mom, or anyone else again. I told him to pray for mercy because he wouldn't find it from me. He cried and begged when I clicked the trigger on an empty chamber. After I got off him, I kept the gun with me and promised him that if he ever harmed my mom or brothers again, I would make sure he paid for it. That changed our relationship for the rest of high school, but I worried he might someday buy a gun himself and come after me in my sleep. I will say he did come to appreciate my success in sports, even if he first thought I was wasting my time and should focus on working instead. I touched the gun and told him I'd work weekends and all summer, but I was busy with practice and sports every school night. I told him to mind his own business if he didn't like it, so I focused on playing. I was good at it, and I received a lot of recognition for my school and town, which helped him get some jobs. He even got some praise for my success, and thought it reflected on him or that he had something to do with it. In a way, maybe he did. The school staff paid special attention to the Smithermans and the rich kids, but by the time I was 17, they knew not to mess with me. I brought my tough attitude to the football field, basketball court, track, and classrooms, but nobody failed me or sent me to detention. I was known as that smart car kid among the teachers, but I was also second-team All-State in football, All-District in basketball, and won medals in 2 events at the state track meet as a senior. Shannon knows some of this, but she's still pushing me about it. And you two have never heard the whole story, so here it is. Why don't I want to go to the reunion and see my old classmates? Honestly, I was an angry kid in high school, and I don't have any friends from back then. Yes, I dated a few girls, but they wouldn't care to see me now. I was good at sports, but my teammates were more upset with me than thankful, and the Smithermans are still upset that I was the best player and not one of their sons. So, what's the point? It's certainly not about going back to renew friendships or see my family. Even the younger brothers I looked out for probably hold a grudge against me for leaving them behind. So forget me all. How about I take all of you fishing at Red Bluff Lake instead? After I finished, it was quiet until Katrina spoke. Theo, I've been following your hometown and school online. Do you know a guy named Will Callahan? He's a bit older. I heard he married one of the rich girls, but it didn't go well. That's true, but more importantly, he and some friends wrote songs about the problems in Cowtown and helped bring down some of the corrupt folks. A number of the Smithermans and their supporters ended up in prison, and some locals known for fighting corruption have taken office. Some of them might be your classmates or teammates. I'm not saying this fixes everything for you, but at least some good has happened, and many of the bad people have been removed. That's interesting, but as you said, it doesn't really change my situation. I'm still seen as the punk car kid, the angry teen, and that won't change. Frustrated with my attitude, River said, "Come on, yes it will. You show up with this amazing girl on your arm and we'll be there to support you. We will share your success in business, your college degree, and your bright future. Be kind to everyone and show them you are not the same person you were at 17. You might be surprised by how well they welcome you. I'm not sure what to expect from your family, but remember, you can't choose your family. If they still aren't great, you might help them with a nicer place to live and a little support. It won't cost too much, and it could create some goodwill. If not, you'll earn some kindness in the eyes of those watching over us." I took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and asked, "So if I go through with this, all of you are coming with me on the 3rd weekend of September? Because I definitely don't want to do it alone." They all agreed, and then River joked about how tough I was at the reunion in Santa Fe, but not so brave now. I didn't respond, but many thoughts ran through my head. On Sunday, the Alanis family arrived to find wonderful food cooking and more help unloading than they needed. The kids were excited about their new home. Mama shed some tears, Dad looked a bit overwhelmed, and Norma shared hugs and thanked everyone who helped them move and prepared for their arrival celebration. El Jefe, La Señora Jefe, El Segundo, and La Chica Linda received most of the praise, but we made sure to extend appreciation to everyone who worked hard. Yes, we bought the kid goats and groceries, and we asked everyone to help welcome the newcomers just as they had been welcomed. But it was the men and women who cooked, set up the celebration area, and moved their belongings who truly deserved the thanks. They received appreciation, but Norma also expressed her gratitude to Shannon and me, and she gave special thanks to Mr. River and Mrs. Katrina. That girl was sweet, and she really could give a good hug. Shannon, River, and Katrina all agreed. The celebration was a lot of fun. It was a chance to get to know Karen and David and enjoy their lively kids. However, it ended at 10 p.m. because everyone needed to work or practice early the next day. The trainers shared positive reports, and it seemed we had found a great fit with Norma, Karen, and David. Seeing the bidding sheets for the orphaned wells look almost like our own was a nice surprise, too. Shannon and I celebrated with a high five, and then I gave her a cheerful hug and a spin. Our intern impressed everyone all summer, even managing to fix things between Jerry, Doris, and me. They had not really been upset after I changed the reason for the conflict, and we kept a good working relationship throughout. We had even gotten new jobs from other ranchers after my adventures at the reunion. Although we didn't gain any new contracts, Jerry and Tom didn't seem upset with us. After spending a full day with Shannon, the women came around. Doris apologized for her daughter's behavior and told me how much Julie regretted what she had done. A few days later, we received an offer for 30 more sections. I think the intern will likely get another A and keep her straight A record, but it's too early to tell for sure. Shannon's graduation in mid-August was a welcome break from the intense heat of the desert. We arrived in Lubbock a few days early to shop and relax. The ceremony was much smaller than the spring graduation Brad and I attended, but no one had a cheering crowd like Shannon. She received the loudest cheer when she graduated with the highest honors. Her family had a reservation at the same steakhouse and dance hall we had visited that memorable night. The food was just as good as I remembered, the band was fantastic, and we didn't get teased as much as we thought we would about the fight Shannon started. Being with her parents, grandparents, sweet sisters, and their boyfriends for the first time in over 5 years was a special experience. Brad and I had kept a good business relationship through those years, all while staying friends after our short time together on the gym floor waiting for our own graduation. Being with him and his wife made our connection feel even stronger. Glenda and Cindy weren't there, but sent generous gifts of French perfume and other lovely items. Everyone enjoyed reconnecting with Katrina and River's surprising job offer amazed Shannon and her father. Brad smiled, knowing what was coming. We had won as many state bids as we could manage, and they were profitable. But we needed more people quickly. Shannon and I would lead the recruiting and training of new employees for various jobs. both in the field and in support, and her brother knew how persuasive she could be. It was a lot of money for someone starting their first job, but she was the perfect person for it, and River was always willing to pay well for good work. We talked, we danced, and we took turns celebrating the new graduate. She smiled and enjoyed her moment in the sun, thrilled about the job offer she had just accepted. She had danced with her dad, grandfather, River, Brad, and me. After a quick chat with the band, she, her mom, grandmother, and sisters performed some classic rock songs from the 60s and 70s, along with Mom's favorite tunes from the 80s and 90s, and the sisters' current favorites. Other women and a few men joined in, but soon everyone either gathered around or found spots to watch. After each song, the big crowd cheered loudly for them. Angela and Kelly looked even better than when I had last seen them. Mom was stunning, and grandmother Cecilia, at age 70, moved with more energy than I had expected. If Susan and Cecilia were a glimpse of Shannon's future, her future husband would be very lucky. It had been a fantastic afternoon and evening until a tall, confident cowboy walked right up to us, completely ignoring me. He reached out his hand and asked Shannon to dance. We had danced with others all night, and Shannon had danced with some of her friends, but this man's attitude was off-putting. Everyone at our table noticed me getting upset, and I spoke up before Shannon could reply. "I can see you think you can just walk up here and ask my fiancé to dance without asking me first. What makes you think that's okay?" Shannon placed her hand on my arm as soon as the cowboy appeared, and she heard my reaction. Brad, the new boyfriends, and Dad had already moved their chairs, ready to step in because they could tell I was not happy. Strangely, River just sat there smiling. Shannon, however, was not worried about my reaction. Instead of warning me or confronting the cowboy, she looked right at me and said, "Fiancé? I don't remember you asking or me saying yes, and I don't see a ring on my finger, so I can dance with whoever I want." She turned to the cowboy with a bright smile and stood up to dance. I could hear everyone at the table holding their breath while the cowboy grinned. I knelt down, holding something in my left hand and reaching for her hand. I caught it and looked up at her. "Shannon Alana Barnes, the one true love of my life, would you do me the honor of marrying me? I don't deserve you, but no one else does either, and no one could ever love you as much as I do." She looked at me with a smile, then turned to the others at the table before fixing her bright green eyes on me. Suddenly, she knelt down. Her face grew serious, and she said, "You saved me on this very dance floor over 5 years ago, and I've loved you ever since. I can't tell you how many times I wrote Mrs. Theodore Monroe Carr in my notebooks during class, or how many nights I dreamed of being close to you while we were apart. You are my soulmate and my partner for life, whether or not we have a ring. But I'm honored to accept your marriage proposal and this beautiful ring that I haven't seen since last Thursday at the jewelry store downtown." The first part of what she said seemed prepared but heartfelt, though her last sentence had a playful hint, showing me that she knew what was going on. We kissed while still kneeling, then stood up, and I introduced the tall and handsome Miguel Alaman to everyone. He shook my hand and hugged me to congratulate me, and he happily returned Shannon's hug, thanking him for his role in the surprise and promising him the second dance of our engagement evening. I let her show the ring to everyone else for 15 minutes, then signaled the band leader and led Shannon to the dance floor for our special engagement dance. The song played was our first dance from long ago, Silver Wings. Miguel sat in my place and greeted River and Katrina, asking how they were. When we returned, Shannon grabbed Miguel for a dance as the band played Amarillo by Morning. That handsome cowboy seemed like a better match for her than I did, but she came back and sat on my lap, smiling. Her dad asked, "How did you know, Shannon? Brad and I were talking and completely fell for it. We were even ready for a fight." Angela nodded in agreement, and my now fiancé explained, "It started Thursday when he took me shopping, and we ended up at the best jewelry store in town. The first clue was when the jeweler showed us this unique ring that was clearly custom-made. It had a beautiful oval diamond surrounded by pieces of turquoise, agate, and topaz that were said to be from West Texas or New Mexico. I loved the ring, but I knew something like that would be very expensive, so I asked to see a few others. Instead of seeming happy that I was looking at different styles, Theo looked let down. Later, while I was checking out necklaces, he and the salesman went into the back. After we left, he asked me which ring I liked the most, no matter the price. I told him it was that unique ring I saw first, but I also liked a much cheaper oval diamond that we checked out last. He just smiled and said both were nice. Nothing else was mentioned. I had completely forgotten about the rings while enjoying my graduation party when a confident guy walked over and acted rudely toward Theo. Normally Theo would have reacted strongly, but as I held his arm, he didn't seem charged up. We all knew he could be tough, but something felt different. His tough words didn't match his usual confident stance, which made me think something was wrong. Then it hit me that he called me his fiancé. At that same moment, I noticed that Miguel was relaxed and seemed unbothered. That's when everything clicked in my mind and the light bulb went on. I played along, but I already knew. His proposal wasn't typical. It wasn't a cheesy moment on a mountain at sunset, but it had to do with our first meeting. I had to give him credit for creativity, but I wasn't fooled. She smirked when she said this. But you still said yes, so it wasn't a total fail, right? I asked. She grinned and said, the chance I would have said no to you is 0, so don't feel too proud. Still, I have to admit it was sweet, especially considering how we met. I love you even more for planning it, and I'll always remember your proposal. And now the real planning begins, Mama Susan announced. Shannon, ladies, we need to meet tonight or tomorrow morning. Shannon snuggled deeper into my lap and replied, not tonight, Mom. I have other plans. There were knowing laughs and smiles around the table, and Susan said, okay, right after breakfast in my room. It's a Mustatin meeting, so don't party too much tonight. Yes, Shannon had her plans, and we might have enjoyed ourselves a little too much. It wasn't my fault. I thought we were done a few times, but she looked at her ring, and suddenly, we were back at it. We made it to breakfast, and she joined the meeting on time, leaving the guys to tease me and share stories about weddings. Their advice to me was simple. Voice my thoughts early, make sure to state my must-haves, and then step back unless my input was needed. They warned me to be cautious of traps if I did speak up. It sounded easy enough, especially since I didn't have any major demands, but I underestimated my girl. They came out of the meeting with a solid plan. The ceremony would be at Highland Park, UMC at 7 p.m. on Saturday, October 22nd with lilacs and lace. 4 bridesmaids and 5 groomsmen, plus the maids of honor and best man, along with the other members of the bride's party. The rehearsal dinner was set for Y.O. Ranch Steakhouse, and the reception would be at the historic Adolphus Hotel, with a second celebration at the Man Camp in Orla when we returned from our honeymoon. I didn't know much about the other places, but they caught my eye, and I turned to River. Having a wedding reception in the yard behind the RV or in the dirt area between the rows of RVs didn't seem very romantic or useful. Katrina and Shannon had a plan for that. They suggested a covered space with tables and benches, plus spots for barbecue pits and grills. There would also be games like horseshoes, cornhole, and archery, which Shannon loved. They included a mini-gym and a grassy area where kids and adults could play football or soccer. River planned to set up another row of RVs called park trailers to accommodate families south of the second row, but I wasn't aware of any plans for a recreation area in between. He seemed to know about it, so I figured that was one less thing for me to worry about. When I nervously asked about the plans for the hen party and the bachelor party, Shannon shook her head. We're not kids anymore, and most of our wedding party will be married. I don't think anyone wants to ride party buses or watch entertainers. I kissed her and said, thanks. I can't imagine going to see entertainers with your brother, dad, and granddad, or even River. I'd just be worried about someone doing something silly and their partners finding out. She laughed. And the same goes the other way. I'm sure my grandmothers could party well being rock and rollers from the 60s, but I don't want to see that or think about my mom in those situations. Her words made me laugh even more, and I hugged her tightly. Shannon rode back separately. I took my pickup while she drove her shiny black Denali XL with tinted windows. Her Wrangler was still there, and if she kept getting new vehicles, I would need more parking space. I learned that Katrina and River had a plan for that too. My trailer and the next 2 in the row would move to the new area to the south. They would set up a new portable office where my trailer had been, and add 2 parked trailers with extra space and porches in the next spot. This would let Shannon and me host guests, like her parents, while the third trailer would be for visitors or recruits, since the nearest hotels were quite far away. The old office in the back, where my gym would be moved, was going to become Norma and Katrina's business office, with a corner office for River if he ever sat still long enough to use it. The new office in front would be the main hub for our hiring efforts and serve as a meeting space for state and national officials, inspectors, potential clients, and others. Soon, we would become a small community, and I was glad we had drilled that deep well. We got back to work, hiring across 5 states, including Oklahoma and the Dakotas, and from our competitors. Our best source was our current workers, who invited others to apply. They knew people who were good, reliable workers, and soon we had enough to start on our first contracts, which we completed just days after training them and getting the equipment ready. New teams meant we needed new foremen and team leaders, and we had many qualified candidates among our experienced workers. Having more foremen and leaders added another layer of management, so we set up a mix of in-person and video meetings to stay connected. We were working in a large area of about 86,000 square miles, which is roughly 250 miles wide and over 300 miles long. We set up fenced equipment yards and temporary living spaces near the farthest sites, relying on generators and drinking water delivered daily by a company that specialized in transporting water, another profitable venture. With Texas politicians holding hearings about the issues of abandoned wells and oil spills, even the toughest oil companies began to show some concern. As leaders in our industry, oil company executives and their legal teams visited our offices or called us to hear our proposals. I smiled at some of them, and River even laughed at a few. Word got around that we were not the people to call unless they wanted a proper cleanup and were ready to pay. Many lined up to work with us, while others tried to cut corners and ended up having to pay us to do the job right after the inspectors arrived. We were doing well, and the camp was adding another row of trailers. But that came after the reunion. The Eagle Ford Shale project had started before I left. So many hotels were built near the convention center where the reunion was held. Since the project had moved farther east, there was plenty of space for reunion attendees, and we even received special rates, which included free breakfast and a happy hour with tacos and quesadillas. We stopped a dozen times during what turned into a 9-hour drive after crossing I-10 and seeing hills with trees, spring-fed creeks, rivers, and lakes. It would have been quicker to go through Del Rio and take the river road south, but I wanted everyone to see the Nueces and Frio Canyons, Leakey, Garner State Park, Concan, and Uvalde. We took a break at beautiful spots where we enjoyed the fresh air, listened to the gentle sounds of the water, and made plans to come back for a swim. Maybe we would come back next summer when it would be warmer. From Uvalde, we traveled south through a place called the Winter Garden. This area used to have rich soil and plenty of water for farming, but many farms struggled when cheaper crops were brought in from southern countries. HEB helped some local farms come back to life because people loved buying fresh organic vegetables, but most of the land was still overgrown with weeds and bushes. As we drove further south, we entered the brush country. The name quickly made sense as we saw the thick brush. Cowtown was not far now, and I began to feel a bit uneasy. I had a lot of bad memories from this place, and only a few good ones. Pitaya Ventures? Asked a young woman at the front desk. That sounds like you're from around here. Not many people know what a pitaya cactus is, but I haven't heard of that company. Oh, I see you're here for the reunion. What's your name? She said, her expression brightening. This is Katrina Payton and her husband, River. This is my fiancé, Shannon Barnes, and I'm Theo Carr, I replied. Oh my gosh, 46! My dad is going to be thrilled he loved watching you play. Let me give him a call. He's in the back doing the books. I noticed everyone smiling at me, and Shannon joked, so maybe not everyone dislikes you? The young woman and a man around 50 came out from the back. The daughter was laughing as she brought her father over. Guess who this is, Dad? He studied me for a moment with a serious look before it turned into recognition. He exclaimed, Theo Carr, 46, the best football player from Cowtown High. Wow! It's great to see you, Theo. He shook my hand with excitement and introduced himself as Kenneth Hauser, then shook hands with the others, too. Happy hour just started in the bar and breakfast area. We have drinks and a taco or quesadilla bar if you're hungry after your trip. Let's take your luggage to your rooms and then please join me and my kids in the bar. We'd love to catch up and share what's new in your hometown. As we went to the elevator, the light-hearted teasing directed at me actually lifted my spirits. It seemed Kenneth Hauser might be the one person here who didn't think poorly of me, which was a nice surprise. Katrina and Shannon took only a few minutes to get ready and came out looking fantastic in their stylish jeans and shirts. They smelled wonderful too, which was impressive after our long day of travel. I sprayed some cologne on myself but still felt like I didn't smell fresh. When we entered the Horseshoe Lounge, I saw Kenneth, his lovely daughter, a young man who looked like him, and a few others gathered around some tables they had pushed together. I quickly recognized two of the men and one woman, my old teammates Bobby Flores and Frankie Garcia, along with Frankie's sister Nita. They jumped up, ran around the table, and all hugged me tightly, excited to see me. They kept asking where I had been. Nita was a bit more reserved, but I certainly remembered her warm hug and greeting, which made Shannon raise her eyebrow. I introduced everyone, and they warmly welcomed my fiancé and friends before leading us to the table for more introductions. An older couple, around Kenneth's age, recalled my intense basketball skills. Your numbers were 34 at home and 35 away. Remember when you were down by 6 to Cougar High at home with 2 minutes left? You knocked the ball from the point guard, picked it up, and scored. When they threw the ball in, you intercepted it and scored again, staring down the player who was taking the ball out. Their coach called a timeout, and you walked by their bench with that confident look we all remember. Can you still do that? Probably not. I was just trying to throw them off back then, but it didn't work much. They completed a clean pass to their big player. Yes, but you were right on him as soon as he caught it. He faked you out, then tried a tough shot, but you blocked it. You were only about 6 feet tall going against a player who was 6'7". Then you grabbed the ball from his teammate and dashed toward the other end. Their 6'5" player tried to stop you, but you nailed an incredible dunk, drawing a foul. You made the free throw, stole the ball right after, and scored again. You turned a 6-point deficit into a 3-point lead in just over a minute, and you outplayed their 6'5" guy with that awesome dunk. Then his wife chimed in. But you weren't done. You fell back into a zone with your teammates, making them waste a lot of time. Then you intercepted a pass and showed off your ball handling skills, keeping the ball away from them. It was exciting, but with 10 seconds left and your coach shouting, "No, don't shoot," you powered through 2 defenders and scored again. You built a 5-point lead with just 6 seconds left, and they didn't even try to throw the ball in. You helped take down the number 2 team in the state in the second round of the playoffs. That was an amazing game, just like our first game in the regionals. In the finals, we faced a tough opponent, the defending state champions, who went on to win 2 more games after us. That's true, but they had to team up on you to take us down, she said excitedly. Yeah, we could spend all night talking about him knocking players down and how he fiercely tackled anyone who tried to stop him, Frankie laughed. But nothing shows what Theo Carr is all about like his self-taught pole vaulting. We didn't even have a coach, and the only pole we had was old and around 10 feet long. We did have a good landing area, and Theo had watched other vaulters at meets during junior high and our first year of high school. He asked some of them how to do it, learned on his own, and ran fast down the track to soar over the bar at 8 feet. He set the bar a foot higher than the pole and flew right over it. He was moving so quickly that it seemed he might miss the landing area, but he caught Coach Cano's attention, and soon Cano had a book on pole vaulting that he read to Theo while he practiced. That had to help, right, TMC? Actually, it did. We were both learning, and looking back, I'm surprised I didn't hurt myself, so I welcomed any help, even from a book. Who finally bought you a new, longer pole? A car dealership? I think that was it, but they just told me someone donated money to the Booster Club, and they used it to buy me a couple of new poles. They were longer and more flexible, and I didn't really know how to use them until district. And then you set a district record at 15 feet, went 15. 6 at regionals, and cleared 16 feet at state. When he got ready to vault, people would gather around the landing area and slow down to watch. TMC looked like a brave knight charging into battle. He might miss his steps, he might fall back, or he might hit it just right, soaring over the bar and landing perfectly. It was amazing to watch, River asked. If you cleared 16 feet at state, didn't you win? Frankie and I chuckled. No, the winner went 17 feet 9 inches and was upset he didn't make it to 18. He went on to Walden College and the Olympics. I think he reached 19 feet. We continued chatting through happy hour, which Kenneth extended, and then they began telling me about the cleanup that happened after Will Callahan and his bandmates caused trouble with the local government. This went on until the young parents had to pick up their kids, and we agreed to meet again for the reunion tomorrow. The four of us were the only ones on the elevator to our rooms on the 4th floor, and Katrina started nudging me just as I expected. No friends. Everyone looked down on him. He wasn't great at much. Okay, but I never said I wasn't good at anything. I wasn't terrible at sports, but I didn't remember Bobby and Frankie being such close friends. Shannon laughed. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't, but Nita sure cared about you. I saw how she hugged you and looked at you while we were there. Don't try to convince me she was just a maybe friend. She had a point. Nita and I had shared some special moments, and I was her first love. If I had stayed, we might have even been married. Seeing her again brought back many memories. How could I explain that to my fiancé? I was about to make up an excuse that it was nothing, but stopped. I was going to say it didn't mean much, but I can't. You're right. Nita was important to me. I can't say for sure what would have happened if I had stayed, but we were close. But I didn't stay. I moved west, met River and Katrina, was charmed by an 18-year-old who left me, made some mistakes, one of which was a big one, and then fell in love with a 23-year-old version of the girl who first charmed me. Oh, and she convinced me to come down here, and now she's upset that I had a girlfriend in high school. River opened the door and Katrina said, Be careful, Shannon. You might have a 10-year reunion soon, and there could be an old boyfriend or two there that you don't want to see. Shannon paused, turned, and jokingly gave Katrina a playful gesture, then started laughing. She was determined to keep my mind off Nita, Pam, Joni, or any of the other girls from my past. It was unnecessary, but I appreciated it. She had taken their place in my heart long ago, but a man always enjoys when his partner shows how much she loves him. The wake-up call was not needed, but still nice. I ate a big breakfast because I needed the energy, and so did Shannon. She actually looked like she'd had a long night, but then she had done most of the work. I dressed for the luncheon in my best jeans, boots, and a polo shirt. I felt good fit and confident. Shannon wore pretty sandals and a lovely sundress that showed off her shoulders and legs. River's reaction when he saw her was, "Wow!" and Katrina laughed, saying, "Looks like you're ready to impress." I added, "Yeah, Cowtown hasn't seen anyone like her before," and she smiled brightly. As expected, the turnout for the event was modest. Many classmates had to work that Saturday, others couldn't afford babysitters, and quite a few thought the meet and greet was silly since the reunion meal and dance were happening a few hours later. The Smitherman family was there, dressed nicely, but Shannon and Katrina stood out the most. Katrina looked lovely in a white sundress and sandals. We didn't eat much, but my three friends were chatting with everyone. I noticed the rich and powerful seemed less stuck-up since Will Callahan got his lawyers involved with their families, many of whom were now facing consequences for their actions. We weren't friends and likely never would be, but they annoyed me much less than before. There were a few moments that I expected, but not too many. One was when two difficult teachers scoffed at me. They looked down on me when I said I worked in the oil field now. Katrina and Shannon couldn't let that go. Katrina said, "Actually, he's being modest. Theo and my husband work together in a company that has about $100 million in contracts this year, so he was honest but too humble." In her best high society tone, Shannon added, "Theo has a degree from Texas Tech in pre-law, but he likes business better than practicing law, unlike my grandfather, father, and brother in Dallas. By the way, we're getting married the third weekend of October." "What do your children and grandchildren do?" Many people overheard, and there was a lot of laughter after they put the teachers in their place. The other moment came when one of the Smithermans, who used to be a deputy sheriff, joked with some locals. "Oh no, here comes one of the car kids, watch your wallets." I couldn't resist. "Well, hello there, deputy. Have you been misusing your power lately? Oh, right, you got fired, didn't you? Who are you bothering now?" I secretly hoped he would react, but he just walked away. I was surprised he was out on parole when many others were still in trouble, especially since he was among the worst. Once he left, his group scattered. River slapped me on the shoulder and silently said, "You're always 17 in your hometown," then gave me a friendly pat. Katrina simply said, "Just be better, Theo." I raised an eyebrow and asked, "Like how you treated the teachers?" She rolled her eyes and smiled. Shannon looked at me curiously. "So he's one of them?" I nodded, explaining he was a bad one, but not someone I had to deal with, and she gave me a hug. We left a little early and went for a ride. I showed them around town, pointing out how the Eagle Ford discovery changed things, and the historic sites left in what was once a wild frontier town. I was driving, and though no one mentioned it, I turned onto Johnson Road. I passed a rundown house with old road graders and dump trucks outside, just like I remembered. What surprised me was a new double-wide trailer a short distance away, marked with the name Car Electric on 3 vans. There was also a new equipment yard nearby that had another similar trailer. A sign read, "Car Earthworks Road Building and Maintenance Site Prep Pad Construction, Fencing, and more." And a nice pickup was parked in front of the trailer. Maybe I didn't appreciate my brothers as much as I should have. "Is this your family?" Shannon asked softly. I nodded, and the ride back to the hotel was quiet as we both thought. River and I dressed up nicely with our best boots, hats, and suits for the evening event. We even wore some silver and turquoise on our belt buckles and watches. As for our partners, Shannon wore a beautiful champagne-colored cocktail dress and matching high heels. Her golden hair flowed in lovely curls, and she carried a clutch that matched her dress. She looked stunning and classy. Katrina's dress was a little more modest, but still striking. It hugged her figure nicely, and River couldn't take his eyes off her, just like many others that night. We checked in, got our name tags, and looked for a place to sit. Thankfully, Bobby and Frankie had reserved a big table near the bandstand. They waved us over, and I got to catch up with old friends while Shannon impressed everyone with her charm and presence. The Hausers were there, so River and Katrina sat with them while we joined the Flores and Garcias, along with many other familiar faces. Drinks and conversations flowed easily, though Shannon and I took our time sipping. She seemed to know that it was best for me to stay composed with certain people around. I caught up on everyone's lives, and Shannon learned more about my past through shared stories. I had warned her I wasn't perfect, but tonight, no one seemed to hold that against me. In fact, they seemed to admire me as someone who goes against the crowd. At 8, the former class president and vice president welcomed everyone. They reminded us to keep our contact information updated on the website and mentioned a change in entertainment. With a cheeky grin, the president announced, "The DJ had to cancel, but luckily a local band stepped in to perform." Everyone at our table buzzed with excitement, except for Shannon and me. I was fine with whatever was happening. And then the host announced, "Let's give a big round of applause to the little band from just southeast of town on Billy Goat Hill. Here are 2 of Cowtown High's finest, Will and Woody, along with some amazing singers and musicians. I present to you the Grammy-winning Billy Goat Hill Pundits." I had spent 10 years lost in the deserts of West Texas and New Mexico. I knew who they were and had heard some of their songs, but not really. Shannon, however, cheered wildly like everyone else. We danced, but much of the music was meant for listening. It made my nose stuffy and my eyes watery several times as they sang songs about the town and people I disliked. Lila and Lena were especially moving with their songs that touched on difficult topics, and it was clear that their music affected Shannon deeply too. Honestly, it felt healing. I wasn't alone in feeling mistreated by those in power who had made life hard for me and others. These artists had the courage to write and share their songs about it. It was impressive. Meeting them during a break was exciting, and when Will said, "Hey, I remember you. You were on that team that made it 2 rounds in the playoffs for the first time. I wrote a song inspired by you. We'll play it in the next set." I felt a rush of surprise. Shannon looked amazed. "That song is about you? Wow, I love that song. We talked about it in class." I made my way back to the table in a daze, surrounded by friends who were curious if I knew the song was about me. I didn't even know it existed. The second set was less focused on protest songs and more about upbeat dance music. This band could play just about anything, and they did it well. Woody, Lila, and Lena took turns singing both lead and backup on a series of rock and country rock songs that got everyone dancing. If Shannon wasn't already the most admired person there, she definitely was after this set. She, Nita, Joni, and a woman I didn't recognize were having so much fun dancing that Lena jumped off the stage to join in. She was a great dancer, but there were others just as good, like Nita. The night felt carefree. We were all friends from high school, so it was easy to dance with anyone. I considered asking someone else besides Shannon, who was already dancing with many of my classmates. It took me 2 drinks to gather the courage to ask someone other than her. I chose Pam because Shannon didn't know our background, and Pam was quite attractive. She was taller, thinner, and not very curvy, but she had long legs and a nice figure, which I found appealing in high school. Pam was married and confident, so she easily caught my attention while we danced. Her husband watched, and it seemed to help her relax even more. I knew her husband from school. He was from a nearby high school, and he hadn't changed much. After the dance, I chatted with Joe, Pam's husband, before Joni picked me up to take me back to my seat. With the slow song playing, the light shining on Joni's long, straight hair reminded me of beautiful nights on Billy Goat Hill. She looked at me and asked, "Are you remembering those times too? The music and the fun we had?" "I've forgotten much about our old town since I left, but the sight of you back then sticks in my mind," I replied. She smiled and said, "Me too, but let's keep this between us. Deal?" "Deal." As we danced, Joni leaned in closer and whispered, "Sometimes I dream I'm back there, T. You were amazing, and I'm sure you are even better now. You were wonderful too. You made high school a lot more enjoyable for me. I was silly back then, but Nita made my last term really fun for you, and speaking of her, she will come looking for you soon." I glanced around and saw Shannon having a good time with Bobby. Just as Joni said, Nita took my hand as soon as I left my previous partner. I was a bit surprised when the familiar music started playing. We had danced to it many times before, and she appeared excited. We moved together smoothly on the dance floor, enjoying ourselves while keeping a comfortable distance since my fiancé was watching. Nita was very careful while dancing. We ended with a nice finish, and I led her back to our table. My fiancé was waiting for me, and she took my hand as soon as I was free. The BGH pundits were performing an emotional song written by Will, as Woody announced before they began. Shannon leaned against me, encouraging me to show off a bit on the turns, keeping me close. The next song was another heartfelt one, sung by Lena. By the time that song was over, I was feeling a rush of emotions, and Shannon had a small smile as if she was pleased with how I felt in that moment. It seemed like just a look or a touch could easily affect me. There was a brief pause before Will took the microphone from Woody. He said, "It took me 5 years after graduation, a failed marriage, and a tough lesson for me to stand up against those who once held power. This song is about someone from the wrong side of town who stood up at just 17. I can't say every word is completely accurate, but it reflects the legend that built around this young man by the time he graduated and then disappeared. Listen closely, 46, and let me know during intermission how much of it you think is true." Will's deep voice filled the room, telling the story with strength. He mentioned a tough night when I had to defend myself and how unfair the grading system was. He also talked about how some people were treated differently based on who they were. The song called out a corrupt sheriff, mentioned standing up to 2 rough deputies, and even dared those trying to intimidate me into silence for speaking out against abuse to come forward. The title, "Angry Young Man," came from the song's chorus. The chorus changed a bit after each verse, but it always praised my bravery and strength, highlighting how my passion showed on the sports fields and how opponents avoided me. It also touched on my openness in relationships, a topic Nita and I had faced some teasing about. I was grateful that this was my first time hearing the song, as it brought tears to my eyes and made it hard to keep my angry front in check when the spotlight turned to me at the end. With Shannon next to me, holding on tightly and crying on my shoulder, it was tough, but I managed to stand strong during the song and the audience's cheers. To show any weakness would have changed the song and the story behind it. I nodded at Will to show my thanks, and he tipped his hat back at me. It was quite an unforgettable moment for anyone from Carr. During breaks, the BGH pundits played classic country and rock music so everyone could dance with their partners or fans. Will, Lila, Woody, and Lena came straight to Shannon and me. Will asked, "What do you think?" I shrugged. "I can't argue with what you sung. It doesn't bring back my best memories, but it's true." Lila said, "You wouldn't believe how emotional Will was while writing this. He was tough for 2 days, and then he felt so proud." We debated having what some called protest songs on our third album, but Will shared the story and made us listen. He played and sang with so much feeling that we all got caught up in it. Even Woody got teary-eyed. Lena added, "When he finished, Will looked at Woody and said, 'If only we had the bravery to stand up back then.' Woody admitted he didn't have that courage and was just glad we made a difference with our first 2 albums. As you probably know, this became the first #1 from the third album and even made it to #2 on the pop charts. Will is an amazing songwriter, and to create something this strong in about 18 hours, wow." Woody quietly said, "Lena, this is the first time he's heard the song. He's been away in the oil fields of Texas, and there aren't many radio stations there." She covered her mouth in surprise and asked me, "So what do you think of the song? I'm not asking if it's true like Will did. What do you think about it?" I looked at her for a long moment, trying to gather myself to answer without getting too emotional. Shannon's hold on me had loosened, but she tightened it again and said, "I've been holding him through the song, and I can tell he's moved, but you might not get the response you want in a crowd. He's usually more controlled around others, even though he's a big softy with me and his friends." That helped me find my words. She's right, like always. I was really touched inside. I had no idea anyone understood what I was feeling, and I only came back for this reunion because she and Katrina told me I was scared for avoiding the place I disliked and the people I thought didn't like me. Turns out they were right. There are a lot of good people here, and thankfully, my old classmates and teammates don't hold grudges. I know I wasn't easy to deal with in high school, but a lot of that anger Will wrote about hit home for me. I think I was really upset and afraid to show anyone anything but my anger. I saw everything through the eyes of an angry young man. I gave up a lot by acting that way, but it helped me get through every day and night. "Did you really think we looked down on you?" Frankie said, sounding surprised. "No way, we admired you. You did and said things we wanted to, but didn't have the courage to do. When Will began to fight against the bad leaders here, we had to choose whether to join him or stay quiet. And that's where you came in again," Bobby jumped in. "We got a group of hundreds together at Billy Goat on a cold winter night. Sierra, Tim, and a few others stood in the back of a pickup and encouraged us to stand up and fight. Someone first said like TMC, and it became our rallying cry. Honestly, if we seemed shy, it's because we respected you, not because we didn't like you. You were what we didn't have the guts to be, but really wished we could." Nita then spoke, her voice shaking with emotion. "But we did it when it mattered. Every corrupt adult from Smitherman is either in prison or on probation, and now the good people run this town and the school as they should for everyone's benefit. We weren't as brave as Theo in high school, but at 23 we finished what he started. Wow. I guess I was a legend, even if I thought it was just in my head." I hugged Bobby, Frankie, and his little sister with Shannon, and softly said, "I care about you guys, but please don't tell anyone I said that. It might ruin my image." When Nita responded with, "We care about you too," it might have sounded a bit too emotional, but Shannon didn't seem bothered, so I didn't either. Gary and Danny came over with 2 trays of drinks, so we invited the band to join us and pulled up more chairs. After finishing a drink too quickly, Shannon asked Will to dance, and Lila joined in too. I have no idea what my fiancé said to Will, but he looked really interested. I hoped it wasn't anything too forward. Will is a big guy, married and famous, but he might still find it hard to say no to her. Lila and I danced well for the first time. She moves gracefully and follows like no one I had danced with before. Lena took her turn next, playfully teasing me about being a recluse without any radio stations around. She made me laugh. She was so charming. How was she not married? Shannon was dancing with Woody now, having had a turn with Will and Gary while Katrina danced with Will. River entertained Lila with his moves and charm. I turned, caught Nita's eye, and extended my hand. She smiled, stood up, and came over to me. "You gave a great speech, little girl. Where did you learn those big words?" She proudly answered, "I I graduated from the University of Texas, which is way better than your small degree from Texas Technological College, or whatever you call that place in the middle of nowhere. Well, you were always smarter than me, so I'm not surprised. But calling a great person like you a longhorn just seems off. A great person? Really? I remember when you said you didn't care what anyone thought because I was amazing and worth any trouble. I thought you might. Will thinks I was brave, but you were the best person at CHS, no contest. What he saw as courage was just teenage feelings. Don't kid around. I had to be brave too. My wealthy Mexican parents didn't support me dating a car boy. She smiled and added, I'll never forget walking into prom with you. I thought that old principal would faint. My favorite moment was seeing those old ladies in shock. They couldn't handle it. Let's not forget the wealthy students either. They were shocked too. It wasn't just the old folks. Yeah, but those students were worried I might actually date the best person at school after prom. And you did. You used me for 2 months and then vanished. What happened, Theo? Do you want the funny excuse or the truth? The truth, please. I cried all summer. I was afraid that if I saw you again, I'd want to stay and just give in. You had another year left, and it was tempting to just stay with you. It was hard to leave, but I didn't want to see you upset or tell you I couldn't stay. Plus, there was that trouble we got into with those guys. Will and Woody think I was brave, but I wasn't that brave. You were my weakness, and I took the easy way out. She sighed. I'm mostly over you now, but this helps a bit. Maybe one day it won't just be mostly, and I can move on. Thanks for being honest. I spent all these years blaming myself. I'm truly sorry for that, Nita. You were amazing, and I was a mess. It was never because of you. It was me needing to leave Cowtown. My biggest regret is not explaining it all before I left. She sighed again. No, you were right. I would have cried and asked you to stay, and if you did, you'd have resented me for it. You were never meant to follow anyone's lead. Just know you hold a very special place in my heart, and you always will. The music stopped a while ago, and your lovely fiancé and most of the people here are watching us, she said. So smile, give me a quick kiss on the cheek, and I'll head back to the table while you go talk to the girl you love. We followed her suggestion and stepped apart. When I reached Shannon, she asked, Did you sort things out, or do I need a new fiancé? I replied, Sorted, took her into my arms, leaned in, and gave her a reassuring kiss. It made her, Katrina, and River feel better. We danced to almost every song in the third set, taking breaks now and then to enjoy some drinks and chat with friends. We stayed until the place closed, talked to the band a bit while they packed up, and then returned to the hotel. That night, we shared a sweet moment together, and when I woke up the next morning, I felt even more in love with my sweet Shannon. River messaged us about breakfast at 8, and we were ready by 8:15. I was always amazed by how Shannon could go from sleepy to looking like a model in just 15 minutes. I took my beautiful fiancé off the elevator and led her to the coffee pot. Then I turned to find River and Katrina. Strangely, they were sitting at a big table with the owner and his family, along with 2 young families with small children. There were 2 empty chairs at the end facing the families. I brought Shannon to the saved seats, put my coffee down, and introduced myself. Good morning, I'm Theo. Then I stopped. Shannon was staring surprised between the 2 young fathers. One of them took a sip of coffee, smiled politely, and said, We weren't sure if you'd come by before you left, so we came for breakfast. Kenneth said he'd put it on your bill. We don't take the family out too often. It's a bit pricey. Shannon seemed just as surprised as Katrina and River to see them there. I'd know you 2 anywhere. You look so much like Theo. Which one is George and which one is William? They both stood up, shook her hand, introduced themselves, and talked about their wives and children. I stood there amazed. They were very good-looking, if not as tall as me, and each was married to a smiling young woman. Each had a boy and a girl in opposite order of their ages. You aren't as chatty as I remembered, Theo. Does your fiancé do all the talking for you now? Will asked, smiling as I stood still. He had a point. I needed to take a moment to gather myself. Ignoring the adults, I walked around the table, knelt down by the children, smiled, and introduced myself as Uncle Theo. I asked Will's little boy and girl how old they were. I'm almost 5. My name is Monroe, and my daddy says I'm named after you. Ted is too, he said, pointing to Alex's little boy, who looked about 2 years old. The little girls were cheerful and curious, but Ted was holding on to his mommy. "And what are your names, sweet girls?" I asked. The youngest, a curly-haired blonde, beamed at me and said, "I'm Katie, and I'm 2. This is my mommy. Her name is Kathy, but she doesn't like me to say her age." I laughed, shook Katie's little hand, and looked up at her mommy. Kathy, also sandy blonde, wore shorts and a snug shirt, and from my view she looked great. She smiled at me, and I reached out to shake her hand as she stood. "Come on and give me a hug, big brother. You might not remember me since I was a shy freshman with braces when you graduated, but I've been with Will since I got rid of the braces and grew up," she said as she hugged me warmly. I felt happy to see her again, and told her I did remember her as Katie Ferguson. She let out a joyful squeal, hugged me again, and couldn't believe I remembered her. "Well, I have a good eye for potential, and I definitely saw it in you back then. I'm glad Will noticed it too," I replied. She laughed and said that Will barely spoke to her until she blossomed over the summer before their junior year, and then he wouldn't leave her side. I stepped beside her, offered my hand to her husband, and pulled him into a strong hug. "It's wonderful to see you, brother. Your wife and kids are beautiful. You've done an amazing job." He hugged me back tightly and said he was proud of his wife and children and the life they had built here. We let go of each other, and he grinned, saying, "I still have the old rifle. When I found it with me and noticed your truck was gone, I knew it was my turn to watch over things." Just as I was about to ask him what had happened after I left, I felt a little tug on my shorts. I looked down to see the cutest little girl with blue eyes. She reminded me of Nita, but she was a bit younger. I quickly knelt and held out my hand to her. "I'm your Uncle Theo, little angel. You must be my brother Alex's oldest child. What's your name?" "You called me Angel, but my name is Angela. I'm the same age as Monroe, who we call Bubba. My mom is Brooke and my brother is Ted, but he's a bit shy, so he's hiding behind her. Can I get a hug from you, Angel? It would really make me happy." She smiled and ran to me, giving me a sweet hug. I wanted to hold her forever, but I needed to meet Brooke and my little brother, who was in the 8th grade when I left. I thanked Angela, which made her laugh again, and then I stood up. I looked at my sister-in-law and said, "As you know, I'm Theodore Monroe Carr. I'm very happy to meet you, Brooke." She looked familiar, but I knew it couldn't be. She was in junior high when I left, and the only kid I really noticed there was Alex, who was a great football player. She smiled knowingly and said, "Are you trying to remember me? You might not, but you might remember my older sister, Dee. You dated her for a while, and I saw you when you came to our house to pick her up." "You're Dee Hill's little sister? Wow, you do look a lot like her, maybe even a little prettier." She grinned and said, "She always said you could charm anyone. Now I see what she meant. But thank you, even though I doubt that's true. She was named All-College Beauty twice at Texas Lutheran." "Did you go to TLU too? I bet you won beauty contests there as well." She stood up, showing her baby bump, and hugged me. "I hope you stick around. You really boost my confidence even with my baby bump." I held her at arm's length, looked her over, and said, "Bump, you look amazing, and that glow you have is beautiful." She laughed, rubbed her tummy, and shook her head. "Okay, stop flattering my wife. Just like when we were kids, you'd distract me and take my food." Brooke moved aside, knowing what was coming. "Come over here and say that again. You were always tricking me into doing your chores." G.A., as I called him, stepped forward, pretended to punch me, and then hugged me. "I missed you so much, big brother. It wasn't just the chores I fooled you into doing, it was having you around to help us, knowing we could count on you for anything. Will and I knew you had to leave, but we missed you every day." I felt tears in my eyes as I held him tight. I missed them just as much, but I knew I had to make a hard choice, so I prayed for them every day. It seems like my prayers were answered. Will came over and joined us, and we made space for him. The 3 Carr brothers shared a big group hug that brought tears to our eyes and to those watching. So much feeling was released in that simple hug, easing years of fear and worry. Our 3 partners hugged their man from behind, and the kids found legs to wrap their arms around. Angela chose to hug mine, which nearly made me cry. Ken shouted with joy, "I knew this would turn into a hug fest or a brawl, and I'm glad it's a hug fest. We have Sunday specials in the dining room at 11, and I want to see all of you there. There will be roast beef with gravy, potatoes, and green beans, or roasted turkey with stuffing, gravy, and green beans, along with the best rolls you'll ever taste. While you wait, you can grab a breakfast plate and use that conference room over there. It seats 12 around a big table, and the kids can play on the fenced playground just outside. Moms, you can keep an eye on them from the conference room, so relax and catch up. It's been a while. As we settled in, Will smiled and said, "You probably didn't know we were there last night when Will Callahan talked about you and sang that song. We work with Bobby Flores on construction jobs, and he told us when to come. It was special knowing a popular song was written about our brother." "G.A." Alex added. "Yeah, but he sort of skipped over the reason you left. By the way, the new district attorney knew you back in school at Dogtown. She asked me to tell you that the time has passed for any worries about those 2 deputies you had issues with, and they are in prison for 20 more years anyway, so you're welcome to be here without worry." "Thanks, bro. The truth is, I studied criminal justice and legal studies at Texas Tech. Some call that pre-law, but I never planned to go to law school. I just wanted to understand the law better for me and River, so we don't get taken advantage of in all those contracts that come our way. I knew that time had passed for those issues, and Katrina told me that the 2 I caught are no longer with the sheriff's department, so I wasn't too worried. I thought everyone here would remember me as the angry kid I was back in school, and that held me back. But really, I didn't want to think about how you 2 might have been doing after I left. Now seeing you with wonderful families that love you makes me regret not coming home sooner. Honestly, as much as we missed you, you helped us grow up fast, and we did." The first time the old man came in drunk and angry, I took out my gun and reminded him that the rules were the same whether you were here or not. I told him if he hurt anyone or treated us badly, I would defend myself, just like you taught me. "So since Dad isn't causing trouble anymore and you all have given her these dear grandchildren, did Mom start to come around?" Their faces turned serious and Alex replied, "Not really. She still drinks a lot and often doesn't seem alert. Sometimes she interacts with the kids, but not always. Honestly, if Dad hadn't cleaned himself up and started helping her, I think she would be in a really bad place." Wanting to avoid diving deeper into our mother's struggles, Brooke cheerfully asked, "Did you ever wonder how the reunion committee found you?" "I actually did. How did that happen?" Alex hired a heavy equipment operator who had worked for a company called Pitaya Ventures in New Mexico. Your brothers remembered how you used to pick pitayas every May, make them look like strawberries, and serve them for dessert. So Alex asked Renee about the man he worked for. He said River hired him, but he worked under someone named Theo. We searched online and found your company along with some newspaper articles. It mentioned you had been married to a doctor, divorced after a situation with a senator's son, and that you secured big contracts from the state to clean up old wells. The state comptroller lists contact details, so I called your business number, and Katrina answered. She said any mail sent to the company would reach you, and we chatted a bit. She agreed to help encourage you to come to the reunion, and the committee, well, Nita, told me you agreed to join us. Kathy and I checked in with Katrina now and then, and a few months ago, Shannon answered our call. We talked for a while. She mentioned you weren't sure about coming, but she would try to convince you. 2 weeks ago, she called to say she had booked rooms for you here, and we started making plans with your brothers. Ken called when you checked in, and then I saw that nice Denali go down our road, turn around, and head back to town. Ken said that was you, so I informed your brothers. We knew your stay was through Tuesday and hoped you would visit today, but after seeing you last night, your brothers ran out of patience. So here we are. Well, thank you for being creative and persistent. I should have reached out years ago, but I was too upset and disillusioned to make myself do it. I believed Will could handle Dad. He was stronger than I was when I faced Dad the first time, and Dad wasn't the same man he used to be. From the vehicles we saw when we rode by, you and Alex have a company for digging and earth moving, and Will and Kathy have an electrical company. How did all this start? I asked. We both worked for Dad and had to learn how to fix our old machines, Alex said. I got good at operating the equipment. When work was slow, Will took a job with Mr. Jimenez, the electrician. Will always had a talent for electricity. He took some construction courses in high school, then he took online classes. Just after he turned 18, he got his first certificates. He bought Mr. J's business when he was 19, and I started my business right after graduating. You may have noticed our companies both have car in the name. After you left town, we thought that might seem risky. But when the Smithermans were gone, it became a sign of strength and defiance in the area. We really didn't care much. We aren't very proud of our parents, but we are your brothers and we won't back down. Brooke changed the subject. Kathy told you she and Will were high school sweethearts and got married at the courthouse when they turned 18. Our story is similar. We got married when I turned 18 and had Angela, as you call her, 7 months later. We thought it was an accident, but it turned out to be the best thing ever, and we're hoping for a third child soon. It's another boy, so maybe we can have a girl next time. Don't look at us, Kathy said when I raised my eyebrow. We are happy with our 2 kids, although we might decide to have another someday. Now let's talk about you and your Playboy bunny fiancé, and don't give me that look. That's what Katrina called her when she sent us her picture. When and where are you getting married? And where will you live? Shannon shot Katrina a playful glare before laughing. I could tease you about that, but honestly, I've been called that before. I was Miss December in 2 calendars. Then she looked at me and said, Don't worry, I just wore one of my cheerleader outfits, but I won't say which one. Anyway, we're getting married in my hometown of Highland Park, the one in Dallas, not Amarillo on October 22nd. Your invitations are in my luggage at the hotel, and I have rooms reserved for you and your kids. We'll happily fly you from San Antonio to Dallas Love Field. Love is much closer to the hotel and church than the airport. Mom and Dad are lending you their big car so you don't need to rent one. We already have a daycare team ready to watch the kids during the reception if you want that, so that makes things easier. Oh, and it's still safe for you to travel then, right, Brooke? Brooke smiled, nodded, and said she was excited to go. After that, the conversation shifted to other topics until River offered to share some work opportunities since we partner with companies in the Eagle Ford area. Will shook his head and said, Not unless you can send some help our way first. It seems like you big companies out in the Permian are paying too much for workers. Shannon laughed and replied, You can't pay too much for people living in Orla and working in places like Mentone or New Mexico, but we do pay well. Our HR team at Pattaya Ventures is the best in the oil field business, and they might consider helping you out. Interested? Absolutely, they said together. Who should we reach out to? Will asked. Shannon pointed to Katrina and herself and chuckled again. We'll get your contact details before we go and give you ours. I hope you don't mind working with young men or women from trade schools, because there are some great ones around here. They need real-world training, but once Theo works with them, he says they do great. Kenneth opened the door and warned, The dining room opens in 10 minutes, so you all should get seated before it gets crowded. We all stood up, and the moms were about to call the kids when Kenneth casually asked River, Are you still planning to head northwest Tuesday morning? River looked at me, shrugged, and I replied, That's the plan, why do you ask? Too bad. I just got an invitation, and it included the car boys and whoever they want to bring. This doesn't happen often, especially for outsiders. It's a songwriter gathering at Will's barn. Usually it's just his group and some classmates. It's pretty neat having songwriters from all over Texas, plus a few from Nashville or LA. They sit around the fire, share stories, and try out new songs. I really wish you could stay. I looked at my excited fiancée, River Katrina, and my brothers and their wives and told Ken, Plans can change, you know. I want to see our parents, show these newcomers around, and maybe enjoy another drink at Billy Goat. Staying to hear songwriters would be another good reason to stick around a bit longer. When is this happening? Wednesday night at 6:30. Burgers, brats, hot dogs, buns, and toppings will be provided. You just need to bring your own drinks. It went on until no one else wanted to sing, so sometimes we have hot dogs for breakfast too. Shannon shouted with joy, clasped her hands, and said, I'm a rich princess from Highland Park and a Texas Tech sorority girl, cheerleader, and homecoming queen. But I've had so much fun on this trip, and now this. TMC, you're going to be very glad you came down here tonight. Everyone in the room, except me, burst into laughter. I kept a neutral face and replied, It would be hard to make me happier than I already am, but go ahead and try. More laughter followed, and then Kathy warned, You two behave. We're getting the kids and they hear everything. Shannon had turkey and dressing while I had roast beef. We swapped food enough to enjoy both. As the extended Carr family, we thought Sunday afternoon was a good time to visit the family home. We took some lunch specials and a pecan pie as gifts and followed Alex and Will there. I can't say I felt a warm welcome when I stepped onto the old porch or when I walked in behind my brothers and their families into the living room. Seeing my frail-looking mother wrapped in a blanket on the worn couch didn't bring any nice feelings, nor did the sight of my father sitting in his chair, looking lifeless. 10 years had passed long enough for Will and Alex to grow up and start their own families, but my parents seemed to age so much more during that time, and it looked like they hadn't eaten well. Mom was 50 and looked much older, and Dad seemed like a shadow of the healthy man I remembered. Shannon's face changed from shock to pity, but I felt distant. They made their choices. Mom managed to smile for her grandchildren as they rushed to her and then for their mothers. She nodded at my younger brothers and then her eyes wandered our way. She didn't seem to recognize Katrina, River, or Shannon, but her gaze fixed on me with interest. "Mom, don't you remember Theo, your oldest son?" Will asked, nudging me toward her. For a moment she looked puzzled, then asked, "Theo, is that you?" "It is, Mom. I've been away for a while, but it's good to see you. This is my fiancée, Shannon Barnes, and these are Katrina and River Payton, my bosses," I explained as I stepped closer. She watched me and glanced at the others as I introduced them, but then her attention went back to Angela, who kissed her. She patted the young girl and looked around the room again, seeming more confused than happy. Seeing that things hadn't changed much except for how much older she appeared, I led my group over to my father's chair and reintroduced them. He nodded but didn't try to stand up, shake hands, or introduce himself. He fixed his cold stare on me and said, "Well, at least you're not in jail like I thought. You've never been very good, but hitting 2 officers and running away is pretty low for you." He always knew how to irritate me, and I shot back, "It's not me who's in jail, it's those 2 deputies. Have you heard why I got into it with them?" Kathy stepped in, saying loudly, "Kids, time to go." She gathered the children and sent them out the door before returning to listen. The old man replied, "Can't remember any reason except that you were just plain mean." It happened because I saw them stop a car with a young boy and girl on Kendall Lane. My girlfriend and I were parked on a private road about 30 yards away, so we could see and hear everything. Barry Smitherman took the keys from the boy, opened the trunk, and threw in a bag. He then pulled it out and loudly said he found a bag of marijuana and a bottle of vodka in there. He and Clausen ordered them out of the car, made them lean on it, and searched them thoroughly. The girl, Mindy Ramirez, was already crying she was 15, and Rob Garcia was 16. It was their first date, and Rob had just gotten his license. Smitherman's first words were, "Well, we caught you 2 this time. We'll have to take you to town, put you in jail, and maybe by Monday the judge will set your bail. It will be high since this is enough to make it look like you're selling and you could be facing 510 years in prison." I was with Nita Garcia that evening and Robbie was her younger brother. She was really upset, but I stopped her from running over there by saying we couldn't help if they saw us. If they did, they'd take the kids away, charge them with all sorts of things, and the unfair judge would make sure they ended up in jail, even though they were innocent. Smitherman stood behind Robbie, and Clausen was behind Mindy, putting his hands on her shoulders. "There's a way to avoid jail this weekend and not spend years for this," he said. "Want to know what it is?" Mindy was crying so hard she couldn't respond, but Robbie asked what they needed to do, between his sobs. "Just do what we say. We'll show you how things work, and then you can go." Mindy, who had never been in such a situation, started crying even more, and Robbie shook his head, pleading for them to stop. Clausen yelled at Mindy, telling her to be quiet or something bad would happen. When she didn't stop crying, he pushed her head against the door. Smitherman threatened Robbie, ordering him to take off his clothes or else. I noticed the safety on his gun was on, so I quickly moved behind him and hit him hard in the side. He fell down, and the gun flew away. I ran around the car to face Clausen, who was looking for his gun on the ground where his pants had fallen. I did fight back, and I will admit it, but most of the harm to Smitherman came from Nita kicking him, while Robbie and Mindy kicked Clausen as he rolled around. That is why I stood up to those 2 deputies, and I wish I could have done it every time they hurt innocent kids. The old man scoffed and said it wasn't my concern and that I should have stayed out of it. He called the kids bad names. I closed my eyes, shook my head, and said, "You're terrible. You don't have any decency." Then I walked out the door and everyone followed. "Our house," Kathy said firmly. River drove the car around while I walked in anger with Shannon beside me, letting me express my frustration. We passed Will's gate, then Alex's, and walked a little further in the hot red sand. I finally stopped and let out a string of curses, then sighed and apologized to Shannon. "I understand, Theo, I really do," she said. "I knew you felt strongly about them, but I wasn't ready for that. I wanted to tell off your old man for what he said about you and the kids you helped. My only issue is having to walk in this hot sand. My sandals will never be the same." The look of disgust on her face was too funny, and it helped me calm down. I picked her up and carried her piggyback all the way to Will and Kathy's house, while she giggled and laughed like a child. The Carr boys and their families had a meeting and came up with a plan after doing some research online. I had thought about getting my parents a new home to live in, but it was clear they needed more help than that. We decided on a new assisted living facility on the edge of town, overlooking the river. It might take a court order, but neither of my parents could really take care of themselves, and it was obvious they were not eating well, despite the food my brothers and their wives brought them. I agreed to cover the costs for 1 year at the facility as long as my brothers took care of any other medical bills and extra expenses. They quickly agreed since they all had Alex's insurance. We planned to handle the paperwork at the place tomorrow, and the women would help persuade them to make the move. If they hesitated, we could start getting a court order by asking for a wellness visit from Human Services. Though they may not have been the best parents, they needed to find a different way to handle their lives as they approached their 50s. My lovely nieces and nephews were asleep on the 2 sets of bunk beds in Will's home, while my caring sisters-in-law were sure their husbands needed a rest too. They were preparing hot dogs for the kids in a couple of hours. With a busy day ahead, I urged my family to hop in the Denali so I could show them around the charming cowtown and its surroundings. I think everyone else preferred taking a nap, but I was too excited, so they got in with me as the driver, and off we went. Our father, William Alexander Carr, stood out in the Carr family. We come from a long line of pioneers who settled in the U.S. before 1770. They fought in the Revolutionary War, became successful farmers and ranchers, and even served in state and national legislatures. Our 5th great-grandfather was part of Andrew Jackson's cabinet before moving to Texas with his 8 children, so we weren't always looked down upon. In fact, some of the oldest brick buildings in Cowtown were built by our 3rd great-grandfather and his brother. They helped start the first Methodist church, Masonic lodge, and public schools, and our great-great-grandfather was the county judge for many years. Even 10 years after retiring, they closed down the town for his funeral. Sadly, my great-grandfather passed away young, leaving my grandfather to be raised by his mother and a stepfather who wasn't very kind. This stepfather's attitude affected my grandfather and his family. As a Smitherman once mockingly said, "Your family keeps getting weaker, Carr, and you're the weakest." He regretted those words after waking up with bruises, which led to my first time in jail when I was 13. His nose may still bleed, but it's much straighter now after surgeries. As I talked about my family history, I parked in front of the Carr Mercantile, then the United Methodist Church, the Masonic Hall, and the old grammar school that is now a museum. The Carrs played major roles in building all of these places. Yet here in Cowtown, I felt that the family legacy had come down to my father, William Alexander. Katrina quickly reminded me, no, it doesn't just end with him. It continues through William Monroe and his children, George Alexander and his and you and whatever kids you may have. As you said, your dad is different, but you and your brothers are carrying on the good work of your great-great-grandfather. As much as I admire your brothers now, I think by the time they are in their 30s, they will hold important roles here. Katrina and River pulled me out of my gloomy mood. They wanted to see Billy Goat Hill, Vincent's Crossing, and other spots they had heard about in the pundit songs and in my stories from when I've had too much to drink. It's a bit sad that I only shared stories about home when I was drinking, which isn't very often, except maybe after I filed for divorce. Looking back, I realize my feelings for Julie and our relationship were never as strong as what I share with the person at my side. Just like me, she had to order the Denali with a front bench seat so we could sit together while traveling. During the day, Billy Goat Hill and Nanny Goat, which was across the road, were not all that remarkable. I promised to take them back tonight to see the town lights and the beautiful stars. They may not be as bright as those in West Texas, which has less humidity and light noise, but they were still a lovely sight compared to the busier parts of Texas. Vincent's Crossing was gated and locked. The county road was now privately maintained. The tall fences I noticed to the south seemed to indicate that the landowners wanted to keep the public away from their land and the historic bridge. I shook my head in disappointment. The families who once owned this land welcomed us and allowed swimming and cooking around fire pits as long as we cleaned up afterward. The oil and gas money from the Eagle Ford shale has helped upgrade many parts of the county and community, especially roads and streets. The new football and track stadium, with its shiny bleachers and turf field, lacked the charm of the old wooden structure where we used to play, even if I could have done without the tough grass burrs back then. We rode out to an old dam that landowners had built for irrigation many years ago. This area, known as Winter Garden, used to grow a lot of vegetables and melons for Texas in the early to mid-1900s. A rich family from San Antonio bought the old farms and let the dam wash away, so there was no more dam, no lake, and no way to enjoy the water. They disliked people using boats, fishing, and swimming in their river, so they removed the dam that made those activities possible. People often wonder why I have a grudge against the privileged wealthy. Of course, the local government accepted bribes and offered little resistance. The state seemed even less concerned, even though the river was state property. It would be interesting to see what would happen if they tried that now, with different leaders in Cow County. Not many knew it, but the landowners had given the site of the dam and an acre on each side to the county in exchange for upkeep. I wonder what would happen if the county got funds to fix the dam. We returned to the hotel just before nightfall, after a long and emotional day. Honestly, I felt completely tired, and my fiancé had dozed off on my shoulder during the ride home. It was quiet in the back seat, but I could hear some soft talk from the radio I had turned on for the trip. After I parked, but before I woke her, River quietly said, "After the warm welcome you received when we first got here at the reunion and from your brothers, we couldn't figure out why you were so hesitant to come back. Now we understand. You have many happy memories from here, but also some sad ones, along with a tough relationship with your parents. If the family that ran this place like their own kingdom was still in charge, we are sure it would be unbearable. But now you have good friends. You made a mark on this town and your high school. Your brothers and their families are doing well, and you are succeeding in your career. Plus, you have this wonderful young woman with you, and nothing here can harm you. Take care of what you need to do tomorrow, enjoy the music and good company on Wednesday night, and we'll head home on Thursday. Your feelings about your hometown need some time, but one thing is important before we leave. Your brothers need to support you when you get married. Do what you need to make that happen." My fiancé was just as tired as I was. We showered together gently and then slept through the night. Breakfast was tasty and the conversation even better, which helped me visit Will and Kathy without the anxiety I expected. We loaded 2 vehicles, left the kids with their favorite babysitter, and toured the assisted living center that offered advanced care. I was impressed, as were my brothers. River and Katrina asked questions about caring for elderly people with mental health issues and received answers we wouldn't have thought to ask. I gave them a deposit, and they offered me a nice discount if I paid for the year up front, just as I had hoped. Alex and Will were taking care of the medical and psychological evaluations needed, while the girls came up with a plan to encourage our parents to give it a try. As it turned out, the idea of free meals and living in a new home with new furniture was just enough to get Dad to agree to check it out. Mom seemed a bit out of it, so she got into the car with them. The 3 Carr brothers and River went through the house. They decided there was not much to take unless it meant something special to our parents. We ended up choosing a few framed pictures, 3 photo albums, and their medicine. We planned to buy them new clothes and shoes once we figured out their sizes, since what they had was old and worn. The doctor said they were dehydrated and not getting enough food, but otherwise, they were in decent health. The results from the mental health check were not great, but the staff psychologist believed a psychiatrist could help with medicine and therapy. This was the first moment I felt that someone at the facility might not be completely honest with me, but she seemed genuine. They had toured the place, snacked in the cafeteria, and spent time in their new rooms. Mom didn't want to go home, while Dad wanted to eat before heading back. Unfortunately, their new house would not be ready until tomorrow, so we took them out for dinner and got a couple of meals packed up for today and for the morning. Once we got home, Mom looked very sad, and Dad slumped in his chair staring at the TV. Maybe 3 meals, new clothes, medical care, and a new home would really help. Maybe the psychiatrist would see that Dad had some issues to address instead of just being grumpy. The girls went to the mall in Laredo to shop for clothes for both, while we looked online at Alex's to see if we could sell some of the old graders and dump trucks he had around that still worked. The rest we could sell for parts. River took a few minutes to check out items for the upcoming Ritchie Brothers auction. We needed different equipment and pickups for the new crews we would soon be hiring, and he found several items to bid on. Alex and Will were not familiar with online auctions, so River taught them how it works. The women returned around 9 p.m. with more and better clothes than our parents had ever owned, plus a few things they wanted for themselves. The kids were fed and in bed, and we were relaxing on Alex's deck with some drinks. But we were all tired, so we went back to the hotel, and Will and Kathy went home. On Tuesday, over coffee, I reached out to a few of my groomsmen to see if anyone would mind helping out as ushers for my brothers. The first 2 I called were excited to help, but wanted to make sure they were invited to the bachelor party and the rehearsal dinner. I promised they would be invited to the rehearsal dinner, but I forgot to mention there wouldn't be a bachelor party, even one as quiet as the last one. When I saw them, I asked my brothers to be groomsmen, and they agreed, thinking we would get them nice suits, since they didn't have any. I said we would and told them to send us their sizes. Next, we went to get our parents. They didn't seem upset about leaving their home for the last time. When we arrived, Mom went through her closet and dresser, checking her new clothes. She looked happy and hummed while they prepared a nice bath for her and laid out a new outfit. Dad grabbed a few snacks, looked at his clothes, and agreed to take a shower and change, even though he complained about waiting to eat lunch. Alex had told him he needed to, and it worked. In some ways, Dad acted more like a child. It seemed clear we had to do this, no matter the cost. By 11, our parents were settled in, and the friendly nurse and medical technician helping them get comfortable in their new home were busy showing them around. Rosa, the nurse, informed us it was almost lunchtime and we could leave, assuring us she and Clara would take good care of them. After a quick chat in the parking lot, the Carr brothers and their wives decided we should go to Sista's, the best Tex-Mex restaurant in town, for lunch. There had been a lot of worry since we decided to move our parents, but that was gone now. As River said, "You didn't really have a choice, and I think this will turn out to be the best thing for both of them." That made everyone feel better, and lunch was not just tasty. It felt like a celebration. Every few minutes, someone would stop by to say hello, which added to the joyful atmosphere. I left Sista's feeling good about how the morning had gone, grateful for the company of Alex, Brooke, Will, and Kathy, and even some people I hadn't seen in a decade who came over to greet us. Of course, any table with Katrina, Shannon, Kathy, and Brooke would get attention wherever we went, but the mostly male crowd was nice to the guys too. Shannon mentioned that she recognized some company logos on the shirts, but not all of them. I didn't either, so we asked Alex. He explained that a lot of the early work was done by smaller drilling and production companies before bigger ones like EOG and Chesapeake moved in, and they still had land leased. Will added that EOG had never stopped drilling, trying longer and longer drilling lines in the dense shale. None of the laterals were 3 miles long like in the Permian Basin, River said, but they were getting longer and closer together as they explored the limits of the EFS. Alex jokingly mentioned that Chesapeake bought the mineral rights to the Carr family land and was producing quite well from 400 acres. While Chesapeake didn't have the big leases that EOG and some early players like Escondido had, they were very resourceful. In some cases, like ours, they had drilled curved laterals with a mix of different pipes that made the more cautious drilling companies laugh until they started seeing good results like the other shale wells. River mentioned that Chesapeake was large in the gas fields near El Paso, but their new efforts to drill for both gas and oil was something different, and they were selling their wet wells because they decided to return to what they do best. However, there was a good chance they would explore the Buddha Formation under the EFS because it was known to produce gas. The challenge is that much of it is sour gas, which can be dangerous, so production rules are stricter. For now, the gas in the Buddha will stay reserved for later, just like most of the oil reserves in the U.S. Refinery limits prevent greater production, and only one new refinery has been built in Texas, the state that produces most of the U.S. oil, even though demand has grown. Sometimes I wonder why things are this way, but then I see how much the oil companies spend to explore, drill, produce, transport, refine, and sell gasoline and gas. I understand the need to earn a fair profit. Price hikes around holidays and summer travel seasons make me shake my head, and record profits from quarter to quarter make me frustrated. But our company is doing well cleaning up after them and providing services that help with better exploration, production, and transport. Complaining about record profits while trying to do the same seems unfair, but that's just how business is in the oil industry. During lunch, our conversation led Alex to take us out to one of the roads with the most production, and we were amazed by the number of rigs working. With enough pipelines and refineries available within 110 miles in Corpus Christi, and a few even closer, the higher cost of EFS production was balanced a bit by how close the refineries and tankers were to transport refined gasoline and diesel to other U.S. ports and abroad. At 3:30, our wives called to tell us there was a swimming party at the hotel, and we were needed as lifeguards, so we headed back. It was late September, and although fall was near, the temperature was still in the low 90s, perfect for a swim. We spent the afternoon having cannonball and splashing contests, laughing like we were kids again. Ken brought out trays with hot dogs, chips, salsa, and veggie plates for dinner, and afterward he set up a small fire pit for dessert. He even had graham crackers, chocolate bars, and marshmallows ready for us to make s'mores. Katrina joked that Ken was the best host ever and promised to leave glowing reviews on Yelp, TripAdvisor, and Google. We all agreed to do the same. Ken was pleased, especially because his hotel had missed out on the busy boom period when other places were charging high rates. While he didn't get as many bookings as some chain hotels nearby, he took pride in creating a warm, welcoming atmosphere for his guests, and he knew positive reviews would help. As evening settled in, the families headed home, and River mentioned that he and Katrina were going to relax and watch some TV, giving us the night to ourselves. Shannon had changed from her swimsuit into a comfortable romper and sandals, and she told me she might need to freshen up if we had plans. I winked and told her she was already perfect, and that I had somewhere special in mind, somewhere quiet, away from everyone else. We drove to one of my favorite spots, a peaceful place up on Billy Goat Hill where you could see the stars clearly. The view was incredible, and the night air was calm. We sat close, enjoying the quiet and sharing stories, imagining ourselves as high school sweethearts out on a simple date. There was something nostalgic and charming about it, as we both laughed and let our imaginations run. With the moonlight above and the peaceful setting, it was the perfect end to a fun day. I must have done a good job based on her sounds of pleasure and the excitement we shared. Luckily, she had some wet wipes in the car that we used to clean up, and she also had body spray in her bag to help with the smell. It was great that she had those things because we only got about 10 minutes of stargazing while lying on the hood before a group of trucks and SUVs came around us. They brought drinks, lots of energy, a metal fire ring with wood, folding chairs, and a music player. There were many introductions thanks to Bobby Flores, and we were quickly caught up in another welcome home celebration. Though it was still warm outside, having a fire is a must when drinking outdoors, especially in South and West Texas. The large group had been there for about an hour, and the noise from their conversations grew louder, along with the music. Since they were on Billy Goat Hill, and Theo wasn't familiar with much of the music from there, that became the focus of conversation, along with talks about the lyrics. Since no one was paying much attention, hardly anyone used the old road from town, and the new road was just down the way. The local police didn't usually bother parties on the hill, so it surprised everyone when 3 vehicles turned off the road and onto the rocky ground. The first to step out were Sierra and Tim, Just as everyone was getting excited, the second vehicle arrived, and Woody and his wife, a local girl, got out. He was carrying a guitar, which led to cheers from the crowd. The third vehicle brought Lena, Lila, and Will, who also had guitars, along with some tambourines and harmonicas. The crowd went wild. Woody asked, "Do you know how loud you all are? I'm sure people in town are trying to shut their windows to get some peace, and we live less than a mile from here. Since we couldn't ignore you, we thought we'd join in. It's been a while since we had fun on Billy Goat, so we brought some acoustic instruments, but you'll have to turn off the music player." That wasn't a big deal, so the music player was silenced, much to everyone's relief, especially any neighbors around. The rules for the gathering were easy. If a singer tapped their chest, they were singing. If they pointed at the crowd, everyone had to join in. So far, the crowd had been singing familiar songs together until Will tapped his chest, strummed his guitar, and said, "I just finished this song, although I might change it in the future. The working title is Can Time and Beauty Tame the Beast, though we weren't sure it would stick. Anyway, listen to it, and let us know what you think once it's done." Will's deep, rugged voice blended with Lila and Lena's soft, soaring harmonies, creating a surprising contrast. The lyrics, switching perspectives from verse to verse, added to the effect. Halfway through, Shannon turned to me and whispered, "So, I'm the beauty, and you're the beast?" I nodded with a grin. The last verse mentioned the angry young man, which made everyone chuckle as they clapped Theo on the back, showing their appreciation for his contribution to the song. Shannon joined in the laughs, though her friends gave her plenty of friendly hugs and shoulder pats in their excitement. Will waited until the energy calmed down, then asked, "So, sounds like you liked it. Got any thoughts on how to improve it?" Shannon replied that she might have some ideas, but she'd share them tomorrow. After about 20 more songs, Woody wrapped up the evening with an invitation. "We've got to get going, and you all probably do too. But tomorrow night, we're hosting a songwriters round, and everyone here is invited. Be there by 7 and bring your own drinks." It took a while for the crowd to disperse, and finally, Shannon and I found ourselves by the fire, still flickering in the night. She took her phone out, found a song to play, and set it on the hood of the car, giving me that familiar, playful smile that always promises a fun time. When the music began, she started dancing lightly around the fire. The flames flickered, casting a warm glow that caught in her hair as she moved. It was captivating to watch her dancing freely in the moonlight, relaxed and joyful. We stayed by the fire a little while longer, enjoying the calm, peaceful night. The day had been full of laughter, music, and friendship, and it felt like the perfect end to a perfect evening. I waved for her to come over, but she stayed on the other side of the pit, swaying and teasing me. When I could not take any more, she giggled and said, "Catch me if you can." I began to move to my right around the pit. She quickly dashed to the left, jumped into the Denali, and shut the door. I grabbed her clothes from the ground and went after her, only to find her stretched out inside. She had one leg over the front seat and the other over the back. I knelt between her legs, and she pulled me closer with a smile. What was happening was wild and passionate, and she made joyful sounds that echoed into the night. I was surprised at how quickly things progressed, both of us feeling a strong connection. As she held me closely and whispered sweet words, I felt a deep bond forming. Her laughter told me that my fiancé was back with her playful spirit. She jokingly said we would need to clean the new Denali before anyone could sit in the back or the front. We used the remaining wipes to tidy up, and I checked the fire to make sure it was safe before we headed to the motel. The next morning, we enjoyed a big breakfast and quickly went to the auto parts store for deodorant and leather cleaner. Her legs and outfit caught a lot of attention, but she seemed focused on cleaning her gift and didn't notice the distractions around her. Occasionally, she would glance and grin, showing she was aware of her effect. I walked around to see what everyone else was looking at and was impressed. She stood proudly, and those little shorts highlighted her shape. It was clear she drew attention. When I returned to my spot, she looked over and said, "We need to finish this soon and get back to the room, or we'll have to start all over. I'm still feeling excited and all this attention is getting to me, so let's wrap this up." I teased her about being a little exhibitionist, and she laughed, saying she couldn't help it because she was a cheerleader. She told me to hurry, or there would be some playful consequences. We managed to grab our things and head back to our room in no time. An hour later, we found River, Katrina, and Ken waiting for us. Katrina smirked and said, "We've been waiting for you two since you got back. Are you feeling better now?" She rested her head on my chest, and I just smiled back. The others laughed, got up, and walked to the SUV with us. "Wow, this new car smells really clean," Katrina added playfully, and River joked that he had never liked a car scent so much. River blushed a little, but I understood and nodded in agreement. The weather was expected to be really warm, reaching close to 95 degrees, and my brothers and their wives had taken another day off to show us around. River wore casual shorts and a t-shirt, while my brothers and I wore comfortable shorts and t-shirts too. The four women dressed in light shorts and sleeveless tops, and there was something noticeably distracting about their outfits. In Cowtown, known for its hot weather, people often wore light clothing without much thought. Katrina and Shannon definitely fit in with that style. In those outfits, Katrina was looking great, and my sisters-in-law were doing just fine too. We were in a passenger van that Alex had bought for his growing family. He was driving while Will acted as our guide. I was seated beside Shannon, enjoying the view while River was in the back seat looking too. Kathy sat in the front seat next to me, and Brooke sat next to River. I have to say, my brothers chose wonderful partners, and the baby expected in a few months would surely be well taken care of. Kathy enjoyed showing off in front of me, while Brooke was quite lively as well. Shannon playfully nudged me a few times, and Katrina laughed at our fun. We were all teasing each other, but it was a good time. Caught up in the moment, I didn't notice when we turned onto a paved road until Will asked, "Do you remember this place?" My stomach tightened as I saw the Smitherman Industries building. To me, it symbolized the troubles faced by many workers in Cow County. Those who worked here dealt with long hours, low pay, poor conditions, and little security, which could hurt them and their families. Before you get upset, look at the sign in front. After we took down the Smitherman sign, Car Dirt Works put this one up and Car Electric set it up. It looks nice, and what it stands for makes it even better. This factory is owned by a group of investors from various places, including San Antonio, where the LLC is based. 2 more small tech companies have opened up along the River Road. All 3 places offer good pay and benefits, similar to those in the cities. Thanks to the lasting jobs from the Eagle Ford oil area, Cowtown is almost fully employed now. That's a big change from when you left. Most people think the downfall of the Smithermans was because of Will's songs, but they'll also remember how you stood up to them and confronted those troublemakers right before you left. You know, like TMC, became a rallying cry when the uprising began. This place still feels a bit strange, but it looks so much nicer with that new sign instead of the old one. Show me the other workplaces and the new clinic I've heard about. They took me there, and the new modern buildings really stood out next to the historic Front Street, which had brick buildings from the late 1800s and old sidewalks with rings for tying horses. Many of those old buildings were falling apart when I left, but now, with the town thriving, they've been fixed up and recognized as historic places. Seeing that, along with the nice cars and trucks everywhere, made me happy. This new version of Cowtown was something I never thought I would see. From downtown, Alex drove into the nicer neighborhood where the Smithermans and their friends used to live. The yards of the houses still looked good, but they were not as perfectly kept as before when they had gardeners. The homes looked nice, but now you could see children's toys and playgrounds in the backyards, making them feel more welcoming. The Smitherman mansion, built by the grandparents with money they shouldn't have had, is now owned by one of the tech workers who moved his business here. Will said this man made lots of money in games before starting to make software for businesses and the government. His workplace is filled with bright, creative people who help the community grow. The Cowtown Cars are friends with Richie, the owner, and some of his team. Alex stopped at a taco stand in a small food truck area near an old beer place by the river, and we picked out our tacos. It was pretty warm, but there was a nice breeze, so we sat at some round tables with umbrellas for shade. My carne asada tacos were delicious, and Shannon's fajita tacos were great too. We traded some to compare. She thought they were the same until I showed her the different cuts of beef. The old river park, which had fallen into disrepair during the Smitherman years, has been brought back to life. Now it has BBQ pits, grills, covered tables and benches, and easy access to the river for fishing. Swimming is not allowed because the water can change quickly, with some areas flowing fast and others being still and unsafe. But that's okay, Kathy said cheerfully, because there was an indoor-outdoor pool in the park about a mile away. Overall, this seemed like a good place to raise a family, and my brothers were happy here. Who would have thought? After a nice nap and a shower, we got ready for the songwriters event at Will's place. It was still warm outside, but I found some jeans and a blue polo on the bed after my shower. I decided to change it up and chose a fun shirt with bright Texas peppers on it instead. I swapped the jeans for some comfortable Wrangler shorts and put on my clean athletic shoes. Kathy looked at me with a raised eyebrow, then her expression softened to curiosity, and finally she gave me an approving nod. I know I look good in jeans, but my strong legs seem to attract compliments in shorts. The casual shirt shows off my shoulders and arms nicely. I felt confident I fit the spirit of the Songwriter Festival. Then I noticed what Kathy was wearing, a mid-thigh denim skirt and a white blouse that hugged her figure, just reaching the waist of her skirt. It was easy to see she took care of herself. She looked amazing, and I could not help but admire her. Alex arrived on time with the van. He and Will watched Shannon and Katrina, who was in a denim romper, with keen interest. River shook his head at Shannon with an amused look and said, "Wow." I climbed into the van and noticed Kathy's sundress and another friend's short sleeveless outfit. I paused for a moment and leaned over to ask, "Where's the protection? Do we need anything?" Will caught on and replied, "We might want to grab some baseball bats just in case. These musicians can be overly confident, and I worry they might be trouble." "I don't have bats," Alex said, "but I do have some tools under the third seat and a knife on my belt. That should be enough to handle any situation. I doubt Will or Lila will let things get too wild, though." The girls were teasing us by now, with Kathy leading the charge. "If you're worried about us, you're too late. Besides, wouldn't it be fun if I dated a country star?" "Oh, that would definitely be interesting, especially with your charm," I replied jokingly. Kathy squealed and hugged her husband from across the seat. Shannon smiled at me and seemed ready to ask something, but I interrupted her. "Don't even go there. If you end up with some country superstar, make sure he drops you off in Dallas. I'll be busy elsewhere with my own plans." "So, you wouldn't stand up for me?" "Okay, maybe that's a silly question," she said with a grin. "I guess you're saying that if I cheat on you, I'm out of the picture?" "Exactly. Tonight, or any time after that, you got it. But we haven't even said the forsaking all others vow yet. Can't I have some fun before that?" she pushed. "Of course. Didn't you have a little fun last night?" I asked with a grin. "Yep," she said, moving closer to me. "I heard you all had a party at Billy Goat, and then some trouble started after everyone left. Do you know anything about that?" Brooke teased. "That must have happened after we made sure the fire was safe," I replied with a smirk, making everyone laugh. The gate on the old road was open, but two men checked our names on a list before letting us through. I noticed we drove almost to the old bridge at Vincent's Crossing before turning toward Will's house, so I asked Alex about that. "Yeah, it's right there. The last owner built a nice house and barn but didn't take care of the river. Will has been working to clear it out, and we should see the Rio River about 100 yards down the road on our left." Alex showed his disapproval. "The people across the bridge haven't taken care of their place. The metal frame is solid, but the wood is falling apart. It won't be long before they can't get in or out. Maybe that's for the best. They could sell it to Will or someone who cares." The occasional floods here, the weather in South Texas is usually hot and dry with bursts of rain, had changed the riverbank a bit. But the spot where we swam during the day and went for a swim at night was still there, along with the sloping bank where we laid blankets. That was across from Will's property, which ended in the middle of the river. A quick memory of Nita appeared in my mind, then faded to thoughts of Shannon by the warm fire. She squeezed my leg, seeming to read my thoughts. The barn was spacious, with a wide space in the middle for songwriters to gather, surrounded by people. A young woman I didn't know, but Shannon did, was quietly practicing her voice. We set up our chairs behind the first two rows, near a horse pen, and placed our cooler along the fence. Brooke had water, River and Katrina mixed theirs with bourbon, and the rest of us enjoyed beer from the cooler. Gary and Danny came through a door and spotted us, but the rest of the band wasn't around. The talented musicians came over to greet us, explaining that the hosts were busy preparing burgers, hot dogs, and sausages, along with bread, sauces, and desserts. The charcoal grills were ready to be lit, and soon they would join the growing crowd. Noticing that the first singer, Dina, wasn't quite ready, Gary suggested we take a quick look around the place and see the new additions the Callahans had made. Brooke and Alex chose to sit, while the rest of us followed Gary inside. The living area was nice, with a rustic charm typical of a barn-dominium. It had stained concrete floors, southwestern rugs, and rustic wooden walls. The wooden dining table, which could seat 12 people, was just a bar away from a shiny stainless steel kitchen and across from a large couch that defined the living space. A path between the table and couch led to the front door. The bedrooms felt quite luxurious, as did the attached bathrooms. While the outside looked like sheet metal, the inside was very comfortable. Instead of taking us back to the singing, Gary opened the front door and invited us to explore more. A group of small houses was set up further up the hill. It seemed their friends liked Cowtown, the ranch, and the modern recording and video studios so much that they bought these little houses and had them set up. Gary led us around the barn door to the food area, and seeing that the hosts were away, he took us into the studio. None of us knew much about the electronic equipment he was excitedly talking about, but he was very proud, so we listened politely. From what I gathered, the equipment produced high-quality sound, and they could create videos in high definition. Gary happily told us they could release a song to streaming services and upload a video online on the same day. We cheered for him, saying we'd love to see it in action, and then returned to the singers and our drinks, intrigued by what we had heard. Dina sang several songs I enjoyed, but a couple didn't quite hit the mark for me. I love folk, Americana, classic country, western bluegrass, and traditional country music. I also enjoy some red dirt music and newer Texas artists, but I don't care for pop music pretending to be country or the mix of rap and country. Shannon was younger and came from a different background, so she wasn't bothered by pop or rap. She mentioned that in high school and college, cheerleaders often danced to some of the songs I didn't like, and the crowd always loved it. I told her that the crowd wasn't excited about the music. She agreed to my serious stations instead of the radio ones that played new country, but we still heard that kind of music a lot in her Jeep when we went out. To me, some things are just unappealing. We listened to 6 artists, all great in my opinion, before it was announced that the food was ready. People quickly formed lines, so we waited and listened to 2 more artists before we decided to try our luck at a shorter line. I chose a burger, but the cook insisted I also try his homemade sausage and red cabbage, so I ended up with a full plate to balance on my lap. I grabbed some cold beers and shared them out, giving Brooke a bottle of water. We listened to a talented trio, a woman with a guitar and a smooth voice, an amazing musician who played many instruments and sang well, and a guy from Australia who played the mandolin and didgeridoo. They played funny, sad, and haunting songs, sharing personal stories about each song and its writer. After they finished, I approached them and let them know I would be streaming their music in the future. I couldn't wait to hear how they sounded with all their instruments together. They were older than me by about 10 to 15 years, but they were very charming. I stood behind the crowd chatting with them while others stayed to watch the next artist. The following act was made up of 2 young rappers. Though I could appreciate their rhymes, adding guitar music did not make it country or folk music that I would enjoy or pay to hear. I caught Will's eye. He rolled his eyes and subtly shook his head while looking at Shannon, Kathy, Alex, and Brooke, who were eagerly watching and moving to the beat. He motioned for us to head out. I nodded and got up. Shannon and Kathy didn't even notice. Alex was like the girls, enjoying the performance. I grabbed 2 fresh beers, and we made our way along to the open area outside. There were several older men gathered around a small fire pit. It was only a little chilly, but a fire always brings people together. "What's wrong? You young ones don't like new country?" one of them joked. "Just give me classic country like Ben Vaughn, the Carter Family, bluegrass, and amazing songwriters like Christopherson and Van Zandt," I replied. "Well, look at that. A purist. How old are you, son? I'm almost 30, sir. Cut this, sir. We're just 5 guys who love real country music. I say that thinking your younger brother there is one of us. Will gave a big smile, shook hands, and shared some of his favorite songs like London Homesick Blues and The Perfect Country and Western Song. Not everyone could be so bold, but he did it well, and even talked about the times he saw them at concerts or dances. Baby brother was smooth. We joked around and they shared wild stories about artists they had played with. Time flew by, which often happens when you're having fun. When I listened closely, I noticed the rappers were gone, and a young girl with blonde hair was playing her banjo and singing. She was quite good from what I could hear. Alex and Brooke were watching her, but I looked for Shannon and Kathy and couldn't find them. I nudged Will and suggested we check on our girlfriends before we got in trouble. As we walked away, I told him they weren't in their seats. He mentioned a tool he needed, and we began looking for them. They weren't in or around the alley or the food area, so where could they be? We checked the studio and the house and walked outside. Will pointed, "I see someone with blonde hair inside that little house over there. Let's take a look." I sighed. "Look, we're engaged but not married. If she is going to cheat, I want to know now. You can say that, but I've got 2 kids at home. Let's go." He hurried up the hill, trying to stay out of sight. I followed close behind. If we caught them being unfaithful, it would ruin the night and likely spoil the month ahead. We peeked into the small entrance, and I saw a pretty boy with Kathy. He was leaning in close, but she was keeping a bit of space between them. He was chatting about a new song they were creating and asked for her thoughts. After listening for a moment, Will laughed. This guy seems too smooth with his words. The real question is, will it make Kathy give in, as he hopes? Shannon was in a more difficult position. She and a guy with a ponytail were in a small room, standing very close to each other. Unlike Will's funny response, I felt a wave of jealousy. He was too close, and she wasn't pushing him away. If they ended up lying down on that bed, there would be trouble. Forget the idea of wanting to know. I was feeling very jealous now. He placed his hands on her shoulders and leaned in as if he was going to kiss her. I was about to go back and walk through the front door when she suddenly kneed him and pushed him into a chair. She said, "Thanks for the tour, but too bad you didn't pay attention to the simple rule I gave you. Now you're in a bit of pain, and I didn't even get to see the loft. Maybe the owners will show me another time." "Bye now," Kathy called as she walked down the hall. One of the men backed away with his hands up, looking nervous. Kathy laughed, saying, "Don't worry, I wasn't planning to hurt you unless you broke the rules. Then kicking you all the way back to Florida would have been tempting. Bye-bye." The 2 friends left the building, laughing and joking as they made their way outside. But as they reached the path, they spotted their husbands waiting nearby with folded arms and questioning looks. Kathy quickly raised her hands and called out, "He didn't touch me!" Will looked skeptical. "All right, but why were you in a house with a stranger after you'd been drinking? Haven't we talked about staying safe?" Kathy looked a bit flustered, but Shannon jumped in to explain. "They invited us to see their friend's tiny house. We were curious, and since they had the key, we thought it'd be fun. You both were busy over by the fire, so we figured it was fine to take a look. And for the record, I made it very clear we were just interested in seeing the place." She added, "One of them, Keith, did try to cross a line, but I made sure he knew it was a mistake." Will raised an eyebrow. "So, you're saying they just came over and invited you out of nowhere?" Shannon blushed slightly. "No, we went over to chat with them after their set, like everyone else. We were all standing around by the food area when Keith got the idea to show us the tiny house. We'd already made it clear that we're married and engaged, and they seemed fine with it." Kathy nodded, adding, "I stayed with Shannon the whole time, just to be safe. We took a quick look around inside and then left." "Looked like Keith was showing her more than just the decor," I teased, giving them a hard time now that everything was sorted out. Shannon looked like she was figuring out how to respond when Will remarked, "So you 2 were just tagging along like fans, right? Or maybe like groupies? Following them around?" Kathy, with a playful grin, waved her hand and said, "Not exactly, but if you're curious, you can always check with Shannon." Before she could react, I pretended to check by running my hand across her back, making her laugh as she quickly stopped me. "No need to investigate," I joked, adding, "Seems like the tiny house tour was pretty exciting." She laughed, trying to brush off the teasing, and we all headed back together, thankful the evening had ended on a light-hearted note. She was strong in a cheerleader way, and I was strong like someone who works in construction, so my move didn't work out as planned. She made a funny face and then laughed. Since she wanted to have fun, I picked her up by the waist, bent my knees, and tossed her into the air like a rocket. She cheered but managed to balance herself in the air and fell into my arms safely. She was laughing a lot now, like a little kid being tickled, and our friends were watching. "We came out to check on you girls and caught quite a show. Thanks for that. At least Woody and I do. I can't speak for my wife," someone said. "As we asked in college," Lila said with a smile, then looked at Lena and Shannon. Shannon giggled and they chanted together, "Why not keep the pretty ones around?" Then Lila laughed too. "Will might want to share some funny stories about living with these two," Woody joked, pointing to Lena and Lila. "Let me go." Shannon laughed. "I think I've done enough already," but I noticed she wasn't really trying to get away. I set her back on her feet. She straightened her skirt and said, "I'm ready for a drink." She grabbed Kathy's arm and then caught Lena's. Lena took Lila's and off they went, full of energy. I looked at the other guys who were watching the four women closely. Woody joked, "I'd pay to see that." We all agreed and we followed them without holding hands. The four friends were drawing so much attention near the alley that we soon had more guys joining us. A group of country rockers had started playing music in the alley. They sang songs by famous bands and encouraged everyone to get up and dance. Some songwriters hadn't taken their turn, but no one seemed to mind. We all danced together for about an hour before taking a break. People got new drinks, sat in chairs, and asked someone to sing. Those who hadn't sung yet joined in, and the audience enjoyed every moment. Once the last performer finished, Gary and Danny arrived with instruments and set up to play, bringing everyone back to the fun. They included a few slower songs, and we danced with whoever was nearby. 10 songs later, Lena found herself in my arms. I had lost track of Shannon in the crowd, which was full of people swaying and having a good time. Lena pressed herself against me and seemed curious about how quickly I would respond to her closeness. It did not take long. Feeling pleased, she asked, "See that black cowboy hat?" She pointed to a guy in the crowd. "He's dancing with her. He may not be all that, but he sings well for someone from downtown Miami, and he thinks he's quite the charmer. We can go over there and switch partners, or you can stay close to me and trust that your fiancé won't mind. What do you want to do?" I placed my hand on her back and pulled her even closer. "Do I get to enjoy this too?" Instead of replying, she let out a soft sound and moved against me. "Just stop before things get a bit out of hand and don't let me pull you away." "What if I pull you away?" I asked playfully, holding her a little tighter. Her hands were resting gently on my shoulders, and she led me further into the crowd, creating some space between us. Before we knew it, we were near the guy in the black hat and his partner. She was playfully pushing him away while giving him a teasing look. "Here," Lena said to her, "he's too much for me. I'll take this one and you can have him, but be careful. He's a handful." The girl looked at me, smiled, and asked, "Think you can keep up with me?" I replied, "Maybe, maybe not, but I'll enjoy the challenge." I didn't actually struggle, but I would have been pleased if I had. Whatever fun energy Shannon had at the barn was something special. She made everyone laugh, and when we finally squeezed into the van with Brooke driving, she started joking again. This time, she wanted to go back to the Billy Goat place and dance around a fire, saying that people had been doing that since ancient times. Alex thought it was a good idea, which earned him a playful shove from the only sober person in the van, our driver, Kathy. She asked if the dancing would happen while everyone was still there, or later when the place got loud. Shannon just laughed and continued her silly comments about how strict modern American society was, claiming nudity was normal in many places. I chimed in, reminding her that even showing an ankle could cause trouble for women in some cultures, but she was on a roll. Next, she speculated that cheerleaders and gymnasts were beloved because they wore so little during performances, yet even a hint of nudity in films earned them higher ratings. "How is it fair," she asked, "that violent actions in movies are okay, but a little human nature isn't?" My brothers and their wives had never seen her tipsy before, and I hadn't either. We found her very funny and laughed at her silly behavior, but her fiancé seemed a bit worried. It was clear there were things I hadn't experienced yet. Brooke dropped us off at the hotel and told us to come to her house at 8 for breakfast and another discussion. There were still some decisions to make. As we walked into the hotel holding each other, I realized that a Shannon who had drunk a little was quite different. She didn't get wild, but I would have been happy if she had. Katrina and River chose to have breakfast and chat with Ken and his wife, who had just come back from visiting her mom in Oklahoma. I took my quieter fiancé to Brooke's breakfast gathering. They teased her playfully about her dancing and popular cheerleaders, but she just sipped her coffee and smiled, waiting for the main conversation to start. Brooke, full of energy, jumped right in. First item is not up for discussion. You two are not going to wait 10 more years or even 10 more months before you come back here. You have nieces and nephews who are growing up, parents to check on, and siblings who will miss you. Agreed on this? When no one disagreed, she continued. You boys need to figure out what to do about Mom and Dad's house. It has pests, and besides some pictures and keepsakes, it really needs to go. Will and Alex own a storage place we can use until you have time to go through things, but seriously, it's both an eyesore and a health risk. I raised my hand to speak, and she playfully said, Yes, Theodore? I agree, and I think it would be better if it were gone. I don't have any good memories from that house I want to keep. But I won't be here to manage it, so that would be an extra load for you. That's not an issue, Will said. Kathy and I want it gone for the same reasons. What will you do with the property then? I asked. Will and Alex exchanged looks with their wives and shrugged. We haven't decided yet. Why? If you don't plan to use it, I might be interested in buying it. Maybe I could set up a spot for visitors when we come down. Shannon seemed okay with it, but she did look curious. Towing a trailer all the way down here didn't sound great. Staying at the hotel would be much easier. All right, Brooke said. We'll leave that up to you. Item 3 is Shannon's. I called my brother after you both agreed to be in the wedding, she said, looking at Alex and Will. We talked about the original plans and made a new one. His little one and your little ones are going to throw flower petals, and your older ones will carry rings, if that's okay with you. We'll pay for the tuxes and dresses. No, you won't. We'll find tuxes and dresses that match, and we'll be there for rehearsal, Kathy insisted. You're covering our rooms and food. We'll take care of the rest, and that's how it will be. All right then. Item 4, Brooke said with a smile. Where are you going on your honeymoon? Shannon looked at her fiancé and asked, Yes, honey, where are we going on our honeymoon? I met her gaze and asked, Right here and now? Are you sure? Yes, I am, and everyone else is too, including the Paytons and my family. Okay, but can I share my idea and get some feedback? It's not too late to change it. Of course, let's hear it. From the stories you and your family have shared, you've traveled a lot. The Caribbean islands, Hawaii, Europe, even Asia. You've skied in Park City and Aspen, gone shopping in New York City, spent spring break in Florida, and enjoyed wine tours in California. Meanwhile, I've only been to 2 states and 1 foreign country if you count Nuevo Laredo as foreign. I hired a travel agent, but wherever she suggested, Brad said you've already been. But, as he said, you didn't really see much because Dad was always in a hurry. You flew in, vacationed, skied, or whatever, and then flew back, right? She nodded and looked even more curious. Do you remember a couple of weeks ago when I woke up early to check what was available at the auction? There were a few last-minute items, mostly from bankruptcies and foreclosures. I saw one that caught my eye because the starting bid was extremely low. I'm not an expert, but I know enough to realize $50K is too low. It was the first item up for bidding, and not many people were logged on yet. Someone placed a minimum bid while I was looking through the options, and without thinking much, I placed a bid $10K higher. I was planning to stop at $100,000 because I thought I could recover that no matter the condition. But no one else bid, so suddenly I became the proud owner of a 2018 Phaeton diesel motorhome. Thinking ahead, I had the dealership pick it up and thoroughly inspect it. Engine, powertrain, the 4 slide-outs, the roof, TV antenna, and every item inside, including appliances. The serviceman called me back 2 days later. He said it looked great, but they cleaned it up, changed the oil, fluids, and tires, and fixed everything so it would be ready for our adventures. He asked me to talk to the sales team. They offered me $250,000 in cash, but I turned it down because I knew its true value by then. So, sweetheart, We have a really nice 40-foot motorhome for our honeymoon. Just wait until you see my travel plans. Have you ever visited the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas and Oklahoma? Driven across the Great Plains and watched the Rocky Mountains appear in the distance? I know you've been to Aspen, but have you enjoyed a baseball game at Coors Field or toured the Coors Brewery? Have you explored Central City or seen the elk in Estes Park? Drove along Trail Ridge Road and walked to the top? Seen Yellowstone, the Grand Tetons, or even glimpsed the Grand Canyon from way up high? Now my future wife was smiling. That sounds just like you. You enjoy Ruidoso, the shops in Santa Fe, and the Carlsbad Caverns. I can picture you traveling across the country in a big RV. And we'll be bringing your Wrangler along in a car carrier. This motorhome has a powerful diesel engine so we can pull anything. We can set up in a nice RV park and explore anywhere in your Jeep, even those steep mountain roads. Or we can park it and come down here to play with your nieces and nephews? Brooke asked with a smile. Of course, I replied. Once we come back from our honeymoon, we can take weekend trips to Big Bend, Taos, Angel Fire, or even Dallas to visit your family. As she often did when she was happy, she sat on my lap. See why I love this guy? He's young at heart, and they say that the only difference between a man and a boy is the cost of his toys. After that sales job, I can't wait to travel with you. But how long did you say our honeymoon is? That's quite a trip, and winter is coming soon. Our bosses want us back for Thanksgiving, so we have a bit of time. We will need to watch the weather. But sweetheart, would being snowed in for a few days be so bad? I playfully nipped at her ear when I asked, and she shivered. Maybe it was my breath or the excitement. I might not manage a week stuck with her, but I would be happy. We all had lunch at Ramon's to enjoy our last taste of real Tex-Mex, said our goodbyes, and headed northwest. Mom seemed calmer, and Dad was almost friendly when we saw him. My brothers, sisters-in-law, nephews, and nieces were sad to see us leave and asked us to visit again soon. I felt a little sad, but everyone else said to wake them when we reached Uvalde. I didn't, but I woke them up when we arrived at Neil's cabins at Concan, where we had a room booked for the night. It was too late and too cool to enjoy floating on the river, which is why it's called the Frio River. So we had sandwiches from the cooler and decided to relax for the day. The next day, we explored beautiful places like Garner State Park, Leakey, Barksdale, and Rock Springs, then continued our journey towards Junction and beyond. The speed limit on I-10 is 80, but you really need to drive faster to keep up with the traffic. I followed a driver with lots of radio antennas who was zooming along, and we passed through towns like Sonora, Ozona, and Fort Stockton before saying goodbye and heading towards Pecos and home. They wanted to see pictures of our honeymoon journey, so Rivers showed them how to find the photo gallery. Shannon gave me that familiar, amazed look and said, "Not bad, not bad at all." I worked hard for 2 weeks, but Shannon flew from Midland to Dallas the day after we reached Orla. It turns out, getting ready for a wedding takes longer than expected. Despite her mom's concerns about how to behave in public, my greeting from my FaceTime friend was very lively when I got to Love. It got even more lively once we set aside some time with my luggage in my room. That took a whole hour, almost making us late for dinner hosted by some friends of her parents. The conversation was a bit formal and dull, but the food was really good. After some time, we excused ourselves and returned to my room. Shannon took a moment at midnight to text her mom to let her know where she was, and that was the last update we had from her for a while. We used the morning to check on our motorhome and take it for a drive. From behind the wheel, it felt good for such a large vehicle. It had plenty of power, and everything seemed to work well. From Shannon's perspective, she said, "This is a dream vehicle, so much better than flying. The furniture is cozy, the bedding is nice, and I love the mattress, so comfy. I can't wait to try it out." I didn't have time to manage it myself, so I hired someone to arrange and stock the RV fully, and it seemed to meet Shannon's standards, which deserved a good tip. Shannon had some suggestions for improvements, but overall she was happy. We planned to pick it up the morning after the wedding and head to Hot Springs, Arkansas, a place neither of us had been before. I might not be able to reach the heights of my father, but I can show her new things and make her feel wonderful experiences. I hope that will be enough. Compared to all the Bridezilla stories I'd heard, Shannon was surprisingly calm. A worried florist who was short on a specific flower for the celebration? No problem, what do you have that matches our colors? A caterer who hesitated to offer kid-friendly meals? That's all right, I can find someone else. Just return the deposit on your way out. Oops, maybe this isn't my usual approach, but I can try someone else. You have an hour to confirm. When I asked her, she said, "Do you have any idea how many dances and events I have organized? There's always another way, and in 100 years no one will care anyway." As stunning as she is, there's much more to Shannon Alana Barnes than what you see at first glance. This is going to be quite a journey, and we kick off the official events in 2 days. My family of 6 adults and 4 kids arrived in the afternoon from different places and gathered at the hotel. Her sorority sisters and cheer team members with their dates came that evening, along with her family, and we took over the bar. When one of her bridesmaids asked about the band she wanted, Shannon smiled and said she didn't get that one, but found an even better band they would love. She kept the band name a surprise. Her lively sisters brought along their semi-serious, Kelly, and serious, Angie, boyfriends, and since they had shared experiences with the sorority sisters and cheerleaders, they were having just as much fun. As they were leaving, Shannon's mom asked when she would be home. When Shannon replied, "Later tonight," her mom looked surprised, but that was agreed upon. A short break to make our honeymoon even more special. Shannon's wedding party included her sisters as maids of honor, her college roommate and best friend Allison, and her closest cheer friends from college, Salah, Kim, and Michelle. They represented 10 months of the Playgirls of Texas Tech calendars, which featured several of them. They were bestsellers in Lubbock and online, and seeing them in person, it was clear why. My best man was River, and my groomsmen were Will, Alex, Brad, Abe, and Beto, the representative chosen by the group who had supported me all these years in the oil industry. I wanted them all to come, but they were just as hesitant as before, even though they all loved Shannon, and she loved them too. The rehearsal went perfectly, even though Shannon adjusted who was walking with whom based on height and other qualities. The dinner, hosted by my parents, River and Katrina, mixed fun stories and heartfelt speeches. Everyone in the wedding party, all 4 parents and Shannon's grandparents, shared toasts and heartwarming memories. There were no funny or awkward stories from the hen party or bachelor party this time because we didn't have either. Instead, we all went to our rooms by midnight. I missed her sweet scent and the soft feel of her skin in my bed even more than being close. 2 nights apart felt long, especially compared to the 2 weeks she spent in Dallas while I was in New Mexico. She called me early on Saturday, our wedding day, just to hear my voice. After she reassured me that she wasn't nervous and that she missed me, we talked about the day ahead. The guys were headed out for golf while the women planned a spa day and then had their makeup done. Golf was Brad's idea, and I ended up having a great time. With Brad, his dad, granddad, and River, we weren't very good at golf. I had played more mini-golf than real golf, and the closest golf course to Cowtown was 50 miles away. I wasn't sure if Beto had ever held a golf club, but River was surprisingly good. It seemed many business deals in Midland were made on golf courses. I'm not great at keeping secrets, but it didn't seem odd when Will, Lily, Woody, his wife Shannon, Gary, Danny, Lena, and the sound guy from the BGH Pundits joined us. They said they were playing a gig in Dallas and that my Shannon recommended this course during their songwriters' night. They played better than my brothers and me, though that wasn't hard. They also brought some laughter to the game. My in-laws were careful not to tease me too much, but they did wonder how guys like us could be so clumsy on the golf course. We didn't mind. We were really bad and knew it. In our hometown, there were always more important things to do than spend 6 hours playing golf. Lila, Shannon, and Lena had to leave after playing 9 holes. When we finished, a tray of sandwiches awaited us at the country club. It was there that I learned about the business idea River and the Barnes had successfully developed. My first real lesson came from Will Callahan himself. I hear you guys are thinking about setting up an RV spot on your parents' land. Is that true? It seemed like a simple question. Yes, I recently got a motorhome and we want to come down occasionally to stay close as a family. So you and Cowtown aren't in any trouble anymore? Woody asked with a smile. I always thought of the song You're Always 17 in Your Hometown as a warning because of the mess I made when I left for the Northwest. but it looks like I wasn't as looked down upon as I once thought. I reconnected with my brothers and some old friends and got to know your band better. Those reasons, along with some delicious Tex-Mex food, make my lovely wife and me want to visit from time to time. At least that's what she says. We also heard you have some money saved up from a deal with New Mexico. Is that true? I looked at River's serious expression and sensed there was more to this than met the eye. Honestly, I'm not sure. River handles that part of the business. He gives me checks now and then, which I send to my investment advisor, and he guides me. Why are you asking? I know about a nice piece of land for sale right across the river from me. The owner was not careful with his fast food businesses and needs money quickly. I glanced at River, then back to Will. What size is the land? Where is it exactly, and how much do they want? It's just a section of land, like I said, right across the river from me. I think you used to swim there. So, across the bridge from the Calicans, at a spot we called Vincent's Crossing. Now I know the location and size, but what's the price? The land is around $3,000 per acre in that area. I'm not a math expert, but that's nearly $2 million. Is that the price for someone with extra time or for someone who needs money fast? That's what a similar property not across a bridge that needs fixing sold for after being on the market for a year, Will said with a smile. Even if River and my advisor agreed, I wouldn't pay that much without checking the condition of the bridge first. Everyone at the table smiled, and Alex chimed in. I have a crew that builds and repairs bridges. I recently made an offer to the owner of that land and his neighbor. Depending on who can use the land and the river, I might be able to lower the price a bit. Now, everyone was smiling. Well, it seems I got quite the surprise. Walking out with River, Will, Alex, Brad, Abe, and Beto felt thrilling. I looked out over the church. As I expected, the bride's side was almost full. Turning to the groom's side, I thought it might be mostly empty, with some people spilling over from the bride's side. However, the groomsmen and 4 of Shannon's cousins had placed Katrina, Kathy, and Brooke in the family row. Not surprisingly, after the morning, they were surrounded by the Billy Goat Hill group. What surprised me was seeing so many of my old classmates and teammates filling the seats behind them, along with about 40 of my friends from Orla, all dressed up nicely. I looked at River, who had a big smile on his face, and I might have felt a bit emotional. Katrina's eyes were already shiny with tears, and Kathy and Brooke were also getting teary as they watched the group of young children and the 2 ring-bearers. The kids walked gently down the aisle, where the groomsmen stepped forward to take their arms and walk beside them in their spots. When the beautiful maids of honor were in their places, the music paused, and then the wedding march started. Daddy Barnes looked as proud as could be as he took his youngest daughter's arm and made sure they walked together, taking that first step. The bride looked more stunning than anyone I had ever seen, which is why she seemed to float down the aisle with her dad supporting her. She, along with the few hundred guests, said I looked like I was in The Look of Love as I watched her, but I just felt amazed. Dad managed to say her mother and I when asked, but he stumbled a bit as he walked the 3 steps to the first pew, probably because of the tears in his eyes. Mom, equally emotional, reached out to comfort him, and he wrapped his arm around her. The bouquet was gone, and I found myself holding her soft hands and gazing into her deep green eyes, knowing I was with someone truly special, and that I was incredibly lucky. I don't always have the right words, but when I was asked to promise to love and care for this wonderful woman for the rest of my life, my voice was strong and genuine. Her melodic voice matched mine, and our first kiss as a married couple felt magical. We took countless pictures with what felt like 1,000,000 guests, and my family pictures took just as long as hers because she insisted on including our friends from Cowtown and the oil patch. Her family, both close and far away, welcomed me into their pictures with the bride, which made me feel so appreciated. These were well-off, cultured folks, yet they accepted me and my family as their own, even insisting on a big group photo outside. When we headed to the reception hall to start our celebration, her family, friends, and my family and friends were all mixed together on the buses, sharing stories. While I won't go into detail about the wedding reception, I must say the food was delicious. The toasts were very kind and filled with love. Brad became quite emotional and shed tears of joy when he talked about our unexpected journey together that brought him to seek my help for his sister and how we fit so well as a couple. Katrina cried as she recounted how I had shown up at 19, angry and looking for work, and of Shannon's first internship. Our bittersweet farewell and her amazing return 5 years later were beautifully shared by my oldest friend, Juan Jose Aguilar. I did face some teasing for being a bit sentimental from the other guys, but since it was mostly in Spanish, not everyone understood. I hope not too many did. Woody introduced the band, and Will shared how the bride convinced him in just one dance that this was the perfect band for their wedding. Once the laughter, applause, and cheers about her charm faded, the couple came together, and the pundits played a song Lila wrote about their first meeting and strong connection, which pulled them apart and then brought them back together in lasting love. We finished that song with a warm hug and a sweet kiss. Then we danced to Silver Wings, which was our first song. Next came the traditional dances. Katrina's love for her adopted son shone during their dance, just as Daddy's love for his youngest was clear in their dance. I danced with Shannon's mom, both grandmothers, and both my sisters-in-law. Shannon danced with several men, including her grandfathers, all the groomsmen, and the best man. Then she called all the women together for a fun series of rock songs that might have surprised some of the more reserved guests. Lila, Shannon, and Lena danced joyfully, and the band kept the energy going. They looked like they were having as much fun as the dancers. Part of me wanted to join in, but I could see that Shannon wanted to bring together her wedding party, friends from her past, and her sorority sisters for this moment. Plus, it was entertaining to watch. Being herself, Shannon chose a stylish knee-length dress in baby blue and white instead of a traditional white gown, which suited her perfectly for the ceremony and her dance moves. I wore a tux with a baby blue vest, while my pants, jacket, and tie were black. We looked great together, even if my outfit was more traditional. I knew there would be plenty of times like this, so it felt right. After the reception, we took a bus back to the hotel and walked to the elevators with some guests. They joked about joining us, but Shannon said she felt ready to enjoy her first night of marriage. When we finally settled in for bed, she wanted to cuddle, talk about the night, and then enjoy a gentle moment together. You never know what she will think of next. One of the updates to the motor coach that she designed was clever, a padded chair that could be rolled into the space next to the driver and locked securely in place. Since the RV was large, there were no seatbelt rules, but the chair did have one just in case. This setup made it easy for her to sit next to me, or for me to sit beside her once she got comfortable driving. It wasn't the same as a bench seat, but it was better than sitting in two separate captain's chairs 6 feet apart. The 300-mile drive to Hot Springs took longer than we thought, which often happened on our journey. Some people just get too excited about trying different things in their new RV. So we learned to keep an eye out for parking spots at places like Walmart, truck stops, and rest areas where we could take a break. Our powerful diesel engine could hold a lot of fuel, but it also used a lot, adding to our travel time. Fortunately, the weather stayed nice at the lower elevations, which allowed us to continue our northern route. The higher areas were often closed off, so we couldn't use the Jeep as we planned, but that gave us more time to relax together. 3 weeks after we left, we were exploring Arizona, and a week later we turned north off I-10 and headed to Orla. While our honeymoon is part of a different story, here are a few quick thoughts. Shannon now really enjoys traveling by RV more than flying first class, unless we just want to get somewhere quickly. It's much easier to take breaks when you're in a motorhome. My wife reacts strongly to nature, including beautiful mountain views, waking up in a snowy forest, hiking in the wilderness, and enjoying campfires. She finds joy in these moments, even if they come with a bit of discomfort. Despite being inexperienced, her creativity in exploring new experiences is impressive. Her small size and eagerness make things interesting, though it can sometimes lead to minor aches. But it's always worth it. Shannon is an amazing partner, and I believe she'll continue to shine even as our life changes. Hey everyone! Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you won't miss any of the exciting stories we have coming up. What do you think about the characters in this story? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear from you.